What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to VESL. It is week 4, or most importantly, playoffs. 3 weeks of qualifiers on their way, and now the top 8 in the Northeastern Conference face off for $45,000. Could be more excited. I'm Catnator. What's going on, brother? You ready for this?
Oh, I absolutely am ready. We've been watching a lot of Valorant matches here at the VESL for the past few weeks now. Like you said, we are finally whittling down all these teams to the best of the best, and we got a lot of matches here today to get through. So we should try to get into this as soon as possible. We got an absolute banger of a matchup here ahead of us.
Yes, sir. The playoff bracket gonna be a good one. We're gonna take you all the way to the bracket here tonight. Game number 1 on its way. Interested to see what map we look for in this one. You know, playing through these best ones. There's one map that comes to mind for me, Jake. I don't know about you. Oh, yeah. There it is. That's the one.
Yeah, this is one of the most played maps we've seen in probably Valorant history at this point. We know what Agent Select kind of looks like here most of the time for a lot of these teams. We do see kind of some mix-ups here from these squads here from time to time, but it looks like today, from at least NC Virtual, we will be getting more of what we see normally, which is that KO, KJ, Sova, Jet sort of pattern. I'm going to have to imagine for the Smokes player, they will be going with the Omen if they are going to go for that default composition setup. A little bit of a different look here from Roxborough as they lock in that Yoru and the Gecko. So kind of like to see a little bit of a mix-up here. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested in the Gecko. I think it's looked very good in the upper echelons of collegiate play. A little bit in pro play as well. The Euro I'm interested in, but hey, I love to see younger players try out some new stuff. So interested to see the mind games that come through, the way this team plays around it as well. Much more normal composition on the other end for North Carolina Virtual, locking in kind of what you'd expect to see from that team. Very meta composition, no shenanigans on their way. But hey, sometimes, you know, the stale gets old and the new comps come and take them down.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. I do see the upside in playing that meta comp as you were talking about, but on the other side of the coin, you know, to see a Yoru and a Gecko on a map like Ascent, you kind of don't really expect what you're going to see from time to time. I'm sure those TPs from Yoru and those maybe flash initiations are going to be very strong on the attacking side. It looks like Roxborough with that Yoru and the Gecko will be on the defender side to start things out, though, so it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of react. You see Yoru setting that TP over at the B side, so going to be able to rotate very quickly, setting up at that market side area. But what I am worried about for them is Yoru as that main duelist is maybe not something we are normally seeing a lot of the time, so it's going to be maybe interesting. They're going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here on the execution if they're going to want to play this right.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be something we're looking to when we flip the sides. To start here, though, Ice Bear and take Moondog out very early. Execute going successfully as you could have hoped for. Deep Alarm Bot doesn't really give a lot of presence there to Garden, so it's an easy cross for NC to just kind of walk their way into sight. Plan to go down early. Door already broken, so we'll have to play an extra member. Actually, not, so all good. Door will go down. They've got a lot of room here on the pistol. Gonna be hard to retake this one for Roxborough.
Very well-timed paranoia from the opposition there as NC Virtual is able to pick up another. I mean, the execution was flawless. They get that crunch through tree and a main. So as this round kind of goes along, it's going to be a 1v4 here for Regirock. It's going to be a very tall task here. But for now, NC Virtual, this round 1 goes about exactly as you'd want it to go.
That's a clean pistol for NC Virtual. Just drop the 1. Easy plant for them as well. You got to think that maybe KJ utility moves here. We get balls Alarm Bot further down into Garden. So far back of sight, not really covering much. It does look like they tried to play more for the retake and just didn't fully get the memo as a squad being caught so early in Garden. So yeah, already some defense adjustments going to come through. So much so they just say screw it, the KJ completely leaving, going to go over to the B side instead. And that's exactly where NC Virtual look to prod.
It's going to be a tall task here for Roxborough, though, with no guns to their name. They don't force up, which I definitely like. I don't want to see anybody having a bad economy here in round 2 of the Ascent defense. But slow push from NC Virtual, going to be tackling that middle side and B main, kind of similar to the last round we saw. Let's see if it works out for them here, or if Roxborough can pull off the team shots.
Nice, Barry in a lot of space early. Had the first pick for the pistol round. Looking to grab more, but caught by the classic of Billy Boy coming out of the dark cover. Gonna go down, though. Listening to, gonna get a trade. Moondog back to the direction, and the pistols somehow found their way into 2 weapons.
Yeah, the market push just was not strong enough from the side of NC Virtual. As soon as you sneak into that market area, you kind of get crunched by those players spawn and in the market smoke. So now you do have the post plant, but you're in a 4v3 situation. Those guns go their favor, and the flash is so good. The trades are there, though.
Great Dizzy, but a better Bulldog from Saturn, able to light down 3. All up to Ball. Is able to pick up a Bulldog for his troubles, but it's a clean 4K for the KO the other direction. It's 2-0 for North Carolina. They do lose quite a bit of weaponry, though, into this bonus.
You do see I'm Saturn, though, already 7-0 on the game so far. 1 off of that ultimate, which we know on this map can be so powerful, especially tackling that Killjoy utility. I mean, wherever KJ goes, you can pop that KO ultimate. It basically shuts down the whole defensive setup. So this KJ on the other team for Roxborough, they're going to have to watch out for that, because 1 orb away. I'm sure you don't want to invest it here on this round on the bonus, but it's definitely something to look forward to in the future. I mean, if you can sneak away around here, this start for NC Virtual would be about as good as you'd want it to be, but you got to expect Roxborough to bounce back here, because this defensive side is so powerful on a side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a physical hold towards Garden after that initial pistol push in terms of utility. Cleared out pretty early. They're looking for another first pick. It'll be from Listening 2 instead this round, though. So they've got some space. Another rifle pickup and another rifle pickup immediately out the far side of Gelato. So NC already able to pick up 2 weapons into this one. They've got lots of room. This bonus, even though it didn't have quite the weaponry they wanted it to, has looked very successful.
Most certainly has. This post plant gonna be set up exactly how you want it to be if you are NC Virtual. 3v5 situation here for him, and all of Roxborough gonna be stacked up toward that heaven side area. All the eyes are looking toward that direction as the drone goes out. You get all the information you need. It's gonna be very hard for Roxborough to execute onto the site now.
For swing on its way, and 2 good shots from Ice Bear. Quick transfer to find them out of scaffolding. And Red Rock, everything to do, nothing to be done. Hopefully he's got a handbag and some lipstick in his hand if he wants to make this one possible. Currently, no room to play with. Dart gonna get the tag too. Very tough. Ice Bear gonna pin him down, looking for a 3K here. Ian gonna steal it. Regardless, is NC Virtual up 3-0.
NC Virtual looking absolutely fantastic here on the aggressive offensive pushes. They're wasting no time to kind of take the map control that they need and find these crunches. A lot of mid and site splits here. So you've seen on round 1, they split mid, go A, split mid, go B on the round 2, and then on the bonus, they kind of go back to the old reliable split A. Now they have the KO ultimate to their favor, and you get Roxborough on the light buy. You see a Stinger, you see an Outlaw, buys of the sorts. Now you may want to invest this KO ultimate, maybe kind of slow things down before they can even get started for Roxborough. You don't want the momentum to get out of your favor before things get too slow for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta find a round win. Ult will come up here within the next 2 rounds. This one, not one I think they're expecting to take, but they do take the first pick, so it gives them some ground to work with. NC Virtual haven't quite made a decision yet where they want to work either. They've only pushed this deep gelato side. They haven't really played for mid yet. They haven't worked anything into B lobby, so they're kind of putting all their A's in one basket, and luckily Ice Bear does a good job of taking down Moondog down lane. So a chance to make something happen. It's right back to this A split. Oh, yeah, cleared. Oh, that's classic, man. I mean, does the due diligence to get into the corner, but is so confident in his brain that no one's going to be there that he doesn't fully clear it. Allows for Billy to grab 1. Now going to have a chance for a second out of this dark cover. And is going to find it. The judge out of Cat. Good for 2. That's spiked down yet again. And Listening to caught in a 1v4.
The judge purchase pays dividends there. You see Billy Boy tuck himself into that corner like you were talking about, and that bomb runs straight into Billy Boy. So, I mean, if you take the bomb any other direction, this round might go a little bit better. I mean, you could potentially avoid that tree area if you find your player go down in that spot. But since the bomb goes down, you're forced to kind of chase that down and maybe pick it up. And you see NC Virtual forced to save that last Vandal in the spawn. 7 seconds counting down. And I like the reaction out of Roxborough there. The round essentially won by Billy Boy in that tree area. And you like to see the risk reward situations. It's like, you have the light buy there. You have that judge. So, and you make absolutely the best of it in that sort of situation. So you get your first round win on the board. You stop the bleeding before it gets too late. And now NC Virtual kind of second guessing themselves now. Roxborough get to buy exactly what they need.
yeah, they finally get some presence onto Cat, even if it is just the physical presence, the chance of, okay, they can shoot back here, so we might see NC work away from that mid area. Still, though, work to be done for Roxborough. This round just as important as the last was. Some momentum in the tank, but can they use that to push out towards A main? Does a good job recognizing the clone there. Not quite going to shoot. There's this contact on its way. Izumi nails it. Brayden down early. Yet again, it's NC with the first pick.
Big play at a Omen right there, reading the clone drop and peeking at just the perfect time. Now the KO ultimate gets popped. That KJ utility will be down. The execute's going to be here. No smokes, but they're able to sneak right onto that site. Omen, no vision from that market side area. Now let's see if they can convert these kills.
Oh, it's trades back to their direction. Saturn finally going to get one. So they got room into sight. And everything's stuck towards defender spawn right now. So there's some room to play if you're NC Virtual. Low HP bar on the KJ, but good enough to be in a decent enough position to bait. Dizzy not quite going to tag. So listening to has a chance to still have value. Saturn can't find anything off the cross, but listening to can. Trades back to the direction, though. 2 for 1 in the favor of Roxborough, as now they'll push this site in 2-1 fashion. Thresh got to get dodged by Ice Bear, and it will not. He's been seen. He updrafts. Still going to get caught in the detainment. Tried to get away, and caught now by the classic. Roxborough going to find their second round.
And a great use of that Gecko ultimate. We see how powerful it is in pro play and collegiate play, and here as well. That Gecko, I mean, you know, Jet's stuck in that back bow area, so you pop that thing and it pays dividends right there. The updraft won't save you. You get your second round on the board, and a big 3v3 conversion from Roxborough right there. Those are exactly the rounds you need to win if you're going to want to win a map here, especially in this high stakes situation, this playoff format. A big round for them, and now you got a couple of ultimates to your name, those that Yoru ultimate and the KO ultimate for Roxborough. On the other side, you do have Omen and Jet, but I would say the ultimates from Roxborough a little bit more powerful in this sort of circumstance.
Still, what could be an econ shattering round here. This time in the other direction, though. NC Virtual playing with fire. If they're not able to find a win here, the chance for Roxborough, as you were alluding to earlier, a chance for them to really put the momentum back in their favor. Billy Boy, good patience there out towards Cat. We see a lot of younger players peek that early with no sort of utility and pay the price. He hasn't done so. Can have all this info as well. They've got a great pinch in the mid right now, and now Billy Boy going to take the extra space behind. Slowly pinching these players in. Grabs one, will get traded, and unfortunately Red Rock can't quite open up. It was looking like a very successful trap for North Carolina. So they'll still have space now into mid. Room to do kind of whatever they want. And there's only a Euro on the A side if they do flip the map.
And this map control from NC Virtual is so powerful right now. They have all of this market control, that alarm bot perfectly placed on the pinch. Make sure nobody's sneaking in behind them. The KJ turret gets knocked down. The smoke is their CT spawn. They only got to worry about Killjoy in the back. And you see them flying toward her right now. Let's see if they can convert this kill. This plant is everything.
Oh, clean shots from Saturn. Knocked that one out the park. NC Virtual plant to go down yet again on the B side. They seem to be favoring this B side ever since that Cat pressure was seen. Brayden gonna have information out the drift. Have to flash his way out and then find every frag to win this round. Gonna need 4. Izumi had a chance at the trade for his teammate. Couldn't quite find it. A flash to work with. Does not tag the player's stare, and Ice Bear will have that no trouble. Make it a 4-2.
And a couple of tough flashes from Brayden right there. Doesn't flash the Omen logs, doesn't flash the Jet on the stairs. Now you're forced to kind of take a timeout here if you are. I'm assuming this is going to be from the side of Roxborough. And, you know, you kind of got to pick up the pieces here because you're already down 4-2 on the defensive end on a map where we know how defensive sided it can be. Obviously, you don't have the default composition that we're used to. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe you're playing for more of an aggressive attack side for Roxborough, but you still want to at least tie things up. These plant situations just are not going their favor. We saw them convert that 3v3 there to make it 2-3, but after that, I mean, NC Virtual has just not had a tough time to get the spawn down.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way you say that too. Really able to just walk in sight, kind of do as they wish. Not a tough time by any means. So we'll get a timeout here, a chance to think about things defensively. Interested to see if maybe we get a movement of KJ utility, what the answer is going to be. It does feel like their answer for Garden was just more physical presence, like throwing Billy Boy down into the cat angle. So interested to see if maybe this KO transfer sites works over towards B to try to hold that. I mean, it does feel like when NC Virtual has something work offensively, that is just what they go to. The first 2 rounds, we saw them play directly on the A site. The moment there was oppression over and towards Garden, they left entirely. That's not going to be the case, though. We'll still move util in the same direction here defensively, so looks like it's going to be a mid-round answer from them instead.
The ultimate starting to become on the board for NC Virtual. You see the orb get grabbed right there, but that should at least tag Omen for sure. Don't think it gets anybody else. The counter knife doesn't catch anything in that tree area. So if you're NC Virtual, you don't necessarily have the information you're looking for here. And if you're Rockstar, you have at least a sliver off of that Omen tag. Things going slow here. Both of these teams playing patient. NC Virtual looks like they don't want to send this toward the A area. Might just leave Omen tucked in there, and Omen can TP toward them if they absolutely need to. But for now, Roxborough not moving at all.
Yeah, good call on the defense there, knowing not enough pressure to really warrant any sort of rotation just yet. This push might be the difference here, and they do have Red Rock close enough to get involved. One away from this lockdown, so there's still room to play defensively. Getting pushed down towards Stair, though, is this KJ. Great timing on the near site. No one quite able to find that frag just yet offensively. They do now. They find everything. Saturn able to walk out, grabs 2 yet again. And honestly, it doesn't matter what you do defensively when you got this KO just shooting the lights out on the way in.
Yeah, absolutely. NC Virtual's KO has been certainly an MVP thus far. You see Moondog getting tagged right there, jacking a chow out. Ice Bear taking down that final player. And like you kind of pointed out there, KO from NC Virtual is just playing absolutely lights out so far. That's going to be I'm Saturn. 12-2 thus far. Ice Bear not far behind with the 7-4. You see KJ listening to getting close to that ultimate, sitting at 8 out of 9 orbs right there. So, I mean, if you are able to combo this KO and KJ ultimate, or even just get one of them, you should be able to find a plant quite easily. But, you know, at some point for NC Virtual, these spike plants have been so easy to drop down that you might as well save it for post plant. You gotta wonder. I mean, Roxborough, they need to change the pace right here. There's been no switch ups. KJ still at the B site. Yoru and KO still occupying that tree and a main area. But I mean, this mid control is still in the favor of NC Virtual, and they're opting to take it.
Yeah, we saw that timeout come through. We did not really see much change towards the actual defensive hold. We do get a more aggressive 0 point here. Gets good information. Kills 3 utility early, so that's going to kill some time. Still, though, NC's mid, but you haven't quite come up with a solution of how you're going to deal with them when they've gotten here, which they certainly have. They're going to move the Gecko earlier. They'll have extra holds here. It's a very early blind that's going to get a lot of room here. That's pretty much all of tree open.
I think these Roxborough players might be giving up map control too quickly. You see that Paranoia comes in, and all those players just rotate out to top heaven. Now they're all stacked up here. KO kind of reaggressing this tree side area, but Yoru gets left out to dry, and this plant going to go down for free yet again. At least it's a 4v4 situation, but Roxborough got to move quick with a big molly kill at a Billy Boy.
Yeah, big work. Ice Bear to grab one. Couldn't get the second this time around, so Rock has opened the door scaffolding. 2 left standing, a lockdown available. Going to be awkward to position it though. Hunter's Fury not going to get used as he's stuck on site. Billy Boy will grab a 3rd. Listening to, gotta find 3 of his own to take this round. Caught out as the smoke expires. Defuse on its way. A 3rd round picked up the defensive side of Roxborough.
Yeah, and I like the push out of them right there. I said they needed to get active, and they most certainly did. They took the aggression before they could get that bomb down, and they're able to win the round off the back of it. Timeout now for the side of NC Virtual, which I don't hate. I mean, you get the ultimates to your favor, you're going to want to use them, and now is kind of the time where you can strategize how you're going to utilize them to your favor, because you got 4 on the board, you're 2 off of that KO ultimate. So powerful from top to bottom, all those ultimates. On the other side, you got Ball and My Dogs, 8 out of 9 orbs right here. Haven't been able to get the lockdown yet, but we know how powerful that lockdown can be on the retake A and B sites. So it's definitely something to think about. Could maybe counter one of these plants from the side of NC Virtual, but for now, it seems like Roxborough, they have sort of an idea of what they want to do here, and at least in that last round, it worked out. Let's see if they can continue that prowess in the future, because I mean, if they can stop these post plans from NC Virtual, it's actually going to be very hard for them to win these rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell the goal from them is definitely to back up play retake now. And they win that retake without Braden either, who wasn't able to quite get out of sight in time. So possible adjustment defensively still here, kind of piggybacking off the attacker timeout of we need to play farther back on sites, less contact angles, so that our retake can be even more successful. Kind of the proof of concept there in the last round that, yeah, they can retake. Now just really locking in and making that their strategy. We'll see if NC Virtual are able to take more space on their own post plans, recognizing that now that Roxborough have the extra resources, have the extra members for their retake game, they need a bit more room. They need to kill a bit more resources early.
Bomb gets left in the spawn there for NC Virtual. Looks like they may want to Omen TB back to that at some point, but that's going to tag a lot of players with that knife for the side of Roxborough. They get that information that they need. They're going toward the cat side yet again. You see Yoru and KO both reposition themselves to kind of hold that push. The Omen smoke goes through to that tree side, and now if you are NC Virtual, you don't really have that option. See them rotate over toward this tile side area. They have the mid control that they want per usual, but it looks like Roxborough, they have the right idea of how to respond to this double stacked up market area. NC Virtual not forced to go be main.
Is KJ Util still far enough over lane that they should be able to get out and in front, but that might be exactly what this defensive side of Roxborough wants. They've got 4 all poised for this initial crossfire. Trying to break turret right now. This lockdown's giving them the room, but has it set them up into their own trap? Dark cover's going to go down in time. There is a gap in this smoke on market, but no one able to find shots through it, so all good. NC Virtual will get the site. Everybody alive here. This is going to be one heck of a retake.
I'm going to TPB main, but I'm pretty sure they have the information on that. They should be able to hear that. Post plant's still working for their favor, but they're taking their time. The util still here, 5v5. These kills got to come in sooner or later.
No push from Roxborough just yet. Time ticking off the clock, and that's a player now gone as Izume finally going to find one. Ult's going to pay its due effect. Raise Fury on the way. Haven't found tags just yet. Izume going to go down. Room here. Everybody working their way out towards lane. Braden going to throw the flash into it. Going to pick up one a second. Clean transfer. 3 picked up. They're not aware of box. It's listening to will spray down 2, but not 3. Braden on the defuse now for that 4K. Will he have time to get it off? It'll be so very close, but he's made it happen with 0.6 remaining.
I mean, listening to in that box corner, they do not clear that. Almost lines up 3, but Braden gets the trade right when it matters most. Big 4K when it matters. Now making it 4-5, you're kind of clawing your way back into this game if you are Roxborough, and you kind of have the upper hand, at least in the ult category. You see Omen uses theirs, KJ and Sova for the side of NC Virtual. So now on the other side, you have that Gecko ultimate yet again. We've seen how powerful that Thresh can be. And that retake lockdown so powerful as well. So definitely a lot to think about here if you are Roxborough. You can also get the information you very much so need from the side of Yoru. But per usual, the setup has not changed for Roxborough. And I do commend kind of sticking to the plan. But, I mean, if you are NC Virtual, you got to know these gaps are open of where you can take. And it looks like that mid control is something they are not scoffing at all. They're taking it when they can, and they're going back to tree.
They are looking for that easy peasy A split. They ran it nicely. The only real issue in recent rounds for them has been the post-plant situation after getting there. And you see this Yoru posted farther back now towards scaffold as well. So Roxborough should be able to play this full retake without losing any livelihood at all. Just depends on this KO and towards garden and Braden's timing on getting out. Here we go. Nice TP out.
Dash pop, but nothing off the back of it. Billy Boy going to be able to find that first blood. The bomb should be going down, but you are in the 45 situation. You got to assume as this goes down, you might want to wait for KJ to come over to pop that lockdown, but it looks like they are going to be moving quickly, just trying to get any frags that they can. 3 players toward the heaven side area. The util is going to come on through. Let's see where the kills go.
That double dark cover really helpful there. Gives Ice Bear all the time in the world to work this flank. Billy Boy, no choice but to fight it. Can't win it either. It's a 3K picked up from Ice Bear. Comes fully off the controller utility, making sure nobody can safely play out of scaffolding. Keeps North Carolina Virtual up too.
And a great play out of Ice Bear to find the gap right there. I know once you get into that post-plant situation, you kind of get a little bit worried to maybe make a play, but the right play for Ice Bear most certainly to sneak through that tree and find the gap toward that top glass area and find 2 right when they need it most. I mean, if Roxborough is able to just take that heaven side and take shots from top, it can be definitely a tough situation for NC Virtual. But instead, you get a little bit aggressive from the side of your Jet, and you find the round win off the back of it. You see NC Virtual playing it slow, waiting for any sort of presence they can find, but most certainly they're trying to sneak Omen into that tree area yet again. You get tagged by that utility, and that may be exactly what they wanted with that push, because you see the rest of NC Virtual just holding toward this B main setup, and now Roxborough, they've sent that Gecko over to A, so they're kind of going for the blind counter here, but it may not pay off.
Initial dark cover going to kill some time over towards B main. That's the util out pretty early. Still a minute of time to play with here if North Carolina can recognize and bide their time. To sneak up towards mid. There's a lot of utility here defensively. Pop flash going to come in, trying to clear market. They've got to worry about the pop flash the other direction. It's only one picked up from the Stinger team, though. As Saturn going to grab 3 in mid, so that control will be there for NC Virtual, and they should know these last 2 members hanging around the B site, but they want it anyway. They know they've got the weapons advantage and certainly the aim advantage as well. Saturn going to take a 4th, looking for the ace on this round. Just has to find Ballin, and the knife going to give him away.
Yeah, and if you are Saturn, you're most certainly going for the ace now. You see the fight going to be right here. Do the shots connect? Yes, they do. Big ace for Saturn. It's been the all-star player for NC Virtual from start to the finish here, and now you not only find the ace, you're 19-5, you get that KO ultimate back on the board yet again, and things are looking absolutely bright and beautiful for NC Virtual. You get your 7th round on the board on attacking side nonetheless, so things are most certainly going exactly to plan. You get 7 assists from your Omen as well, which is great showing for the controller player. Now if you're NC Virtual, if you can get this 8th round on the board, that is absolutely swell and dandy, the best attack round you could possibly ask for. On the other side, though, you see Roxborough, they're using that Yoru ultimate to take that control of that A main, find that information, and you know the Yoru saw 3 there.
Get out of my way!
You do? Clone broken. No one really having to deal with that flash, fortunately. Dark Cover going to come through. The only thing I don't love here for NC is that they've sent everybody into A main. They've got no information and no ability to work any other side of the map. They only got a minute to play, so flipping the map not going to be the easiest task ever. They're going to go full into it. They'll command in early. Raiden, once again, not going to be able to get off site. Has no utility. Doesn't have a TP set up anyway. Maybe they had nowhere to go. Fully stuck on Dice is having to shoot their way out of this one. TP up for Izume. Room for Braden is going to pull off one. Now they go down to the knives of Ice Bear. Site picked up for NC.
You see all of Roxborough stacked up toward the top mid area again. The lockdown gets dropped down. 10 seconds for NC Virtual to get off that site. The Gecko ultimate gets utilized as well. So now it's going to be tough for these players to escape. You see the fights going down in the Hellside area, and 2 come through for Roxborough. That Molly, though, going to pay dividends. There is some HP issues for Roxborough, so these fights will be very important. The spam is there, and you're running out of time if you are Roxborough.
Player standing.
That you are listening to another low HP bar player. If he can find the spray, can't quite do so, as Regirock will find 3, and the defensive retake still prevails. It's 5-7 as we flip the sides.
Yeah, not the worst situation for Roxborough at all. Obviously, you'd want to have the game in your favor if you were them after that defensive side. But hey, making it 7-5 after that slow start that you had is definitely nothing to worry about so far. Yep. You win 1 pistol and you're way back into this game. I'm Saturn, having a fantastic half for NC Virtual. We were gassing them up there a little bit toward the end, but 19-6, definitely an impact player, especially when you're getting that from your initiator. That's about all you can ask for from NC Virtual. So, I mean, for Roxborough on the defensive end, if you could maybe shut down that KO, things can most certainly go into your favor. But I think the first step is kind of devising a fantastic plan to maybe, convert on this pistol round, because, as you know, I mean, it all starts here, especially in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. A chance for Roxborough to really even this one out early, and then anything's possible from there. A slow scale from them. You get tagged by Dagger early and haven't opted to move. Gonna even go ahead and grab Orb. So defensively, no reason to move over, and they haven't done so. It's gonna be a deep cut of noise from Roxborough. We'll see what timing they decide to actually peek this one. But a pop flash and a way in could be nice. You can tell the defense already on this jiggle, second guessing if they're still here. Now the reconfirm there. Knife not quite on the money, only going to tag one. That gives some room here. Is Izume going to back away?
Yeah, and Jet has tucked themselves at that triple box. Omen there to assist as well, and it pays off perfectly. You find 2 of those first bloods, but the trades come on through for Roxborough. So now you're going to have to play the retake here if you are NC Virtual. You get that bomb down if you're Roxborough, and you're going to see these 2 players play on site. So they are going to take these fights. Braden has tucked themselves behind triple box from that heaven side area, and that is exactly where NC Virtual is going to be coming from.
Oh, couldn't TP out in time. Activation timer too long. Listening to going to pick that one up on the Uru dice. Still the play from Regirock is big. Able to pick up 2. Trigger discipline. Fantastic from the Omen. And it's just flipped this round on its head.
Whoa.
I'm noob. Everything to do. Nothing off the dart. Alarm bot going to catch him. And this one I think you can about chalk up. No time.
Yeah, and Roxborough play that absolutely fantastic on the defensive side of things, or on the attacking side of things. My fault. I mean, you get those trades through right when it matters most. I mean, NC Virtual, I like the way they set up that defensive side. You have the Jet tucking themselves behind the triple box, and you have the Omen for the utility support. They smoke off the opening, and you both fight for that choke point, and you find the 2 first bloods that you need. But after that, it kind of just, you know, devalues itself as those players fall, and you're forced to make that retake happen. NC Virtual tried to make that attempt to sneak in from that heaven side area, but just heaven is not going to really do everything you need, and Roxborough kind of, you know, make it happen when it matters most. Now you see them here, maybe trying to avoid this dart, maybe just playing it slow, playing it patient, but NC Virtual, it seems like they're going to take this time to to maybe take some info on that A side, but that dart's going to give you all you need if you're NC Virtual.
Easy up, not going to catch anything, and that Molly going to catch a lot of damage. 2 very low HP bars. Braden does make it out, but they make it into damage. Listening to going to pick that one up early. Still players on stairs. Billy does manage to frag one back. Flank on its way. This could be the round turner for the Eco team.
Big kills out of KO yet again. I'm Saturn picking up 2, and this could be an anti-eco W for NC Virtual, which would be absolutely enormous, kind of putting you in the driver's seat for the rest of this game. Regirock gets cut down by that Spectre, and I mean, NC Virtual play that almost perfectly. I mean, you get the perfect dart timing from Noob, and after that, I mean, after you have all the information you want, you can react accordingly. And the rotates are perfect from them. I'm Saturn picking up 2 on the entry. You know, I was worried for a second because I saw them buy ghosts. They buy a little bit more than they maybe needed to, but it pays dividends, and they find the kills that they need to get. And now you're up 8-6. And now you have all the guns you want. You see Vandals from the side of NC Virtual. This is the round you need to convert, and this can really put you in the driver's seat for the rest of this game.
Certainly can. The question will be if it will. Early jump peak hasn't spotted anything, and Dagger thought about, and that proactivity from Roxborough has given them room. The only thing is Izume's so far up that he just heard the turret placement, so he's going to know they're there, but they still managed to spam through that dark cover. Braden awarded the frag as Roxborough, the first pick, goes their way.
You would love to get that gun from the body of Omen, but it's going to be quite the tall task as you see Jet and I'm Saturn looking at it. It's going to be Ice Bear and Saturn locking down that A side area, but Roxborough still going to go this direction. The Vandal shots are there. Saturn playing it perfectly along with Ice Bear. They cut down all of those players. And when you get the first blood for Roxborough, it does not kind of cement you that round, of course, because you still only have those classics. You don't get the gun off the back of it, and Ice Bear picks up 3 to close out that round. One thing I will say from the side of NC Virtual, of course they win that round, which is exactly what you want when you have all those guns in your hand, but that mid control is something to worry about in the future, because if Roxborough start to attack that middle side of the map, market and mid are completely open from the side of NC Virtual. Roxborough have the full option of just running straight toward the middle of the map and taking all the control they need. And we saw what NC Virtual did with that sort of map control in the first half. Roxborough, they need to take their, strategic advantage and maybe take the information that is open. And if they can find that gap, things become very dangerous for NC Virtual, but it seems like they haven't found the gap just yet. Roxborough going to go back to this A main control.
This is the point where you really got to keep in mind what you've been seeing. Flash on its way in. Lots of room here. NC just going to give this one up. Unfortunately, another player caught through another dark cover. This defense just cannot catch a break. Roxborough plan to go down. Post plant going to be just about insurmountable.
Flooding toward Heaven side again. You'd love to see NC Virtual maybe take some tree control here, but all of Roxborough going to be at that B main area anyway, minus this Omen Regirock underneath this Heaven area. Kills haven't come through just yet. Taking their time is NC Virtual. I mean, it's just such a tall order to take down all of these players. You see Yoru TPing toward this bottom side now. This Shock Dart not going to do too much. Maybe get some sort of information, but this time is running out, and Roxborough playing as well.
Yeah, very well indeed. Good job with the 2-2 segmented hold on the post plant. It's worked nicely. 7-9 for them. A couple ults activated for them as well. They do lose 2, but they've got the money to rebuy the rifles. Just going to be a little tough for if they do happen to falter in this round, but it don't look like they want to let that happen as it currently sits. We'll see if NC Virtual look to rethink their strategy. I think the retake, not a bad idea. They just have not been able to get into retake positioning unscathed, and due to that, haven't had enough resources to actually work back into the site.
Now as ultimates start to come up for both of these teams, you see NC Virtual, they find the KO and the Jet ultimate off the back of Ice Bear and Saturn, finding a lot of kills here in this early side of this half. But on the other side, Roxborough, some very powerful ultimates to their favor as well. You may want to start to invest them if you want to close out some of these rounds. Yoru and Gecko, we know how powerful both of those can be at just not only, you know, finding kills, but also getting you the information that you so necessarily need. You see the Yoru ult coming through for Roxborough. Let's see if they can find anything off the back of it. A perfectly timed paranoia though for NC Virtual.
Nice Bear gonna have that first pick. He's used to having it on the offensive end. Now nice to see it defensively as well. Braden TP in for one. Saturn gonna trade 2 back. He's just had the hot hand the entire game. It feels like the player's stuck here. Luckily that molly not going to go into the wine direction. That would have been tough for Ballin, but all good. Still trying to recover this spike. Shock bolts on their way in. A lot of defensive utility expended now. Regirock's still going to have a TP. Thinking about maybe rushing over to the V side if there's space. TPing to pick up that spike. Looks like the call from them. And look at how NC Virtual have read this. Pretty rare that you see this, but I mean, it's really the only good use of the Omen ult nowadays. So it's nice to see the defense kind of reading this one, thinking that, okay, they're probably going to try to work their way into B and run a TP play. And they're absolutely correct. They're here for it, but they don't find the shots. Regirock's still going to pick up 2 on his way to finish the mission. Got to be quick, though. Only 10 seconds.
Watch them run. 10 seconds left.
And KJ picks up that bomb. Oh, and they just TP to A instead. I'm not sure they can get this bomb down, but it was a very interesting situation. The bomb gets pushed down, but Izumi's there at the perfect time. I mean, that was a very interesting situation we had there. I'm not sure what was going on there, Cadnator, but we did see kind of what was going on. I'm not sure if Omen got that bomb off the drop, or got the spike off the drop from KJ right there, but I mean, just kind of a bad timing from both players there.
Oh, I get the vision. I really do. It's the thought of Regirock works all the way over towards B, sees 2, makes the comm that, oh, wait, they rotated. Unfortunately, hindsight's 50-50. We just know a little more, you know. They did not actually full rotate that, but they thought they did, so he cancels TP, works back to their direction, and they were going to go plan on A instead, thinking they'd fool the defense to work all the way over to B site, but it does not quite work out that way. Would have got the plant down, though. It's a 4-second plant. It started at 4.5. But unfortunately, like I said, they didn't rotate off, so there for scaffold. Good vision, didn't quite work out, unfortunate. And timeout going to come on its way here. Honestly, I don't think Roxborough playing a bad offensive game. I think they're just getting outshot.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way things go. I mean, maybe you take the time out to kind of ease the nerves of the team right there, because you can see that's kind of the way it's going. The tough situation here is you don't necessarily have the economy you want, so maybe you save that time out for the next round, but hey, we don't know what's going on in those comms, so you know, we can't really make the assumption of how these timeouts are going. From the side of Roxborough, though, you still have the Gecko Ultimate, which can very much so get you onto a site and get things going the right way. They have fully avoided this B-side area, which, assuming so, is because of that KJ utility, along with that Sova Dart being so powerful. you know, A is probably the right way to go. It seems like NC Virtual have taken a look toward this middle side of the map as well. So not a lot of open gaps here now for in this game, but Omen jump peeking this A main area. You don't see anything. We got a split push from the side of Roxborough. It looks like they're just playing patient, maybe waiting for a pick, but I'm not sure NC Virtual is going to give them anything.
That's an interesting default. A lot of room on the A side, and it's unfortunate that they've got Spike committed so heavily to B lobby right now, because once this dark cover pops, you think that they find the Omen here dice and there's a lot of room, but they're not going to beat the defensive rotation since they're floating 3 really with the Garden player. So they're going to work their way in, and kind of works out for them because they don't catch the frag anyway. Is me going to send that one back to the direction? That's pull the player. Pull player's back on the B side as well. Is Brayden going to reflash this one, try to confirm? He's pulled another player. Really good offensive round for Roxborough thus far. Just have to capitalize now on B.
You absolutely do. You take down that KJ utility, and now you're able to take site. Yoru is out of the play, so has a late pinch to their name, potentially, if they can play the timing right. There is some jet knives. The Omen ultimate gets popped as well, but the Gecko's coming through. That Thresh is being utilized, but it looks like that KJ utility gets popped just at the right time. Shuts down the Thresh, and the suffocation is there. Yoru now the only person left. 1v5 scenario, and NC Virtual, they attack before Roxborough can respond, seemingly.
I mean, that round is really just like exactly what I mean. I feel like they do a great job, Roxborough, offensively that round. But they push 2 deep into A. They free flash for extra info. They send 4 bodies in the direction of A site. They've got all the room in the world. And when it comes to it, when they start to work their way into B site, it's players just hitting shots defensively to still win rounds. Like, the mind game is good. I think they read that to perfection. The IGL call is pretty successful, but it just doesn't work out because they're not able to mechanically finish the job. They got to hit a couple more shots if they want to translate the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Yoru a little slow on the rotation back, and you can't blame him. He's across the map, but you would love to see, kind of like you said, you know, one person maybe tucked at the B main area to at least maybe find one, slow down the push just a little bit. KO also pops that ultimate, so it's kind of tough. Jets hit some solid shots with the knives, so definitely what you're saying there. I mean, they kind of get out-dueled there when it comes down to it. A kind of tough situation as well. That Thresh gets locked down by that KO ultimate. But now, no ultimates on the board, guns versus guns. But, I mean, for Roxborough, you don't necessarily have the economy you want. This would be a big round to win, but it's going to be a tall order as, you know, NC Virtual has the full map control.
Billy going to pick up Saturn early. Noob caught in the dart. Taken out quickly, and Roxborough, finally, they just break down the strategy. They go straight back to contact Exec, and it works out. The mind games couldn't do it. All good, just full weaponry, force their way in. But yet again, it's NC Virtual creeping their way back into a round just purely off of mechanics. They've picked up 2. Everything is stuck in Boathouse right now. If this Omen has dark covers, anything's possible.
Wallbang doesn't connect, but Azumi's there for the kill. 1v2 for the Omen. That's going to be Azumi, and you have the time to work with. You don't have the paranoia, which is kind of a tough situation, but you tap that bomb. I'm not sure they get the information. That I think they hear the walking. The spam doesn't connect, and Moondog finds the frag onto Azumi right there. Roxborough, they pull a rabbit out of the hat with that round. A nice push onto the B-side area. NC Virtual just not able to connect those shots like we've seen them do in the past. So, I mean, you can't expect them to do it every time, but with the power of Saturn and Ice Bear, you it's kind of what we've grown to expect here at this point from the NC Virtual squad. Now on the board, we have a KO ultimate from the side of Roxborough. NC Virtual have that KJ lockdown for the post plant potentially, or the retake. And NC Virtual playing light on this A site, which is what we've seen them do in the past, but it might not pan out this time. But for the side of Roxborough, you get a big round on the board, and let's see if they can turn the tide here.
Yet again, full contact, no command, looking to lead them into the A site. No one's cleared the right side. I'm getting nervous. I'm getting real nervous. The look now is they caught down before anything can come with the trigger discipline. Side opened up. Not going to go down.
And I think that Yoru Flash catches Azumi at the worst possible time. Maybe, yeah, like you said, that trigger discipline kind of comes back to bite NC Virtual now in a 3v5 situation. And the post plant is so good here from Roxborough. You got 2 tucked underneath heaven, but that KJ ultimate going to really put a damper on things here for Roxborough. These players cannot sneak out. I feel like you gotta play for a kill here, but they cannot escape from under hell right here.
Center with a clean wall bang. Just no time on this one. This retake pretty much already done. Some frags picked up. Nice for the confidence, but it's a better post plant. They do a good job with those nano swarms. Couple extra frags come through. At the end of the day, Roxborough going to take another one. Yet again off the contact, Exec have switched up the playbook throughout the Sanford material. Just went back to the basics, and it's worked nicely.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and I like the timeout here out of NC Virtual. You kind of slow things down before they can get truly started here for Roxborough, because we saw them rattle off 2 straight, and now they get the Yoru and the Gecko ultimate back on the board, and I've talked about how powerful they are from start to finish here. On the other side, you don't have any ultimates, but you have the economy you kind of want, obviously. Listening to kind of in a tough situation, only 2K to work with. Ian Noob with the Spectre buy with the light armor, but Saturn, Ice Bear, and Azumi can comfortably buy Vandals here. Light armor for KO, you know, assuming so. But for NC Virtual, I think you may have to switch up the defensive hold, because it seems like Roxborough is starting to read into it. They kind of understand the looks that NC Virtual are giving them, and they're reacting off of them quite well. But the economy not perfect from the side of Roxborough. So if you're NC Virtual and you win this round, things are most certainly looking to be back into your favor, but it's still a tall order, because Roxborough, they most certainly have all the momentum they could possibly want here.
Some deeper util, looking at the entrance of B main, but otherwise defense still pretty aggressive here from NC Virtual. One in the smoke, trusting the firepower, and I don't blame them. The firepower has been pretty good. Eventually they'll drift out early. That's with the spike as well. Gonna go deep in towards A site. Information on 2 in the back. Hoping that maybe the teammates could find some wall bangs there. Weren't quite able to do so. A lot of util out, and Braden actually gonna drop the drift. Picks up both. Will go down now, but has done the due diligence getting that spike to site. Pop flash from Saturn, good for 1, but trade it back quickly. Roxborough onto A, plant coming down.
And Braden makes an absolute superhero play, pops out of that ultimate and finds 2 alone on the site. And obviously NC Virtual not necessarily expecting the pop out, but the trade not coming through there is so huge for Roxborough right there. Now you have the Gecko ultimate to pop if they are able to sneak their way onto that bomb. The Sova Dart comes through. It's not going to tag anything, and if you are NC Virtual, you got to move quickly, because similar to last round, you're running out of time.
Yeah, time very short yet again. Nano Swarm still not dealt with. The Molly on top of it. Rash on its way. I mean, what do you do? The post plant is so strong. Once they're on site, that's it. Round picked up yet again.
Roxborough looking like a well-oiled machine here. Things are going absolutely their favor here at the end of this half. They are so close to evening the odds here at 11, which at that point, I mean, if they find this 11-11 scoreline, anything could happen in this game, regardless of who is on offense and defense. Both of these teams have seen so many looks from each other that they kind of know how these rounds are going to pan out. It's just a matter of execution at this point. And for NC Virtual, we're getting more of the same here. The Omen has moved off of the A site to maybe take some mid control, but Roxborough going back to Old Reliable, they have not been utilizing that mid area. It's all been through these main sides, and they're going back to A main. Let's see if they can sneak on in. It's Jet and KO to kind of shut down this push, but they're going to back away from it.
Ooh, this is a deep mid push. Nothing going to come of it, though. A lot of info heard. Yet again, it's the Omen into a pretty far position defensively. That gives early info yet again. Gonna go for the fight lane, though. Challenge gonna be here. Knife in the hand isn't in the angle anymore. I like that from Izmay a lot. Gonna mean they're gonna get the full flank here. Does come out and gets caught by the Gecko just barely. So the flank potential gone, but the front line more than set up after the early info.
AJ Ultimate gets popped. Let's see if it gets shut down. I'm not sure if it's gonna find anything here. And it does not find anything. You see NC Virtual there slowly but surely swarming around this site. You see the KO pinching from the back mid. Sova in this market side area. Saturn finds a kill onto KJ here. So it's going to be a 2-on-4 retake here for NC Virtual. They're in the upper hand here, but these kills could go either way per usual.
Last player standing.
Plays in both directions. Moondog gonna spray down 2. But a shock bolt will play spoiler. That one from the grave. Ice Bear will pick up the defuse. And it's match point for North Carolina Virtual.
These get so dangerous for
Match
NC
point.
Virtual right there. I mean, Moondog almost picking up 4, like you said. That shock dart comes from the grave of Ian Noob. So big kill right there, because if that shock dart doesn't come through, anything could happen per usual. I mean, especially in this game with what we've seen so far. It seems like anything and everything will happen. So now, Roxborough going back to old reliable, trusty old A main control. And if I'm them, I'm going to want to avoid this dart. They've kind of, forgotten about it from time to time. And let's see if they do remember about it this time. But Jet going to move quickly, finds the first blood. But I'm not sure if that trade is worth it, because now you get that knowledge that A main is almost clear. But they're going to back away from it. Roxborough taking this mid control, which is what I've wanted them to do from the start here, because it is completely open. You can see here, Cat, nobody watching the mid area. KO in the tree side, but that's about it. The Sova is rotating, where Roxborough slowly but surely sneaking their way up into this tree line.
They finally work mid off to see what they can do with it. Should be an easy transition here after the initial cat pick. Clone out. No shots to it as Braden going to pick up one early. Listening to going to go down. That's 2 early picks here on the cross into A. Playing on his way down now. Spray battle on Intimate on the worst side of that one. Mosh Pit able to pick up that one. Snoop Hunter's Fury online. Got a tag, got a frag. And needs 3 more to win this round. Whoa. Make that 2.
And the KJ has been hurt as well by that Sova ultimate. So it is possible here, but you're in a very tough scenario with 16 HP left to your name and a Spectre in hand. These shock darts are kind of going to be your best friend here. I'm not sure if they're going to find any damage, and it looks like they are going to opt to save here. They're just trying to keep the economy good for the last round. Going to grab that Bulldog and just run away. You don't want to give Roxborough any extra kills, any extra orbs. Just going to run away with this one. 12-11 is going to be the scoreline, in Roxborough sneaking their way back into this one. This one's for all the marbles here. This next round, NC Virtual, they could end it here, or this could be going to overtime.
Yeah, the nerves starting to pick up. Roxborough 1 round away from pushing OT. We're getting pushed out of the conference playoff bracket. Remember, 45,000 up for grabs. It all lies on what could be this one round.
And you see the economy from NC Virtual. There's definitely more to be desired from it if you are rooting for them. Not much to buy here. You see a lot of classics in hand. I'm sure they're going to buy up to as much as they possibly can, because there's nothing to save here at this point. But Roxborough, they have the Yoru ultimate yet again. It seems like every round they have this Yoru ultimate. They're just popping it, flying on in. They have it one last time. See if they can find the information they need. Wouldn't you guess it, KO and Jet on the site. You get the information, that Omen's tree as well, and you have all you need to sneak onto the site. And they back off because they are worried about the information from the Yoru ult, but it just allows them to fly onto the site.
And Moondog good for the first. You peek a bit farther out the cover and you pay the price. The second picked up. Ian sitting in what looked to be the drone there, a little bit too far out. The head spotted. They spotted on the flank. Ice Bear going to go down. Listening to a 1v5 for a chance at the next round. No armor to work with. The Bulldog save from last round. This is a pickle.
This is most certainly a pickle and a half. NC Virtual, you gotta assume at this point, this is going to be going to overtime unless you make a miracle happen if you are listening to, and it's not going to occur. Moondog finds the third on the round, and a fantastic execution from Roxborough right there to send this to overtime. And now you gotta wonder what is going to happen here. You see the timeout come through for NC Virtual, maybe to just calm the nerves a little bit. You kind of choke your situation, which is obviously a tough pill to swallow, but you gotta forget about it, because here we are in OT. This is still anybody's game. NC Virtual, I mean, I'm actually switching the teams here. At the end of the day, this is overtime. Both of these teams have played a fantastic offensive side and have shown their prowess here on the defensive end as well. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams match up. Roxborough going to be swapping toward this defensive side yet again after that half. And I mean, you got to wonder, I mean, this is just to calm the nerves for sure, because everybody is at an all-time high here from both teams. You know, stress from one side, elation from the other. You got to make sure that everybody's, you know, heads on straight, because this is serious business here. This ascent overtime is really for a lot on the line here. As you said, 45,000 up for grabs. I'm Saturn and Ice Bear playing an absolutely fantastic game on the other side. It's been kind of a team collective from start to finish. And I'm curious what we're going to see here from NC Virtual on the offensive end. It looks like we are going to be seeing kind of a default from them on the other side. Roxborough playing kind of what we saw in the past, going back to their trusty old defensive hold. But I think NC Virtual are just going to play for a pick here, play for that information, which is exactly what you want to do on the start of this OT.
Really glad we got that timeout. It's pretty rare that we see teams actually go ahead and call it. You get one every single overtime. Like every single overtime. So if these 2 rounds go, you can call another one. And we don't usually see teams actually take the time to use that pause timer. And I like it a lot. At least just getting into overtime, as you mentioned, to quell nerves and get things back to feeling comfortable. A friend C right here, big win condition is just Saturn hitting a shot. That seems to be the key to any site. It is the mayor's key as well. It'll open any door in the city. As he's on his way now. He's May up first, spike in hand. That makes me a bit nervous. But all good thus far. Mid control immediately picked up by NC Virtual. Biggest difference between these two attacking sides is the fact that they do like to take that mid control and run with it. Ian going to pick up the first out of market. This dark cover is going to split a lot of room here as well. This is B side opened up.
It most certainly is. This is kind of what we saw from NC Virtual in the past as well. Back in that first half, they were able to get these bomb downs seemingly for free from time to time. And Roxborough, this retake is going to come through from the CT side, but the kills go to their favor. 3v2 situation. They have the man advantage. Now make it a 2-on-2. And the lane area is able to attack, but they have the time on their hands. They're going to fight for it now.
Pop flash out. No one caught by Iceberg. Does a good job protecting the teammate. Gonna find both as well. NC Virtual able to hold on in the post plant. They're 1 round away from moving forward.
They most certainly are, and I like that NC Virtual is playing their old selves yet again. They sneak through that middle side of the map, and the bomb gets down for free. It's like we're watching the first half all over again. Now, back to Roxborough, going back to A. Wouldn't you have guessed? I'm Saturn having an absolutely electric game. I can't say enough about it. 35 and 15 with 10 assists. I mean, that is just something to be said. With 3 seconds left on the clock. NC Virtual, I feel like you want to get some information. You had a tough time getting it in the second half of this game, but now you switch Sova over toward the A area, and Roxborough looks like they're going to be trying to fly into this site because that's what they were able to do in the past, but a big pick for Ice Bear. May that be the game.
The nerves. You can start to feel in the team hesitating before they work their way out. Dizzy shot early. Moondog gonna grab one. Trades back. Oh, and everything evened at a comfortable 2. We were playing duos at the end of this one. A minute left to play. Spike on its way down.
If you're Regirock, you get the TP with this ultimate. I'm not sure if you use that to TP toward to A main, but you still have the paranoia to your favor. You get that one smoke. But I don't like the segmented hold. You are going to use the TP to find yourself back into wine. I think that was the play to make. You still have the paranoia. You have KJ Molly's. Let's see how this round ends here.
Looking a one-way spike. See where that smoke drops. Coming through. Defuse on its way. Near sight is good. Peek for Regirock. Gonna pick up listening to. They just gotta find Izume. Dark cover his own. Spike is half. If he can hold it, cannot. Regirock able to find both out of main. It's 4 picked up for the Omen, and it's a second overtime on its way.
And that paranoia pays dividends there at the end of that round. That TP allows you to sneak off toward that wine side area, and you're able to paranoia both of those players on that spike. I'm sure they were not expecting it that deep into the round. Regirock finds 4. An absolutely fantastic solo play from Regirock. They're able to pick up both of those players top mid, get that bomb down, and find the paranoia for the last two. Huge round out of Roxborough right there, but I feel like the one thing you need to worry about here is this defensive end. We've seen their struggles here on the defensive side, and things have not switched up for them. They do use that Yoru clone to take this mid control, or take that A main control, but that's about it. NC Virtual going back toward this cat side area, but that knife is going to back them up, and that might be a difference maker here.
Still looking back towards this A side. I'm surprised that we didn't get an extra member here for Roxborough, just the way that NC was able to take it so confidently just 2 rounds ago. But regardless, same 2 here. May gonna start the dark covers. Blind on its way. And this team gonna work their way forward. It's Braden out of dice. Likes to sit here as well. That flash gonna cut the rest of the team off. They've recovered quickly. They're back through now. Braden out of dice, still gonna pick up one. Team Flash has to hold for a moment here. Now caught by the dagger. No util, but they've got weaponry still. Still gonna pick up 2 frags, and then see Virtual. So Mosh Pit will take down Ian Noob. Still a player advantage for the attacking side.
30 seconds left.
Billy Boy gonna re-pinch top window, but listening to is gonna hear the audio cue. Listening to, if you watch the minimap, you can see that KJ snuck through this middle of the map. KJ on the opposite end, balling my dogs, finds the information too late, and now this round seeming to go the way of NC Virtual. Another offensive win for them. Roxborough, I mean, at some point this becomes too much of a tall order. NC Virtual, their offense just looks absolutely fantastic on the other side as well. It seems like they're winning some of these offenses. Roxborough kind of a little bit off of luck from time to time, just off of, you know, some fantastic solo plays and some very well-timed situations for them. This is going to be a tough round to win, no doubt about it. But hey, I mean, if you were Roxborough, what other site would you go to besides the A site? It has worked for them so well here. Let's see if they can get this spike down early. It's going to be doubled up by Jet and KO.
Paranoia is perfection. There's no pop flash off of it, though. They don't capitalize off the util. That could have been a kill box. That could have been it for the game. It's a great plan, but it doesn't quite come to fruition. It has stalled this team out. They haven't really used much util yet. They've got time to leave, and you've given them info that at least 3 are here.
Yeah, and they're going to use that opportunity to go back to this mid-side area and maybe wrap through spawn. Omen is going to be watching that. It's going to be Azumi. I think Azumi gets that information and just backs off. Like you said, you got 4 NC Virtual players at this A site and only KJ from the side of NC Virtual on this B site. KO is going to be there first, but this first contact is going to be everything here. Which way does this first blood go? Because it's still a 5v5 situation, but you see NC Virtual, those rotates are coming in quick.
That they are. Oh, Izume. Omen's going to trade here. Braden going to grab another. Roxborough shooting the lights out on their way in. They nail it in mid-market. Guaranteed no rotations. Turret almost taking down Red Jirok, who does manage to keep cooking. Dark cover on its way now as well. Thinking about the TP over to logs.
Oh no.
Doesn't quite TP far enough, but the turret's been dealt with in time, so we'll get there safely. A 4-on-2, a difficult retake for NC Virtual.
And that's exactly what I want to see from Roxborough. They sneak one into logs. They have one B main as well, and it pans out perfectly. It allows Gecko and KO to play off of that initial contact, and they even the odds here to send it to another overtime. And like you said, Kat, these teams, they have timeouts to their favor, and I would love to see them use maybe one more, because it seems like we're kind of going in circles here. Both of these teams winning offenses in kind of similar fashions. Obviously, Roxborough, kind of a different look from them. They have that A main control, but after that paranoia, the information comes through, they opt to wrap back through spawn and attack that B site, and I really like the play out of them. The rotate is there from NC Virtual, but just not quick enough. Now back on the offensive end for NC Virtual. It looks like we're getting kind of a slow B push from them. Yet again, the KJ util is stacked up over here on the B side. You have Omen to assist as well. The jump shoot peaks from Azumi are going to give information that smoke is there, but it looks like they still want to exec. Just curious to see what kind of initiator util we're going to see. That paranoia utilized a little bit earlier than you would have liked to see. And it's going to back up that Omen into market side area. NC Virtual should be able to sneak on this point if they play it right.
And a lot of time here for the rest of this defensive rotation to come through, but they cut noise so long and they gave a lot of space. That's going to allow NC to walk into site here. Now they just have to do their due diligence and hold a post plant.
5v5 retake, and it's going to be Roxborough pushing in from the CT and market side. You have Saturn here in this logs area again. Might have given away a little bit of information here. The shots don't connect. Now you have the information of the logs push. Billy Boy with one 4v5 situation, and you would love to see Roxborough close out this round, but it's still a tall task as time is running low for Roxborough here. They got to find their way back on the site.
They do, and they're doing so nicely. All going to pick up one, Billy another, and Ian will try what they can the back of Boathouse, but it's simply not enough. A 2K coming through from the KJ to guarantee a retake, and Roxborough a chance now to win this thing.
And you love what you've seen from Roxborough thus far on
Match point.
the offensive end. So let's see if they can convert this one last time. Billy Boy with 21 assists to their name. An absolutely insane stat line, along with Azumi, the Omen from the side of NC Virtual. You love to see the supportive agents for both of these teams playing their absolute part. And now for Roxborough, I mean, you're setting up toward the A site yet again, but you got to wonder, maybe this is a look you've shown them too many times at this point. We know that Roxborough loves to play the A main control, but at this point, maybe you don't expect them to go back to the old reliable, but they want it bad. And this is what's worked best for them in the past, but the rotates are quick.
We flash in, bring a pick up one. Trades on their way, though, and Virtue from NC Virtual. They're able to take two back to the direction. And now they've got all the room in the world to pinch this retake. They might even run this before the spike's fully down. Drone in first. Info on Dice. Info on main. Haven't spotted the last, so that means they've got to be somewhere on site. Isn't May going to take the first? Now it's a 4-on-2. It's another successful looking defensive round. Can they finish the retake? Red Rock under held. Picked up one. Can't find the second. A low listing two, but alive nonetheless. Ball with everything to do from main. Caught up by a dagger. Can't pop his util. Does pop listing two. Looking to spam through. Can he find the diffuser? Not quite. Has to reload, and that's the timing you need to get the spike deactivated. It's 30 rounds of Valorant away. It's another overtime coming into your direction.
Yeah, and NC Virtual just far too ready for that execute. You get that information that they're maybe sneaking on through, and the rotates were just too quick from Market and Tree to look at that A main choke. And now, Roxborough, I mean, you had the opportunity to kind of close that one out, and you're kind of biting yourself saying, hey, I mean, we could have closed that one out right there, but instead, we send ourselves to another overtime. This game has been an absolute banger from start to finish. Now, going to be NC Virtual on the offensive end yet again, and after that momentum shift, they're going back to old reliable, taking this mid control and the A main. Let's see if it pays out for them one last time, because you do have 3 Roxborough members at this market and B main area. This is the weak site for them. You just have to find these executions.
No contact up close. Even the garden angle is pretty deep. Gonna back away from that smoke as well to try to stay alive here. Lots of info from both directions, truly. The Dice player spotted yet again. Can Braden get out of this one with a frag? Not this time. Ice Bear gonna catch it. Room here on site. Near site's there, but no one able to get out of scaffold to capitalize. So the piece of utility they won't have for a retake, and it didn't get much value in terms of actually holding site either.
The kills coming through for NC Virtual. Roxborough, 1 left to their name. It's going to be the KJ from Heavenside area. This is kind of what we saw in the past as well. The timer running low, and I just want to point out how fantastic that execution was from the side of NC Virtual. You get the molly back triple, you get the drone tagging Gecko to back him up as well, and that sight comes through for free. Braden gets absolutely suffocated on the triple box, and Jet's able to tackle that with ease. Now you're in the upper hand here. We've seen them win offenses before, and now the question is, can they close out a defense? Saturn breaks the 40 kill barrier. 41 kills to their name, 18 deaths and 13 assists. An absolute unbelievable stat line from your KO, your initiator, your main initiator here on this map. Now, if you're Roxborough, you really need to close this one out, but it looks like NC Virtual, they have adapted to the A push we have been accustomed to seeing from Roxborough. They've sent 3 here. Let's see if they can use all those players to kind of fight this A main push.
Whoa. Early defensive util. You can get some shots through the smoke. You can possibly get a little extra util out as well. Maybe a flash. And you've got the time to kind of do whatever you want here. Still a minute 20 in the round. You already got that molly gone. You already got a dark cover gone. Only one sitting here. The next one should come through now. They're going to take the space regardless. Paranoia used. They do kill util, but it's just a little too late. So they have been stalled out. All the rotations have come through. Up to Roxborough if they want to commit to this one or not. They choose to, but Ice Bear just picked 2 off. No trouble. Ismay another from the back of the site. Make that 2 more. It's 4 picked up from the anchors as they carry everything in this round. It's 17-15. North Carolina Virtual will move forward in the Northeastern Conference playoffs.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic match from start to finish. We saw the back and forth from both of these teams. NC Virtual, they looked maybe more polished, but Roxborough were able to win a lot of those rounds just off of, you know, fantastic solo plays, some lucky situations, some nice util usage, but at the end of the day, NC Virtual, they close out that offensive win in the overtime, and Ice Bear turns up when it matters most, finds the 2 headshots on the entry from the side of Roxborough. And NC Virtual, they move on, like you said, but you can't say enough about Roxborough. They most certainly were a fantastic team. They just weren't able to close it out here today.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to them. The IGL doing some great work on the offensive side, some big mind games coming through for them, but unfortunately, it's players like Saturn and Itzbear just shooting the lights out. At the end of the day, Valorant's a first-person shooter. If you don't have the frags, you're not winning the game. Sorry to say it. We'll see North Carolina later throughout this playoff bracket. Speaking of which, we've got more action on the way. 4 more games to go through tonight, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Valorant action. Welcome back, everybody, to the Varsity Esports and STEM League Northeastern Conference Valorant Playoffs. Say that 3 times fast. It has been scrappy so far this week, and that's because there is $45,000 up for grabs. The top 8 teams in the conference playoffs. We've got more action on the way. I'm Catnator. That's Jake. Our next match is on the way.
It most certainly is. We had an absolutely banger of a map just a moment ago between NC Virtual and Roxborough. NC Virtual were able to take that one home 17-15. If you did miss it, wasn't too long ago, but hopefully we got another one ahead of us because we got a lot of matches today we got to get through. So let's get into this one right now. I'm sure we got a banger ahead of us.
Hey, well, if you weren't familiar, it's back to Ascent.
Whoa.
Some new comps, though. Keeping things interesting here. We'll bring in you know, I don't know how you feel about the ISO. I don't know how you feel about the Neon. You know what, Jay? You could pick a struggle in this one. Which duelist are you interested in?
I mean, I am most certainly interested in the ISO. We have an ISO on both sides of the field. I'm not sure if both of these teams made an agreement to play an ISO here on this map, but yeah, gentlemen's agreement. Let's both play an ISO here, but that is something I am not used to seeing. Very interesting comps. Like you were saying here, we got a Clove, a Neon, and an ISO, and a Sage from JP Knapp on the other side. We got a Brim, a Cypher, and an ISO, of course, as well for the opposition. So we're back on Ascent here, but we're probably going to be seeing a much different game than we just watched, because like we were just watching, it was a very meta comp from one side, a little bit of an offbeat comp from the other side. Here we have 2 very different comps from both of these teams, 2 we are not apt to seeing, so it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams play out. And here we go, getting right into it here. You know, we do have the KO and a Sova on a map, but, you know, other than that, it is a very different look from both of these teams. I do like the Cypher pick. Obviously, Cypher gets a little bit nerfed in the recent patch, but it's going to be kind of interesting to see how these 2 teams line up. You see Clove smoke off the A main very quickly. The information is coming through. The ISO suppression is there as well. It looks like they're throwing a lot of util at the B main choke if you are Edgecombe.
All right, boys are going to find that first pick, just running it down mid. I was going to say these comps going to set a much faster pace of play, and they certainly have done so already. They're able to get trade back. Space in B main, that wall locking him in, but is locking the flank away as well. So for JP Knapp, you know you have some room, but you have to play this one forward. The Brimstone caught on the lurk right now. They've seen him as well, trying to win a 1v2, isn't quite able to do so. Kyle take him down. The rest of the team, they only have to fight the ISO. Everybody kind of left him out to dry.
Yeah, the rotate might have been a little bit too early, but ISO is able to pick one. And now it plays their life as well. So Dan doing a great job on this site, plays the timing perfectly, and now allows for a 4v2 post-plant barrel, though, with a big kill onto Kai. But the stairs push is too strong from the side of Edgecombe. And a very interesting round, exactly what you expected to see in 2 comps like this. A very aggressive push from Edgecombe as they take that mid control and then turns it into a spawn push. So now you get those guns to your name, and, you know, if you're Edgecombe, you know, that's going to make Knapp a little bit worrisome for the rest of the game. They're going to be worried about the aggression from start to finish here, I would assume.
Ooh, right, the rifle buys into this one, so they're looking to play a very strong bonus, and it'll be the force for JP Knapp. So if Edgecombe can win this round, there is plenty of control and econ and round score to really just run away and snowball this half.
Dropping smokes.
Absolutely. As you see, Knapp going to be pushing that A main side of things. Clove going to be playing very quickly here over to the A main side, but as that utility comes through, they are going to back up to this tree side area. You have ISO, you have Clove, but the smokes are not down. Omen does kind of smoke themselves off a little bit from that heaven side area, but there is a fair share of gaps, so you can kind of get some information, but it's going to be tough to sneak through here, and Sage is quickly on the pinch.
Rifle's doing due diligence right now. Return Sage's gonna pick up 2 more.
Down
And just leaves a Cypher. Alex able to find 1 with the classic, now traded out. That'll be 2-0, 3 rifles taken out this round. Should be 2 actually. Should have both Phantoms, and they actually didn't grab anything. That's all right. So not the bonus they'd want to have, not the bonus they could have had, but still pretty decent.
definitely still all right, but on the other side of things, it's kind of going to be awkward buy versus awkward buy here. You got some Bulldogs and Aries from one side, and then you have some Guardians and Spectres from the other side. You do have Phantoms for both Sage and Clove, but no armor on both of those players. So it's going to be a very awkward situation here. You get no information off of that dart, so that may show an A push coming through from the side of Knapp, but the push is not quick enough to kind of, you know, cause any rotates through. Big kill out of ISO right there, but Neon yet again quickly on the pinch, but both of these players from Knapp might have heard it.
Aries v Aries action. Serendipity will win that one. Mopey Foot pick up 2 more. And Sigs with it all to do and just can't quite get it done. It's a flawless round for JP Knapp. No bonus to be had. And they've got some good weaponry moving forward into this half.
They got some good economy as well. So even after this this extra round right here, they are going to be able to buy next round. Minus Serendipity right there. They do end up buying that Phantom. And they are going to be on kind of a low buy going into this next round, but still a lot of cash for ISO, a lot of cash for Cypher, which is something you cannot say for the other side. Edgecombe kind of in a tough situation here on the defensive end. You might want to slow things down here, but I very much so expect Neon to play this quickly, and a big Marshall pick from Sage to open things up.
Came up early, has seen nothing.
You and me.
But it is not fully clear. Isolth on its way, has spotted nothing. Did not find Dan. I mean, the cam... I won't mention it. It was ISO close. Gonna look for picks here early. Can't quite find him. Barrel will grab a second. Flank on its way now and dealt with efficiently by JP Knapp. This flank from the Neon constant. They've done a good job of warding it off ever since the pistol.
Last player standing.
Well, trying to find something, but isn't able to convert anything. And now YK going to be the last player alive for Edgecombe. That's Sova with the dart in hand. The door is not closed just yet, but the recon maybe not exactly what you're expecting. And that kind of throws everything off for YK right there. So JP Knapp going to even it up there at 2. A very interesting game to start things off here. Back and forth, the pendulum swinging for both of these teams. And now Edgecombe, they do not really have the funds to purchase what they are wanting here. I'm curious to see if they save or maybe force up here. Sometimes you see the forces from these high school teams, but it looks like we're going to have kind of a half save, half purchase here. And it's going to be a full buy from the side of Edgecombe. They're going to try to force this win here with the worst weaponry on the other side of for JP Knapp. They are going to have exactly what they need economy-wise. They are going to make their way toward this B main area, which is the right play because there is nobody watching it for Edgecombe right here.
Yeah, gamble stack not paying off here. Fortunately, JP Knapp are scaling slow enough, and the Neon is quick enough. They've been able to get here in time. Marshall pick out early, hasn't quite found the mark. Quick rotation here in the defense. They've done a great job of being here for this one. Kai going to pick up 1 with the Marshall on the other end of things. Is Barrel and Mopey going to trade 2 back. A third, a fourth picked up for JP Knapp. They nail it on the way back into sight. That just leaves the Clove. Not much to be done here either. Maybe save the rifle that you've got. They don't have a ton of econ.
Over there.
And I mean, to me so far, it looks like JP Knapp might have been caught off guard by that aggressive push from Edgecombe in the first couple of rounds. But since then, they have reacted to it quite accordingly. You're getting a lot of kills through for your ISO, for your KO. And now you have the KO ultimate online. On the other side, you have the ISO ultimate, which can force that 1v1 along with the res from Sage. And we know how powerful that Clove ultimate. I mean, if we see the Clove ultimate and the Sage res in the same round, you could potentially be in a 7v5 for the side of JNAP. But, I mean, a very, random situation if it does occur. On the other side for Edgecombe, they are going for the blind counter B and mid hold, but looks like they read it wrong. Nap is going to be going toward this A site, and there is nobody to be had there.
Yeah, it's interesting the gamble stat going to the last hit site. But hey, I mean, technically it sets them up for like the super duper retake. They've used no utility. They haven't really taken any damage. There's been no one to get picked off early. Okay, see, that's my bad. That's my fault. All right, so still pretty decent retake. They do lose 1. They traded it back quickly though. 2 out of scaffold right now. Kai gonna try to work the flank, guarantee nobody working garden. In the meantime, Alec and Mopi gonna pick up 2. The Clove will ult to save themselves. We'll see if that ends up working out in their favor.
Breaking them.
2v3 situation, but ISO is going to be out of the play, so this retake is definitely not impossible. Clove needs to find one to stay alive, though, and it does not pan out. The Neon ultimates as well, and Cypher able to pick up 2. That's going to be Alex right there with the perfect timing. And JP Knapp with another fantastic offensive round. And, you know, Mopifoot, this ISO doing such a great job of picking up these first bloods, which is exactly what you want out of your main duelist. 6 of 7 already for that ISO ultimate. I'm curious to see if when we get our first ISO ultimate here in this game, because, you know, since we don't see ISO very often in these competitive matches, you know, you barely even see ISO in ranked, let alone a match with money on the line. These ISO ultimates are going to be as important as ever. Last thing to be said, though, Knapp, 4-2 now, and they are potentially starting to run away with this if Edgecombe don't react quickly.
It's you and me.
Yeah, that ult doesn't grab anything either. So second ISO will just go awry here. No 1v1s to be had. Not allowed, it feels like, in this game. And no offensive teammates allowed outside of A main either. Just chilling right now. Trading long distance shots. Kai, the Marshall player, going to go down. And there's room here for JP Knapp now. They'll work their way out. Cage not even needed, as Mopi just going to take down the threat early. Flank yet again on its way. Brim is here in the back line. Has not been spotted at all. No look from Dan. And yeah. Oh my goodness, the ult just saved their life. Oh, what are they doing in the 1v1? They certainly will.
I think even Dan got confused about what was going on there. Dan might have thought that they were dead, but the 1v1 comes through at just the right time. And one thing to say as well is that if you hit that ISO ultimate, even when you're low health, you instantly spawn back up into that 1v1 at 150. So would have been kind of the right play to make in that sort of situation. But now 1v5 for YK yet again. No dart, 0 utility to work with here. And it looks like Knapp going to close out this round. Another flawless on the board, and they are racking up these rounds quickly here.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're playing a lot quicker now, too. You can tell the confidence is there for this team, and it should be. They're doing a good job. They're playing very efficiently. They're just shooting a bit better as well. So everything really working out in their favor right now. Timeout going to go through from the defensive squad. See if that's enough to make the necessary adjustments to come back in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, there is some adjustments to be made, no doubt about it. I'm not sure how the IGL situation is working here for Edgecombe, but it looks like they're kind of going off of just like vibe calls, to be honest. And at some point, you kind of have to reel everybody in. Like, hey, we are on the defensive side here. We kind of have to play this together. And, you know, as of now, they are playing together, you could say, but not in necessarily the way that is going to win you rounds. They're making these blind calls that just are not panning out. They're forcing up. They haven't had Vandals or Phantoms in quite a while here, it seems. And on the other side for JP Knapp, they have exactly the economy you could ask for. You see Alex there with 9K in creds, already has the Vandal. They have full economy here for the side of JP Knapp. They haven't had to use these ultimates just yet. They do use the ISO ultimate, but you know, with this timeout calling in, I like the timeout, but I need to see something off the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. The first step of the plan there, just to slow things down and try to get the pieces together, but now you do have to build the puzzle. See if they can do just that. Really slow, so that slowed down the A site in the angle as well, and that Marshall so easy to hit when the player can move at was a fraction of their actual speed. This boy gonna pick up 1. That's the down but not out state, though. If he doesn't repeat this, you can throw in the res, and that's exactly what they're doing. I could have sworn the VESL Fortnite tournament was last weekend, but they just threw the reboot card in the van.
They most certainly did. That ISO all going to go up, and that's going to pay dividends right there. You're not able to see through that, and Kai's line of sight gets completely shut down, stuns themselves as well. Kind of an awkward situation, and that neon wall is going to allow them to sneak onto site almost for free. Barrel able to pick up 1. Now neon going down as well. Very awkward plant spot for Omen. But they're going to be able to do whatever they want as Alex forces them into a 1v5. YK all alone one last time.
Enemy down.
Ooh,
my ult is ready.
YK, oh no, threw the knife out for the quicker movement speed and Excuse me.
Oh,
They're just in time. 6-2 for JP Knapp, continuing the winning ways despite the timeout.
yeah, and JP Knapp, it just seems like these executes are kind of too much for Edgecombe to handle. And what you can say is that this Edgecombe squad is most certainly more of an attack-oriented team. Obviously, that only Sentinel you have is the Sage. You have the ISO and Neon with the Sopa as well. So, you know, where you could be using one of those duelists as an initiator flex. Instead, you have two duelists and an initiator, and it leaves Clove kind of out to dry in some tough situations. You see Neon just absolutely flying across the map, and that should call for an early first blood, but you never know. Ooh.
Little trade action on its way early. Mid control picked up by way of force. This Neon flank, we haven't seen it in 3 rounds. This could be the difference maker. Not quite. Alex still ready for it. This team does such a good job of warding that off and have done so yet again. It's YK once again into a 1vx situation. This time it's 4 players. This time you can see they're keeping the rifle out all the way up.
Yeah, and I like the idea. I can't lie. I do like the idea of allowing Neon to kind of just fly and maybe be that annoyance in the backside of the map, because as Kai picks up that first blood, things do get a little bit awkward for the side of Edgecombe, but for the side of Knapp. But as soon as Kai kind of throws their life away trying to push out Cat, things become so much easier for JP Knapp right there. They're able to fly onto site. Moby Foot and Barrel combined for 27 and 5 thus far. So if you're unable to shut those 2 players down, this is going to be a very tall order for the side of Edgecombe, because they're, like we said before, kind of in an awkward spot here on this defensive end, no doubt about it. They're kind of forced into these awkward calls that, you know, let's double push B main, which is exactly what they're doing right here. But that first blood comes through from Knight, and now that B area very much so open because your main Sentinel is gone. The wall does not go up. Now Clove all alone. The DK does come through. Not sure how many it hits, but sooner than later, this push is going to come through.
Look who's in the back line. Oh, Alex yet again. It's been such a good job on the lurk. Like, watch has been incredible. Knight up against Sigs. Close fight, but Knight will take that one in stride. Gonna come down.
Deploying drone.
And YK yet again looking to be one of those last players alive. Does have the ISO to work with for now, unless this fight tile doesn't go their way, and that it has not. We're just adding numbers, it feels like. A 1v2, a 1v4, a 1v5. None of them able to go Dion's way. It's 8-2 for JP Knapp.
In a very different game than the one we just spectated. JP Knapp absolutely running away with this one. The perfect economy. They've lost very few lives here, as you can look through the scoreboard here, and they're even going to do their due diligence of taking a timeout here. I'm curious what they're going to be discussing here besides just keep doing what you're doing. But maybe you want to get all your ducks in a row here before that defensive end. But after rattling off 8 straight, I mean, I feel like you got to be confident in your team right here, but JP Knapp's still going to call for that timeout, set up a play to maybe get this 9th round on the board, because as many as you can get is what you want on the offensive end here on Ascent.
You know, sometimes you just got to get a little snack. You know how it goes. They've been eating up rounds as it currently sits, but that can make you hungry. It's a long day for them in terms of running through this playoff bracket, so I get it. I certainly get it. But it does mean that whatever this timeout for them is actually for does give Edgecombe a second timeout in the half. So a chance to recuperate some energy, possibly. Look like they're going to buy into this round. So a chance to win this one and kind of get a 2-round swing here. Make an 8-4 half. That's pretty respectable. And with a pistol round win especially, gives them a chance to bring this game back to closer margins. Yeah, a full buy here into this one. At this point with the econ, I almost want to see Boyzik just really commit to it. Drop the Marshall by a Vandal or something of the sort. Didn't do so. So that is going to be the weak point in the arsenal here. Early orbital strike going to come through. Early peek on both sides of mid. Neither player going to connect right now as Alex to come through. Make that one happen. We'll find a second as well. Clean 2K. The JP Knapp timeout. They're already into the B site. Plants all those far down. 2 coming through from mid. Are they ready for flank watch? They have been so consistently. This time, player going to turn, but it's too little too late. Serendipity to fall. Barrel down as well. And there's a room to make something happen here for Edgecombe.
2v3 situation. They have turned this 2v5 into something a little bit more doable here as Neon flies through this B main area. You have to fight the Clove here, but Alex gets caught off guard. Make it 3 for Neon right there, but Mopifoot with the double tap in hand is able to find one, and now with the stinger in hand, Mopi gonna find the third. So big kills out of everybody involved right there. JP Knapp finding that 9th round after that timeout. And Mopifoot having an absolute game right here. You see 3 players at the top of the board for JP Knapp, Mopifoot, Beryl, and Alex. And they're absolutely doing the heavy lifting. We've seen Mopifoot and Beryl do a great job on those initiations. And then Alex doing a great job of holding those pinches that Edgecombe have been throwing in there with that Neon, with that ISO. And really like the synergy throughout this entire roster. The eco is exactly how you'd want it to be, and it looks like they're going back to B off a trusty old push. And Clove, let's see what they do to deal with it this time. Oh,
Is just overwhelming force. Could not deal with it this time either. One player in market. Can Dion ward this one off? Gonna get pinched in a moment. Hunter's Fury on its way. Holding it for now. First look gonna go down to the default plant spot. Nothing there. And no more time on the ult either. Gonna get caught from the flank. Clean 180, but it goes to the body, not the head. That means Beryl gonna find the frag. He's good to trade one back. And now traded as well by the KO. That just leaves Kai. 1v3. First pick on its way, but is in the middle of throwing a relay bolt. Can't quite find the shots.
Gets the info onto Omen right there, but there's a player bottom stairs. There's a player B main, and the paranoia is perfectly timed. The double peek pays off, and JP Knapp find 10 rounds on the board on this attacking side. Now it's time for Edgecombe to maybe show what they have been cooking here in scrims, in the VOD sessions. How will they do on the offensive side? Because we saw how aggressive they can be on the defensive end, so you can only imagine on offense, things are going to be double that. The B main push seems to be a brewing for Edgecombe, and JP Knapp, they're not necessarily ready for it. They've set up kind of a usual 2-2-1 split here through mid, B, and A, but they don't have the Sentinel utility on B that you would be kind of looking out for, what you'd normally see from a Killjoy. You have the KO, you have the Omen, so that Paranoia and Molly combo going to be so powerful, along with those KO flashes as well. Let's see how this pays off. I'm assuming this Neon is going to be flying in.
Clean early flash. Beryl going to step into the dark cover and get absolutely blasted by Kai. Edgecombe patient on this one as well. Saw the early flash come through, waited to see if they'd find pressure. That they did. They've walled off their backside. No flank allowed. As they're guaranteed now having to push this one through B main.
The Paranoia timed well. Knight gonna fly on in, gets the ghost kill onto YK, but the trade is there for Neon. Now a 4v3, make it a 4v2 opportunity as these kills going back and forth. Clove heals themselves as well. Now it's gonna be Alex left all alone. They have the cross forward lane here, but as that information comes through, they're forced to back off, and Edgecombe might find this pistol round on the board for the second time in the game. They've been absolutely electric on these pistol rounds.
Spike planted.
Yes, a much needed pistol for them as well. Alex a chance though. Gonna play spoiler. First pick here. Shots just can't rain true. Sigs will take it. Another pistol converted for Edgecombe. They can take the round after. Just a 6-round deficit, and anything's possible.
An absolute classic moment for Alex right there. The classic just not shooting straight when you want it to most. And it looks like JP Knapp could potentially be forcing up here in this round. They kind of do have the economy to do so. You see them buying Bulldogs and Ares right there, but they can kind of do whatever they want, especially with the round lead they have. They can kind of go for the kill shot here on this defensive end, but Edgecombe going to be going back toward the B side, and they've triple stacked it from the side of JNAF, so let's see this fight go through. It looks like Beryl's ready to fight.
Everyone looking ready to fight. No one ready to peek, so no contact. Actually going to come through in this one. Util's going to come through, and good recognition from Beryl to get out of that one. Reset. Drone going to get info. There's a Bucky close, so you see Edgecombe kind of slow down a bit more, not wanting to work into the shotgun's jaws. Now they're stuck towards lobby right now. Alex holding them in. Hoping going to pick up one. That's an early trade. Oh, Bucky traded now quickly. Kyle pick up 2. Player on log. Knight knowing about dark cover going to come through. Kyle to get towards site, and everything working out here for Edgecombe. Knight does pick up 1. I don't expect much more to come through from the Omen. Timing works out. Does get him to stare. Oh, man. Look towards Boy there, but can't quite find it. Edgecombe going to find, yet again, that second round coming off the pistol. We haven't been able to see them convert after once rifles are involved for both sides.
Yeah, now since you forced up a little bit from the side of JP Knapp, you're kind of in an awkward situation here because Edgecombe, they can buy whatever they want. This Neon Kai has absolutely turned it up here in the second half of this game. Started off a little bit slow, but ever since then, they've really put it into high gear here, sitting at 12 and 12. Pretty sure they started the game around 4 and 8 or something like that, so they've been lights out ever since that point. Now on the offensive end, they're going for an A push here. The Clove Smoke drops early on, but this Sova drone is going to get you all the information you need. Doesn't clear either of those corners, so not sure they're going to be expecting these players here.
Alex and Serendipity onto the board first. They've got themselves the first 2 picks and no room to be allowed onto the A site. Boy, though, will garner space in mid instead. Picks up 2 as they try to flood their way out onto the flank. Dan going to take down Alex. And this round unfolding in front of the defensive eyes. Won't be able to trade one back. The pop ISO as well. Hold on a minute. We're back to the direction. A 1v1. Dion, all the barrels spotted. Mopey knows all he needs to know. Going to look to work down the ramp as well. Could catch him in the back here if timing is on his side. It is not. But info certainly there for the ISO.
And I like the wrap from YK here. Put in a 1vx situation yet again. It's a 1v1 this time, and they make the right play to run on over toward that B site. With that bomb in hand, you have the dart to your name, so you can get some information if you play the timing right, but you got to give time for ISO here to maybe expose themselves to a dart lane currently. Taking their time, both of these players. Mopeyfoot not giving any information, but
Scanning ahead.
YK with the gun advantage. Does the kill come through? The Ares is there, and Mopeyfoot makes the 1v3 happen, and who else would you expect but this ISO right here has been electric from start to finish, and here they go doing it again. Not only do they find the 1v3, but they get their ultimate on the board.
I'm ready. Ult on the board, and with shots like we saw in the last round, it's a good time to have it as well. Take another timeout. Just cuz. Oh, rubbing it in. Yo, we took another round on you guys. 2 more and we'll win the game. Kind of letting them know right now in this minute of time.
I mean, I don't hate the timeout. 11-4 now is the score line. And you see Mopeyfoot 21 and 4 being the main slayer for this JP Knapp squad that's been doing such a great job in this ascent so far. But we've seen some fantastic play from all these players. Knight 09 with the solid smokes. The paranoias are there. Serendipity being that secondary controller as well. Buying that Phantom says, I don't need armor here. I am finding these kills. But JP Knapp going to be taking their time to just strategize here. Everybody get on the same page. Let's close out this game. Let's make this 13 before they do, because they got a lot of rounds to go. And JP Knapp, they only need 2 line here in this best of 1.
Yeah, a lot on the line. Indeed, JP Knapp kind of smelling blood in the water. Can they close the door here? This round, big to break econ. You almost think sitting on match point, limited utility on the other side, they'd have it. You got to get through this round in order to solidify such a reality. Edgecombe looking like they're going to lock down towards this A site. They're going to move quickly as well. That Neon up front. Their own smoke in front, trying to look to play out of it. That'll set trips early for Alex. They got to be smart about it.
Out of charges. Go, go, go.
And Neon Wall going to get a lot of information here. Serendipity in a very tough spot. They know that they are going to be in that hell area, and YK going to be able to pick up the first blood there. Dan going to be putting down that bomb. Edgecombe with the site control yet again, but it's a 4-on-3 retake, and with these two teams, you never know what can happen. That Neon ultimate going to be in the favor of Edgecombe, but I'm not sure they're going to opt to use it. The Phantom kill comes through. Now a 2-on-3, but these Edgecombe players are stuck on the bottom of the site.
We're gonna find Diana 2-on-2 now.
Player standing.
Night, paranoia in hand, gonna get caught out by the 2 players under hell. They're gonna drop down looking for it all, but Kai with the stinger gonna take it the other direction. Edgecombe holding on, 5 rounds at their disposal. They keep the econ up as well, and they still got a chance at this one.
They most certainly do. They've been playing absolutely fantastic on this offense thus far, finding 3 rounds on the board quite swiftly, starting to close the gap between these 2 teams. And you have some ultimates on the board as well. You have that Sage ult to get that Resurrect in. On the other side, you got the Neon ult, which can be so powerful, especially in a game like this. You're very close to all of your other ultimates here. We know how good that Clove ult can be. Can buy you another life. So let's see if JP Knapp are able to wrangle this one in, because you don't want Edgecombe to get too much momentum.
Falling off the flank yet again as Edgecombe will go towards mid. Flank on its way. We haven't really seen much JP Knapp flanking either. That could really open up the door here. Dion gonna step forward. This mid contact is everything right now. Boy gonna pick up one. Smopy foot with the Bucky close. Looking to lock in. Has picked up 1 damage on the Clove, but not enough to frag. Siggs will take it. There's room here in spawn. Plant's gonna go down towards A, but Barrel will take down Siggs. Does manage to utilize that ultimate. So Clove back standing. Back into mid. Barrel looking to take them down again, and has done just that.
Now a 3-on-2 situation. That bomb does go down though, and JP Knapp not in the best spots to fight this plant. You see Omen moving quickly, but KO has yet to move off of this B site. They finally get that information that the bomb is planted A, and now you're starting to run out of time here. Both of these players need to move quick.
Shot down. My ult is ready.
Ooh, Dion able to lock in on one. That wall bank really could have been the butterfly effect moment there. Clock ticking. You got to find this player under hell quickly. Defuse started. Barrel going to pick it up, but time just not on their side. JP Knapp close, but no cigars. It's 11-6. When it's all said and done, Edgecombe still continuing to find wins.
And these rounds going so interesting here for both of these teams. I mean, Edgecombe, they sneak the bomb down there, and JP Knapp just is not ready for it. They try to fly through mid there, and it pays off to their favor. And now both of these teams have the economy to potentially buy the guns that they want. Not armor from the side of one side, but on the other side, you got Bulldogs, you got Guardians, and a Phantom with full armor from the whole squad. So Edgecombe, this is going to be another round you want to put on the board, but you still got to play it right. JP Knapp, not a team to scoff at here.
Players out of Cat extended quickly. JP Knapp looking to put the hammer down early into the round. Alex trading shots. Hasn't quite been able to catch the mark yet. Sig's going to pick up one. And Alex not going to repeat that angle. Just going to hold on to Cat. Does manage to make a cross. Plant going to go down, but nobody guarding the planter right now. That gives some room to play if you're the Cypher. Looking to pitch it on quickly. Does manage to take him down. You close door here. There's a chance to end the round early. Clove going to sneak her way out. Does get fragged. And this Sova in such a precarious situation, going to opt to go around. Doesn't want to take the time to break doors. Defuse going to get started. Dion into the first, takes down the ISO despite the extra shielding. Looking for the second, nails the headshot, but you've got no time to work around and stop that Defuse. Alex going to pick it up, a 3K for the Cypher, and match point for JP Knapp.
Match point.
And that's the double-edged sword of kind of getting that bomb down secretly. I mean, you see Neon sprint onto that A site, no teammate watching over them. They get that bomb down, but as soon as that kill comes through onto that Neon, things become very dangerous. Clove is forced to sprint on site. YK unable to kind of sneak onto site and maybe get that trade, which could have changed the entire round. But I mean, obviously you get that bomb down for free, but there's nobody around to kind of play that post plant. JP Knapp sneak their way onto that site, and they send it to match point here. Now 12-6. Ultimates on the board all across the top of your screen. It's just a wonder of how do we utilize these to kind of close out the round. I think the most important one for either of these teams is going to be that KO ultimate. We see the utility usage from both of these squads being so powerful. So for the KO to be able to shut that down could definitely throw a wrench in the Edgecombe system that they have been running thus far. But I do want to see the util come out for both of these teams. I think that's the most important thing to kind of close out these rounds. I mean, if you can util dump these guys, get them off site and get this bomb down, can most certainly win these rounds, and we saw Edgecombe rattle off a couple straight here.
It's going to be such a tough buy working back into this one for Edgecombe. Really want to see a contact exec from them. Put the limited weaponry all together and see what they can find. It'll be
Dropping smoke.
work from Clove. Caught in the ult. Oh, this could be disaster early. All up to who wins this 1v1. It's the ISO. That's one of the controllers dead early. That's going to be so difficult here. When you're looking at 2 controllers on the other side, you just lost yours. Oh man, it could be a nightmare. Orbital strike down early, just gonna stall for some time. JP Knapp holding on. Iso will the other direction, gonna catch nothing. Hunter's Fury online, forcing this player out the back of Generator and up the kill. Cloud's gonna fall. Oh, flank on its way. Knight didn't pick up the first, catching all this early action, and Dion has barrel no trouble. It's a 3-3 and a low HP bar of the Brimstone. Still a winnable round for Edgecombe.
Neon's able to find one. The resurrect comes through, so this round is most certainly winnable, but ISO finds another one on the board. 2v3 situation now for JP Knapp. This round is most certainly not in Edgecombe's favor just yet. That Neon wall will do a lot here to be able to allow them to slide onto that site. But with the Stinger, you definitely still have some kill potential here for the side of Omen. The Stinger pays dividends. You're able to find one, make it a Bulldog. Sorry about that. Can you find the second one? And that's going to close things out here for JP Knapp. You find your 13th on the board, and you close out the best of one.
Yeah, very close last couple of rounds there. Edgecombe really find their footing coming out of that second JP Knapp timeout. Thought anything was going to be possible there, but unfortunately just could not find the mark at the end of the day. It's JP Knapp with a monstrous lead, and that comes off the likes of winning 10 straight rounds on what was their attacking end. I mean, you win that many rounds, you get that big of a lead, it's really hard to surmount. That 8-round lead was indeed not possible to get behind.
And you see a great showing out of ISO there. Mopey Foot 53, a 435 average combat score, 28-7 on the game. 4 first bloods, and it really goes to show how powerful having a player like that on your team can be. It leads to a 13-6 game there, and an absolutely fantastic showing from both of those teams in certain points. But JP Knapp, I mean, their lead was just too big for Edgecombe to come back from.
Yeah, that it was. Speaking of which, we've got some more big games on the way once we come back from break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action in the Northeastern Conference. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Varsity Esports and STEM League Northeastern Conference. It's the Valorant playoffs. We're locked in. Game 3's on the way. I could not be more ready.
I could not be more ready as well. We have 2 solid matches behind us, and we got 3 more ahead of us that are going to be absolutely fantastic. A lot on the line here, like we've been talking about if you've been tuned into the stream earlier. So let's get into this next one ahead of us. We've had to set the last 2 maps. Let's see what we got up next. Oh, here we go.
This can't be. There's no way. Yeah, back to Ascent. North Carolina back in action as well. A team that was so good in terms of firepower. Ice Bears, Saturn, both locking and loading, both well above 20 frags. And the last one looked very consistent. We'll see what this Research Triangle Raptor squad has to say about the effort from the Beacons.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order for sure because this NC Virtual team, like you said, we saw how much firepower they have from those 2 players, specifically Saturn and Ice Bear, along with the rest of their roster as well. Listening to Azumi and Ian Noob, some fantastic showings from them as well in certain points. And we kind of have, some potential mirror compositions here, that meta comp that we were kind of hinting toward earlier. And there we go. We most certainly do. We got the Jet, KJ, KO, Omen, and Sova from each side here. And we know what both of these teams are going for here. Those KO and KJ ultimates can be so powerful, along with the initiator utility of the Sova. Going to be curious to see who can kind of play it better, because we know the strategy that both of these teams are going into. It's just kind of the nuance of how you coordinate it. Back before, we saw NC Virtual with a lot of mid-main splits here. And let's see if that continues here in the second game.
Yeah, Foley back match. So it does fully come down to who's playing better, which team can execute the composition a bit more successfully. That's the only area where I feel like North Carolina might falter. They got outplayed in their last matchup, but they outshot to win the match anyway. If Research are able to lock in with this meta comp, it could go either direction. We'll have to see. The pistol could tell the tale.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. This is an early default from the side of Research. Just kind of taking some peeks, seeing what NC Virtual is showing them. From what we saw in the past, NC Virtual playing a little bit of a light middle pressure hold, and they are coming back to do that yet again. They have rotated the KJ to assist that Omen in that market hold, but Research is going to be attacking it. Let's see how these fights turn out.
Taken out.
Oh, Noel able to pick up the first. That's a scary pick to find. You don't find that one. That spiked down early, deep into mid as well, but that will not be the case. Things have gone on the right side of history for Research early. And that knife going to detain too early. Suppress, rather. No one really playing off of it, though. They'll pop flash it now, but it's
Spike down.
a little too late into the action, so Izumi more than ready for it, able to pick both off because of it. And they hold on to Spike and mark it now.
Yeah, and the rest of Research has kind of taken this site control. You see Bonsai and KJ right there to assist. But most certainly NC Virtual, they have that bomb in their favor. And you see the high-low being held from Azumi and Ian Noob right here. But it seems like Griffin has knowledge that alarm bot gets placed and the kills come through. So now it's going to be Ice Bear versus 2. We've seen the firepower of Ice Bear in the past. Let's see if the timing goes in their favor. Are they able to find one? They are able to find one to get out with their life as well with 12 seconds left to go. They are going to jump away, but it's still a 1v1, and Jack should be able to get this Spike down.
Yeah, Spike will go down with about a second to spare.
Planted.
This 1v1, all it'll take now. Ice Bear just barely going to win it. One more shot from Jack would have done it, but he couldn't make it happen. North Carolina Virtual on the board first.
Most certainly is, and we saw some great holds from NC Virtual, similar to what we were kind of talking about there, or what you were kind of talking about in the buy phase of this game. Is that NC Virtual, they got outplayed in the last match we watched, but they outshot when it mattered most, and that's kind of what we saw there. You see Izumi pick up 3 kills right there, 2 in the inception of the round in that market push. And if Izumi doesn't find both of those kills right there, like let's say Ianoob and Izumi just get double peek, double swung, and they go down, that's a very different round for NC Virtual. But instead, they come out on top there, and they have the weaponry that they want, the Bulldog and the Spectres. Let's see if they can close out this this anti-eco here.
Early suppression down mid, but a lot of time in the round. you get some info, but those players are going to disperse rather quickly, so not really a ton of info you can rely on. If anything, kind of gives you the sense of what the default is going to look like, which could be helpful later on, especially if we keep seeing that 0 point get thrown. We'll have to find out when we get to some of these later rounds. So currently sits Research chilling mid. We'll take their sweet, sweet time with it. Haven't had the reason to really pull anything just yet. And I do like the way that they're playing much more aggressively into mid, keeping everything there, even though they don't have info just yet. Just knowing that they've been in this control, they've had the chance to take this space, and they're going to hold on to it.
You see Richstar, you know, taking some space here in this deep mid side, but as you peek there, you give away the information that you have made that play, and now you're forced to back up. And now for Research, you're kind of in an awkward situation. You're forced to take the fight, but you are able to find one. The trade comes in quickly, but now you have the A control for the side of Research. They're able to rotate this toward that A site, and they should be able to get the spike down. They got to move quickly, though.
I gotta move quickly. Unfortunately for them, nothing in their way. So the waltz on in. Plant's gonna come down. NC Virtual close on scaffolding. Pinch on its way if they can get out the dark cover in time, and they just cannot. Bonsai and Jock both gonna fall. That leaves a lot of room now and a lot of potential for the rest of this retake. I mean, they're playing with pistols anyway, so really, that plant's all you wanted. If you get a couple more frags, you'd be happy. If they can kill the timer a bit more, the chance they can get players to die to spike. The retake slowly going to work its way now. It's gotten to vision of the spike. Alarm bot on its way. Noel going to pick up one.
Out of charges.
Got no nanos on spike right now. It's going to be hard to get it down. This defuse just getting held. Might not even kill in time, and it certainly will not. Spike diffused. It's 2-0.
You see Omen almost falls there for NC Virtual. That can be a Zoomy yet again, but the anti-eco goes almost as good as you'd want for NC Virtual. Obviously, as you said, Research is able to get that bomb down, which is most certainly a big win for them and NC Virtual as well. Since they lose one player there in Saturn, they're forced to buy up one more time. Ice Bear off to the hot start for the side of NC Virtual, 5-0 off the break here, 6 out of 8 on those ultimate orbs. We know how powerful that Blade Storm can be. On the other side for Research, you're going to have to close out this bonus. From what we've seen from NC Virtual in the past, they are, you know, not privy to losing bonuses. They do win some bonuses from time to time. They just got to play it right, and they're playing it slow. They're allowing Research to take this mid control once more. But the question, per usual, is can they win those fights? Because NC Virtual are so good at winning these fights that they are not favored in.
Early util B main. Going to stall for a lot of time here. This Research finally going to get a jet dash out. Bonsai to pick up one. Ian caught on the back end of sight. Nothing to do. The rest of the team fully caught off by some successful offensive utility. Switch put down. And Research waltzing their way into the B site with complete control.
Sova Drone gonna get some fantastic information. KO with a big shot onto Ice Bear right there. Now a 5v3 scenario. NC Virtual trying to make something happen with this 3v5 retake. Let's see how many kills they can maybe find, but it's going to be a tall order as Richstar has tucked themselves in this B main area, and this is what you like to see. You like to have one over here, but even when you know, it's still hard to take them down. A flawless round out of Research right there. A perfect bonus for Research to kind of fight back into this game. And now you put NC Virtual in an awkward situation. They don't necessarily have the best economy in the world. They didn't necessarily save for this next round. They kind of forced up on that bonus in a way. So now you're in an awkward scenario where you have to half buy. You see Listening to buying the Spectre. I'm Saturn hasn't committed to anything just yet, but for the side of Research, you still have full rifles, full armor. Let's see if you can close out another offensive round. Playing the default yet again, which is what I like to see. You got to play for that information. Okay.
Ice Bear locked in out in A main, just firing down. Gelato able to pick up 2. An early defensive aggression. If you're Research, you weren't expecting it. That's the thing. They've been playing a great patient default. It gives that defense the ability to start to take space and play almost offensively. Snow somehow hits a clean headshot through the railing there onto Catwalk. So is able to keep their life, to keep Spike up, and to give this team a chance. But they still got to try to work through mid, and there's sharks in the water.
Most certainly is. They have the information. They got 2 watching this middle side area. And let's just go back to Ice Bear picking up 2 off the break there. And that's kind of the firepower you should get used to seeing from the side of NC Virtual, whether it's Ice Bear, whether it's Saturn, whether it's Azumi. They have shooters on their team, most certainly. That drone's going to pick up some information, but now Azumi going to be ready for it. The smoke there perfectly, that dark cover, going to lock down that push, but they don't have much to watch it. You got Omen and Sova watching the cross, but as Azumi's forced to back up,
30 seconds
Research
left.
should be able to take the site.
Have been able to take side, but they've lost a life in order to do so. Is Dragon going to fall? Drone on its way through. Has info on Noel. Suzumi going to pick that one up. As Rich Star under L having to do it all and just cannot quite convert. He's making to grab another. Diffuse on its way. It's 3-1 for North Carolina Virtual.
Thrifty.
Yeah, and a good defense off the break for them. Make it a thrifty as well for them, which comes off the back of that big a main control. Obviously they end up getting that A spike down, but they have to take that through tree, which they get the information on. They take the control they need, and you see the scoreboard. Ice Bear and Azumi off to blistering hot starts. And one thing you got to worry about as well for research is Saturn has the firepower as well to really turn up in the middle of this game. If you're unable to shut down Ice Bear and Azumi, it's going to be a really tall order to get some of these rounds on the board, but the teamwork from them has paid dividends thus far, and you see their jet starting to move quickly. That's going to be Bonsai.
It's caught now by this utility, so having to slow the pace down. Pop Flash on their way through once they've been able to work through that initial molly. Trades it at both directions, ends in a 2-2 split. Spike down, but easily recoverable.
Last player
And
standing.
anything possible towards the end of this game. Rich Star looking for a bit too much. Does get caught in Garden. Let's put Griffin into an awkward 1v2. Swarms on their way early. Griffin going to pick up the opposing KO, but working into the swarm, it just can't quite make it out. It's a post-mortem frag for the opposing Killjoy. It's North Carolina Virtual going to convert another round.
And good on listening for popping that molly as soon as you throw that, because that player finds the kill pretty quickly onto listening, but they do a great job of popping that utility, and it finds the kill post-mortem. So Noob doesn't have to worry about too much. The molly does the job for them. But now for research, you got 5 ultimates on the board, and I am going to want them to use them at some point. Obviously, you are on the light buy here, so you may not want to use too much, but you know, that is something to think about. You do pop the jet knives if you are research. Let's see what you can get with it. You got 5 shots to make something happen, but Inu pops that dart at the perfect time. It doesn't get any tags, but it gets the information that there are people around. Oh no.
So many more ults on top of those knives as well. They really want to lock in to get around and win. It's certainly doable. Null Command going to lead in, as well as that Blade Storm. Bonsai going to pick up one on the back of sight. And Ian yet again going to be that first frag going down defensively on the B side. But they've been able to retake despite that initial pick. See if they can do so again.
And the problem now for NC Virtual is not only does research find that kill, but they find the rifle off the back of it as well. So you have full sight control. You're unable to take down Jack to Ryan. He's able to get one with the classic. Gonna TP toward the corner as well. Not sure listening to, gonna be prepared for that one. And they're forced to worry about the Omen as well. So he is becoming a nuisance. And as they pinch from the middle side of the map, he is able to find a second as well. That Blade Storm not even necessary to be used. NC Virtual are gonna opt to save here.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Ooh, clean one tap. Ice Bear wanted to save, couldn't do so. It's Bonsai rushing in to make it happen. Nico picked up for research some rifles at their disposal now as well. That's great supplemental income. And they'll take a timeout here to kind of relish it and think about what went right in that round.
I think not only do you kind of gas up your team once you take that time out, but also you kind of make a strategic play for how do we want to use these ultimates, because not only do you have a lot, but the opposition in NC Virtual has a lot as well. I'm sure research calling out which way they want to take this KJ ultimate, because you know, one thing to think about is not only do research have the lockdown, but NC Virtual has one of their own. So to think about that counter ultimate is, I mean, you do have the Sova ultimate to work with on Null. So if listening to does pop that lockdown, you can very quickly take care of that on the back end as well. Saturn has that KO ult to deal with as well. So a lot of ults to be used here. It seems like we might have some sort of an ult battle here. You see Jet pinging things on the map, but with 10 seconds left to go, you got to think they're wrapping up the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Could turn into a bit of an anime battle here. With the amount of ultimates up at disposal, that null command going to be a huge one in terms of shutting down these attacking side ultimates early. But it's going to be hard to do so. The Hunter's Fury comes from range. That lockdown comes from range. The From the Shadows only gets popped if it's dire, not really a ton of use for it. So we'll have to see. It's another look towards the B site. The research have been good about getting into B, so not really surprised to see them want to go back into this direction. And they've got this KO far enough away that even if they pop that null command, they should be able to get to site with some util still at their disposal. Gotta beat that backside player, and they haven't quite been able to do so.
And that KJ playing such a good role on that site. That pop flash perfect, but Noel with the boat tuck able to find the kill right there. Iceberry able to get the trade. I'm not sure they're going to be able to find the revive onto that KO. They're going to have to move for it quickly as KO's about to fall, and it looks like they might be able to get that in. They do. So now a 4-on-2 retake, and now Research in a very tough position, but Jack still doing some great things with that Phantom.
Last player standing.
He's made Ian gonna lock in on the last two. That'll make it a 5-2 scoreline. Another retake successfully done onto the B site.
And you don't use that lockdown if you are Research. So that is something to think about in the future. NC Virtual, they pop that KO ultimate, and now you're going to have to look at the lay of the land for how these two teams have ultimates. Obviously, you still have Sova and KJ from the side of Research, or you have KJ, and probably nothing else from the side of NC Virtual as that KO gets popped. It is kind of your most powerful ult, maybe minus the lockdown, but you see Research going back toward this B site. They have definitely preferred this site so far. They like going this direction, but fighting through the KJ and the KO is a lot easier said than done, especially when this knife is put in very tough positions, but that's not going to get anything, and that Shock Tart should take some of the KJ utility down.
Drone out, caught in the near site, so no info to the back of site just yet. Now going to look to clear boat, nothing spotted. Listening to has been here every round. They know about it by now. They got 3 guns trained on the position, and they will be able to manage that frag quite successfully. North Carolina, no strangers to retaking down that one player. They just did it a round ago. Looking to do so again, but this one against 2 ults that are up and active.
The lockdown gets popped in a very solid spot. Let's see if they can take it down. I don't think they will, so they're going to have to run away, and they do not make it in time. That's 2 players detained. Now it's going to be Azumi versus 4. Let's see if they fight for it. You are able to get one from the Omen. Can you get a second? You do. Some solid shots out of Omen, and now it's a 3v3 situation. Research were not able to punish that tough play, and Saturn and Azumi combined for 5, but I don't think they have the time on the clock.
Yeah, sharp shooting, but it's just not enough. A second too late to it. You got to think if they're able to wallbang that lockdown, it might be a different story. But the chapter we're in has us a 2-round deficit rather than 3. Lots of ults up still on both sides of the table. Looking good for North Carolina. A chance to lock down for retake. They've been playing hard retake all the way through. Now a retake ult, that could be great for them, especially as Research considering defaulting that spike now towards A.
And Research on the offensive end, I mean, I feel like if you get 4 in this first half, you are comfortable maybe in the second half, but you'd love to get more than that. But we talk about how powerful this map can be on the defensive end. We see kind of the upside of it on the defensive end from both of these teams in high-level play, in collegiate and VCT level play, along with challengers. The Research with a big first blood. Now they're going to use that to attack. They're moving quickly here.
Well, Pawnside does a good job of checking. A lot of players would just keep on their way towards Scaffold. but he does have the wherewithal to look towards Generator, catches that frag early, no shenanigans he had defensively. And there's that lockdown in an awkward position though, gonna get caught by the Hunter's Fury as well. One more tag will take it. Oh, I forgot the damage change. That's an old patch too. So all three come through. You have to take the shock bolt before though. It has a bit of extra HP for that exact situation, so it doesn't quite go their way. Not gonna really matter though. No one quite able to sneak their way out of scaffold. They did the due diligence as well to get all the way out of main, so players not really getting detained, just the one caught. You know, take a shot in the cross. Nothing quite found. They're gonna save 2 rifles out of this one.
And NC Virtual, I mean, they get the lockdown off, but the kills just do not go their way. And Research with a flawless round as long as KJ does not fall here, and KJ finds 1. So Research with a big round to get their 4th on the board. It's been a team-oriented effort from top to bottom. You see kind of what you expect. Bonsai being that top fragger for the team on Jet, 9 and 6 thus far. Then everybody else kind of rounding out the middle and bottom. They have a fantastic economy here. They put NC Virtual in kind of an awkward position here, economy-wise. You can't buy what you want. You got to save for the next round. You have a Vandal and a Spectre, but otherwise, you're kind of have a ragtag buy here with some classics to your name. So you're going to have to play this a little bit differently than you would if you were able to buy it regularly. But with Research playing this slowly, you can see NC Virtual quickly starting to doubt themselves on which direction this is headed. You see the mid pressure from Research, but I don't think they've necessarily committed to it just yet. Whoa.
Saturn Ice Bear, who was it last series for this team, putting the work in, but Zumi now wants to get involved. Throws the near sight. Bonsai trained the crosshair on it, knew exactly where that player was going to be and caught it even despite the blind. They still got to work down players and a low HP bar on the Sova as well. Ice Bear, excuse me, looking to sneak out with the classic. Couldn't quite find anything. Dragon certainly will find Saturn. That's a big, heavy gun out of this round early. Nothing spotted on the bolt. One player main, one player held. Do they check it in time? They turn, they found it. It's a 1v2. Griffin gonna try to hold on the post plant.
The Molly gets shot down, so now you can hop that defuse, and Ice Bear should have the angle, but you're holding it too wide. Your teammate cannot get that half, and now Griffin in the perfect situation to close out this round. The tap comes through. You still have time on the clock. The half is there, and the shot is there as well. A fantastic play out of Ice Bear. The clean shots, and who else but Ice Bear has been absolutely electric this map thus far, and steals another round away for NC Virtual.
So confident from Ice Bear right there. No fear at all. Recognizing all he's got to do is half it, step off, hit the shot, and trust himself to hit the shot as well as soon as that gun is back cocked. It does so nicely. And that's going to put this team into another great position to look to win this round. Try to break Econ down and have the chance to 2-round swing to an 8-4 half.
Research this half is not over yet. I mean, if you get 6, you are absolutely electric in the comms. You are feeling yourselves most certainly, but NC Virtual starting to read into what this Research team is wanting to do on this offensive end. One thing you can say, KO pops that very quickly, and now that KJ utility is neutralized. The smokes are good. Bonsai flying on in. The paranoia is perfect, but a little bit too close to the KJ for their liking. Research able to sneak on through. That bomb should be going down. The Sova ultimate doesn't come in, but you can still pop it here and get some fair utility out of it. You just can't wait too long.
Awkward one way. Doesn't give him a ton of information, but it does stall for a bit of time on that cloudburst. Bonsai gonna pick up Izumi. North Carolina, numbers dwindling, and they haven't been able to find the trades for him just yet. 2 pop flashes to work off of. Drone in first info on just the one. They haven't seen the player lane either. That'll make things a bit awkward. That player does move though, so there's some space here. 2 players backside get to find frags, and Ice Bear left with absolutely nothing. A 1v5. The teammates haven't been able to convert anything for him just yet. He'll grab one. He's just gonna have to grab exits here. Players trying to find their way off the site. Gonna get picked off one by one. Ice Bear finally goes down. He'll lose the KO to the spike. So a bit of econ damage, but no dice on the round.
No dice on the round. Indeed, a fantastic execute from Research. As soon as that KO ultimate gets popped and Bonsai finds that first blood onto KJ, things just kind of dwindle down from there for NC Virtual. They do have kind of a 4v5 retake, but it's just such a tall order with the amount of util that was being dumped at them. Research playing it fantastic, timing their util well, and now they put NC Virtual in a very awkward situation to close out this half on quite the half buy, forcing up as much as they can, but Research going back to trusty old B side. But that Silver util could find something, but Omen can't find the kill.
Yeah, just sure gonna get that one. A lot of info here. Dart broken. Just gonna scan the player they already had. Shock on the way, stuck in drone, and that's enough for the kill. Mo will pick it up off the util. Ice Bear to trade one back. We'll throw the one way and we'll pick up another. Dash window activated, looking for more, not done just yet. Bonsai barely missing on the spray through the dark cover. Ice Bear stepping in, you see the barrel, but he doesn't know, it's just a pixel of it. Gonna get caught by Dragon holding the closed doorpost. Mizumi has been nothing but patient here, just waiting for these players to try to rotate away. The smoke gonna come down in a couple seconds and he'll recognize, so he'll step all the way out of that angle. Gonna play nice and far back. These players stuck in main, nowhere to go but into a fight.
And if you're Research, the right direction to go is into sight. It is not necessarily a team hold here, but that lockdown seems to be being utilized here. If you're Omen, you might want to start to move to shut that down. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. He TPs on in and the lockdown gets destroyed. That puts Research in a very awkward situation, and he is going to get out with his life as well. Can he find the kill? He won't play for it yet. NC Virtual, though, they're backing up. They want to play this retake.
Yeah, they know they've got themselves a winning hand. They just have to play the cards. As Azumi gonna lock in on both. It's 7-5 as North Carolina Virtual play around to absolute perfection.
Switching sides.
And Research there at the end of that half, they just put themselves in such an awkward situation. Azumi plays the patience role so well on that pinch. You can tell that Azumi attempting to just kind of lock them into that B main area along with the assistance of, I'm pretty sure it was Saturn there on that stairs area. But, I mean, it pays dividends more than what he expected. Not only is he locking them into that B main zone, but also he's able to take down that lockdown and just create some more anxiety for the Research squad in that B main. So now NC Virtual on the offensive side, they have the upper hand here, up 7-5. But as we kind of talked about before, this pistol round, when you're up 7-5, this pistol round is everything. It can make the difference between being up 4 after the bonus or a tie game here at 7-7 if they lose it.
They're gonna get info on 3, the opposing offensive dagger, just the 1, and they opt to just swing it. Able to pick up both. Pure confidence out of the defensive side, and well, it's worked out nicely for them. They're going to look to go deep here. This one looking like it'll go scaffold. We'll see how much of sight it actually grabs.
Ooh.
Yeah, just scaffold, and no, grabs it early. So absolutely no info there. Flank on its way, and a good cloud burst to sneak away for the jet. Unfortunately, you're going to get held to spawn here, though, so you shoot your way out of it. You can absolutely try. Bonsai will pick up 1. Traded quickly, but enough to stall this team and get some info as well.
And I like the idea from NC Virtual to chase that kill down. I mean, that's kind of your win condition there. If you can even the odds at, 3v4 there and kind of make this round a little bit more winnable, it definitely would have been a solid play. But as soon as Bonsai is able to pick up that first one, things become a little bit tough for the NC Virtual squad. You do have the site control if you're able to sneak on, but that KJ utility has not been dealt with just yet. Those mollies are going to be popped, and now you've split up these players. How many can Saturn find?
There's one. Has the arm of a second, couldn't quite finish it as Ian will grab one. Slowly rifling this round back.
10 seconds left.
Not going to go down. Shockbolt's not on the mark. Everyone's so low HP. That Shockbolt does land. A 3K for Saturn, gonna hold back Boathouse. Both players, one shot will do it. Shoulder out. And out of the round is Saturn. Rich Star to pick it up in the KO 1v1. It's 6-7.
A very important 1v1 there. Both of those players such low HP. All it took was one body shot for either of them to close out that round. But Rich Star's the one to come out on top. A big win right there. A big pistol round to kind of bring the game back into your favor here if you're able to even the odds here. But the most important part is kind of closing out this anti-eco. I say anti-eco, but there is still the opportunity for NC Virtual to force up here. We see Ianu buying the Spectre, buying the light armor. But for NC Virtual, I'd probably prefer for them to save their money here, save up for those rifles in the round 3. Let's see what Research can do here. Looks like they have some sort of an idea here as Omen's going to smoke off that tile side area. Jet going to be playing for a pick here.
Really jump peek from Ice Bear. Confirms info on this Marshall. Oh, this Bane switch could be so nasty. That's the Killjoy out listening to. Not going to be known about. But unfortunately, Bonsai's quicker on the trigger. And clean on the flick. Able to find him regardless. The Killjoy going to go down. Dart not broken, but does not scan. So Jack, only known about via the bullets. And there's enough timing here. Enough defensive util that it shouldn't matter too much. Going on its way. Broken early. Has info, though, on 2.
Yet again, we see some players stuck in a main side area. Bonsai locking down the hold, but does the timing go their way? It looks like they give it up at a very inopportune time. And now, NC Virtual has the opportunity to sneak up the cat area, and I'm not sure that Research will be ready for this. You do have KO at the tree side area, but as both of those smokes get popped, it looks like they know they're going toward A, but the quick switch could throw things off here.
30 seconds left.
They're going to deal with Turret quickly. KJ util lane expended, but not really in the way. Oh, Ice Bear was really wanting to grab that Spectre, but it's cost him his life. And it really gives Research a chance to lock into this one. They'll start to work their way up Defender spawn. Now towards Staircase. Nothing found. Off the dagger tells you all you need to know that both these players are tucked into the back of sight. His drone on its way has spotted one. Hasn't found the other just yet, but you can start to kind of lock down on where it could possibly be. Ian in the back, able to pick up one for the troubles. Caught quickly by Jack, and that's going to make it 7-7.
Not the worst case scenario for NC Virtual. You don't buy much right there, and you're able to find 2 kills and get that spike down on that B site. So you should have a fair share of economy here in this next round. But on the other side, you never know how Research is going to play this this bonus here, because you don't want to buy here. Obviously, you see a Ghost get bought, you see a Marshall get bought, but I feel like other than that, you probably don't want too much more. For NC Virtual, you got 3 rifles, make it 4, and 1 Ghost on half armor, which I don't necessarily hate. You want to make sure everybody has the best utility they could possibly have, but I think what's most important is a solid strategic bonus here from the side of NC Virtual, because if Research are able to close out this round here, things are getting out of hand real quickly. So you see NC Virtual taking their time. I like listening to get hit by that KO dart, just to give that false information that they might be at the A site. But you see Research not playing this too quick. They don't want to give any rounds or any kills here for free.
Slow round for North Carolina Virtual, but not a ton of info just yet. They haven't really prodded into anything just yet. They'll start to work B main, but this is with Spike. This is going to be difficult to rotate out of, especially as they start to work their way in towards mid. They're kind of putting all their eggs in the basket, and that dart just got to scan. It really shouldn't have. That means they've got to press the go button. They've got to work their way out, and they're doing so now. Saturn going to pick up Bonsai. Nano's activated. It's a microwave, and Ice Bear no choice but updraft out of it, but a fall right back in. Low HP, Noel to pick up 1. Looking to spray through this area. Being able to find that one down early. Jack off the pop flash, going to pick up Izumi. There's room here for these last 2 to put the work in. It's a 3K for Saturn, though, shutting things down. Jack has to find a 1v3. 2 low HP bars. That's Sova, the biggest threat right now.
Saturn starting to heat up here. Jack, though, doesn't want this to end here. 132 HP to their name, but you got to take these fights, and you got to take them soon. The shock dart comes through, takes off a chip of damage, but Sova goes down. 2 more left to the team, but Saturn's going to close it out. 4K in the round, and NC Virtual shut things down for research before they can get started too quick. And like I said, Saturn starting to turn up. Kind of a slow first half for I'm Saturn, especially after the game we saw them play earlier today. If you let Saturn get turned up, things get very dangerous for this research squad. On the other side, though, Bonsai and Jack and Rich still playing some fantastic Valorant here. Bonsai opting to buy the operator. And if you're NC Virtual, you're going to want to take that out of their hands sooner than later.
Thanks.
Yeah, without a doubt, I haven't seen much op action yet today. Oh, the first op of the conference. And, well, what's the op got on a good old-fashioned rifle? The Vandal going to pick it up down mid. That op marked as well. So you can almost expect North Carolina to kind of play towards market here to make sure no one else puts it in their hand. Ooh.
And an insane shot from Azumi. Nice one tap to the head onto Rich Star there. And now NC Virtual most certainly have the upper hand here. This round not going the way Research wanted it to go. No doubt about it. But Jack starting to even the odds. Picks up 3 on the pinch right there. They don't hold A main. And Jack picks up 3. But now a 1v2 situation. I'm Saturn versus 2. Things are not over just yet. You have a lot of time on your hands. The pop flash gonna be there and make it happen perfectly, but the shots are not good. I'm Saturn though, not done just yet. 1v1 versus KJ here.
It's gonna be a tight one. Flash on its way, trying to make some room out of this one. Griffin just gonna hold the angle on that spike. Oh, but the shot's just not on the money. It's millimeters away. Back to the rifle for Dragon. The 1v1 continues. Plant gonna go down.
You have the molly in hand as well. You got 17 seconds till that dart can come through and give you some more information. Griffin forced to wait for the molly to come on by. But this gen spot is so powerful from I'm Saturn. Griffin has to clear everything. And I'm Saturn most certainly going to hear the drop, and the kill comes through. Make it 7 kills in 2 rounds for Saturn. NC Virtual. The pendulum starting to swing back in their direction. Now they're getting some ultimates on the board as well. Things are looking up for them. Research losing 2 straight here.
Can I get this?
Not a lovely buy here for Research, as you mentioned, losing 2 straight. They're going to go for that Chico round. It's just Sheriffs onto their eco. A heavier stack over towards B as well. North Carolina Virtual just need to play as a unit here to sniff out any shenanigans. They should have a pretty comfy round. They break the 0 point early this time around, so all that util still activated. There's a jet slowly on the prowl. We'll see if that contact comes to anything, as the garden contact certainly did not.
You are powerless.
Okay, ultimate comes on through, but Jack able to pick up one off the back of it. I'm Saturn with some fantastic sprays, but it doesn't find any connection to the Omen right there. Bonsai able to find one on the opposite side of the map as well, but Ice Bear snuck his way in to this tree side area. Gonna close that door, and now the site should be completely in favor of NC Virtual. What was a 4v3 just a moment ago now becomes a 3v3 with bomb down. Things become much harder for Research, and you only got Sheriffs to your name still. You might have been able to pick up a Vandal though.
A little bit of spam. Ice Bear gonna pick up 1. We got numbers. This Recon gonna confirm info on both these players as well, as long as I can throw it down. This Recon broken, but after the scan, you know both players have to be door. Ice Bear to pick up 1, looking for the ace, and Saturn going to play spoiler. It's 3 rounds the lead for NC Virtual.
And as Saturn starts to pick things up here, this now becomes the NC Virtual team that we were accustomed to seeing in the first map of the day. Ice Bear popping off, Saturn popping off, Azumi playing some absolutely fantastic supportive play with that Omen, with the smokes and paranoia. And then KJ and Sova listening, and Ianoob doing their roles to perfection as well. And when they're firing on all cylinders, it seems like a very difficult team to shut down. From the side of Research, they take this time to take their time out. And with some ultimates starting to become on the board for them, they buy the operator again. The rifles should be in their hands for this next round. You're going to want to see them start to close this out here. This might be one of the last rounds they have an opportunity to swing things back in their direction before it gets too late, because per usual, their eco not very good as they've lost a few rounds in a row now, make it 3 after that first op purchase. They need to make something happen this round, or NC Virtual might start to run away with this, and even on the offensive end as well. Research, a team that has looked so good so far in this game, is starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, and speaking of opportunity, in that first op purchase from this team, wasn't quite able to find anything, so coming back into it, it makes me nervous. Seeing it come through, it got caught very early down mid with a Vandal. I got picked up by another member of the team and still wasn't quite able to find the mark, so I'm nervous to spend so much eco to really put a lot of the team's end of match on this one piece of weaponry. It's got to have result.
Most certainly does. You leave KO or KJ on that B site to lock things down, but NC Virtual playing this one slow, and it does not pay off as Bonsai's holding that angle. You're gonna want to move that operator, and another one comes on through as Ice Bear cannot pick up the trade, and that would have been a big trade in the grand scheme of things. What you can't find from the operator in the first round you purchase it, you're able to get some impact off of it in the second time around. Now a 3v5 situation for NC Virtual and Bonsai. Those 2 op kills may make all the difference here in a round like this.
That's exactly what that team needed to find. It'll be NC Virtual to work their way into B. They're going to work away from this operator and straight into the jaws of Null, who bites down for 1. Clean Vandal headshot to pick that one up. 30 seconds left to play. Drone out, just reconfirming this info. They'll know about the Omen now, thanks to that paranoia on its way. Dark cover activated, going to hold these players back. Not sure who the IGL there, but whoever just yelled at Jag not to peek is the GOAT. Forces them to have to fully rotate away from this one instead. There's just no time for it. It'll be down to the save. As Research, they keep the op, they keep all their rifles. That's a fantastic defensive round.
Exactly what Research needed to fight their way back into this. That dart's not going to scan anything regardless of if they're back there or not. And Research starting to find some momentum to their name as Bonsai picks up those operator kills. And if Bonsai starts to get a little bit warm with that operator in hand, things become very dangerous for the side of NC Virtual, because we know how powerful that operator can be to lock down those lanes, because not only are they finding that, but they're starting to find closer and closer ways to ultimates here. You got 6 out of 8 for Rich Star, 6 out of 9 for Griffin. On the other side as well, you can use that Sova drone Hunter's Fury combo to maybe take down that operator if you're able to play it right. But other than that, you don't have much to your name right now if you're NC Virtual. You have a couple more buys left, potentially. Other than that, things start to get a little bit worrisome for you. You start to play a default, maybe get the info on where this operator is, and maybe go the other way. The KJ utility gets stacked up toward the A site, and NC Virtual starting to play things a little bit slower now that that operator's in play.
Rich Star going to pick up Ice Bear early. That's great to continue this defensive momentum. So that first stop by didn't quite find their success. The second one certainly did. And now with the early pick in this round too, certainly propped up nicely is this defensive side. Dark cover going to go down, but not covering much, to be honest. Enough to at least uproot the market player. So got mid control. See if they can do something with it as Bonsai creeps down to find another.
See Omen from NC Virtual trying to potentially make a play. It's going to be Azumi. Is able to find one, but the operator trade is right there. And another round going the way of Research. Another fantastic showing out of Research right there. The operator, you can see its impact on the map just by the way that NC Virtual is moving. They are second guessing themselves at all corners. You see the timeout coming through from the side of NC Virtual. They're going to be discussing how they want to deal with this op, because this is the last time that they can buy here. You can see the economy not fantastic from the side of NC Virtual. Still enough to get by, no doubt about it, as they have those Vandals, they have that heavy armor. But on the other side, Research starting to make something happen. Rich Star gets the KO ultimate. NC Virtual, they don't have the KJ, they don't have the KO ultimate either, which is kind of the two things you can use to no doubt get your way onto a site. So now you really need to put all your heads together and make up a game plan, because Research are clawing their way back into this game very swiftly.
Swiftly indeed. I too favor a timeout here. I think the discussion really is just how do we deal with the operator? How do we make sure that this isn't something that's going to really uproot and affect the way we're playing offense? I do think we need to see a bit more utility in the early stages of the round. That goes to smoking cat early. That goes to pop flashing whenever they're going to take. Of course, that means it's a little bit harder to work your way into sight with a bit less resources. But those are resources that you need to utilize. Obviously, if you can't get that off the angle, it's going to be disaster for you. Bonsai's moved angle again. We'll see what B-Man has to offer here. They do like the poke and prod here. NC Virtual pretty dryly as well. So I'm nervous to have the spike in that direction.
Absolutely. I like the way that Bonsai's playing the operator as well. As you said, they have switched up the angle, which now puts NC Virtual in kind of an awkward situation. They don't know that the operator's there, so they are picking the right direction. They're going mid and cat, which is a bold move with an operator in play, by the way, but they still pick the right way. They smoke that tree. They're going to make their way toward market, but they're going to have to find a few kills, and they're going to have to move quickly because as soon as the information comes through, things very quickly tumble in the favor of research, but they're moving fast. They just need the utility off the back of it to sneak their way through market here.
One down.
The op yet again able to craft up a kill. We're looking mid right now. You see Bonsai really honed in on it. This drone going to come through. Does not quite get the angle, but has certainly the footstep audio. Knows this player did walk away. Let's see what they do with that information. Drone here. Reconfirming this op, and you can almost expect, yeah, this team is hightailing it, getting away from that thing. Full blow from the shadow for information here. Actually committed to it, and that cost him his life. The Zumi will fall to null. In here, cat listening to, going to cut in the back. That spike down this round. Pretty much done and dusted. Research playing so. Virtual team down.
10 seconds left.
Inu in such a tough spot. Using dumb shock darts, paranoia. The final kill comes through, and we have ourselves a tie game here. NC Virtual has not been able to get the op out of the hands of Bonsai, and it has done wonders for research right here. And it seems as if they're not ready to slow down either, as NC Virtual find themselves on a light buy right here. No Vandals, no Phantoms to be had. They don't have the utility they want. They use that Omen ultimate, as you said. Azumi tries to sneak toward that heaven area, but Noel plays it perfectly, waits for it to pop, and comes around that corner and punishes it. So now you're on the light buy. Bonsai's picking the right direction again to fight a lane with the operator. That KO knife will back Bonsai off of the angle, but still going to be a very tough way to go this direction, as not only is the op here, but the KJ utility is there as well.
Very patient shit on the back of sight here. Dodges the flash nicely. Shot not quite on the money. This is going to be a hard one to get out of as well, so you have to shoot their way out of it unless the util's good enough, and a bit of a gap left in that dark cover. Whether intentional or not, gave the chance for the flick. Couldn't quite find that one either. Richstar has off camera, so mid control for research. That's a leg to Saturn, so a very low KO getting out of this angle towards the back of top Gelato. And NC Virtual yet again stunned by an operator.
Yeah, Richstar goes from being in that tree area to making a aggressive push onto that cat side and finding the first blood onto NC Virtual right here. So great play out of Richstar to open things up for them. NC Virtual not ready to give up this A push just yet. They're fighting into the team. Ice Bear looking to maybe get something done with the Blade Storm, but you got to find a blood here because things are not looking to go your way. Griffin Dragon and Richstar combined for 2. Is the operator there? Yes, it is. And now the Hunter's Fury all alone for Inu. You don't got much to work with here, buddy. They are going to peak the angle, but with 7 seconds left on the clock, you might as well save the Spectre.
Might as well if you can, if it'll be allowed. And it certainly will not. Research another flawless defensive round from this team. The op has answered all their prayers, it seems. A chance to just take this game. Unless NC Virtual can find an answer. The timeout certainly didn't get them in that direction, it feels.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think, you know, part of what you need to do is you guys start farming these orbs if you're NC Virtual, because you know how powerful that KO combined with the KJ ultimate can be. You do have the KJ ult now, but you're still 2 off of that KO ultimate. And, you know, on a map like this where it's so small, these chokes can be, you know, very tough to sneak through. If you can at least just move the research players off of the site, things can really change here very quickly. But you are picking the right direction. Bonsai taking a lighter angle onto this tiles area, and NC Virtual might be able to find their way onto the site. The paranoia timing though is perfect.
You see them trying to switch up, play contact here instead, not to deal with that operator in mid, but they got to deal with Jack instead out of market. He's able to pick up 2, looking for a 3rd, forcing players down into lane, and they'll quite win the fight. So they do manage to make their way towards site early. No command to guarantee no early retake. When it comes time for the actual retake, that ult not going to be at their disposal any longer. Awkward fragment on lane has given some room here for research to start cooking up.
Very low HP for Azumi as well, and it's going to pay off for research. 2v3 on the site. But Saturn picking up 1, picking up 2. Will it be the ace for Saturn? Last player lane is going to be Rich Star, but he's not ready to find it just yet. He wants to find a favorable fight here.
Rich Star slowly creeping into the angles, and unfortunately has to head for the hills. Does get the out back at their disposal though. What feels like he's going to continue on into the next round, and that means they get to keep a more healthy econ as well. So NC Virtual, yeah, they got a round, but the next 2 rounds guaranteed going to be healthy in terms of econ for research. You cannot break them for the rest of this game. That's not the same story for Virtual. They lose this one, it'll be awkward for them as they just reset their loss bonus. They'll have way less money going into it. So basically, NC Virtual need this round, need to guarantee they can at least force OT.
Definitely right there. There's no doubt about that. NC Virtual, they steal a round away. It would have been nice to take the op out of the hands of the research squad, but it wouldn't have mattered in the grand scheme of things. They just would have rebought it anyway. NC Virtual, though, going back to B, you know, knowing that Bonsai didn't hold that lane last time around, trying to re-aggress there. But I mean, with the way Bonsai's playing, it's kind of a guessing game here. Attacking a lot of angles here. But it looks like Bonsai going to be moving over toward the A side of the map. Trying to get some wall bangs in is the Sova. But now NC Virtual might opt to play for this mid aggression. It looks like research might not be ready for it, as Jet is going to be holding this A main area. As that bottom mid smoke gets popped, it looks like Rich Star is starting to pick up.
Cat hold good thus far off of just 1 piece of utility, just the 0 point needed to slow them down. So the team gonna set up A main. Oh, you see the barrel of the op there. He gets some damage and he's redirected at the very least, so it gives room for these players to start to work their way out of Cat. Bonsai off on the shot as Saturn is able to find that first. But are they able to get their way through into the actual site? Push coming on to Cat here. Bonsai has to be careful not to get flooded as they start to work their way towards site. KJ creeping on his side. Is he ready for it? No. Listening to gonna pick that one up. Jack has a frag, but is going to need 4 in this round said and done if he wants to win it.
And a big play out of KJ right there, listening to, sneaking through that gen area and finding Bonsai where they least expected it. Now all these players try to run off site, but Jack able to pick up 1.
Oh, that TP.
But Omen gonna TP back onto site. Not sure they'll expect Azumi here, but Jack, 1 versus 2.
Looks like he's none the wiser. Is certainly sure this one's here. Just doesn't quite know where. Hasn't been able to spot the Omen. Gonna start on the defuse. Trying to get this thing to half. He's done just that. Off spike as well. Has the frag. Nanos are there though. No idea about this Killjoy is the only issue. Has to sit and stick. Is doing just that. No nanos, but is there any time? There certainly is. Jack will clutch it on up and only needed the 1 frag to do it.
Match point.
They didn't think he got the half. Jack plays it perfectly. Somehow plays around Azumi on the side. I'm not sure how Azumi doesn't pick up that kill a little bit earlier, especially with the smoke on the bomb, but kind of a misplay there out of NC Virtual. Will it come back to bite them? I mean, that's a round that you most certainly want back. You now are at match point if you're research off of an insane solo play. The spam through the smoke. the kill
Going out.
onto Azumi as well, just unbelievable. And now Research in the upper hand. The one thing you can't say, Azumi, with the operator in hand, can you find the first blood? You won't.
Listening to, going to find Bonsai down mid. The op shut down yet again by way of rifle. And that's opened the door quite nicely for NC Virtual, who are going to look to work towards the A site.
Shadows traveling.
He's a 2-3 split here. Cat and A main. No op to worry about. So it's just a rifle on rifle fight here. Ice Bear, obviously not the rifle you want as you have the Bulldog in hand, but it's still more than enough to get the job done.
Shadows traveling.
Looks like the angle's going toward B here. You see Omen and KJ aggressing toward the B main area. I'm not sure that they are ready for this. You see Sova wrapping off site. Going to be Jack holding market. The smoke does go B main, but this execute may be too quick.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia going to catch basically everybody stuck towards lane. That gives enough time for the Omen to get out. Allows for a retake potential. Lockdown going to be at their disposal here. Research not out of this round just yet, despite giving up sight.
Take flight.
Spike planted.
Bomb going to go down. Drone goes through. Doesn't find much information. Just opens up that boat side area for them with the logs clear. Null, though. Gotta wait for them to maybe drop down that lockdown. You don't have much time left to work with. You see them going to pop it. The smoke comes through, but KJ listening to getting some more done. Make it 4 done. And now Research. That's going to be Nolan the 1v5. Another one might be going to overtime here on Ascent.
Certainly looking that way. One detained. Noel pick it up, but straight into the operator of Azumi. It's 12-12. It's an overtime again for North Carolina Virtual. Can they wrestle their way out of it? Victorious yet again.
NC Virtual, they are accustomed to overtimes on Ascent. We know that from earlier today. I'm Saturn at the top of the leaderboard for them. 23 kills with 13 assists. Ice Bear not far behind. On the other end, you got Jack and Bonsai. We saw how powerful Bonsai could be with the operator in hand. 23 and 17. Jack playing a fantastic controller role. 23 and 15 on that Omen with those 9 assists as well. Don't forget about those. Now on the offensive end is going to be Research. It's been a half since they went on that offensive side. They're going back to B, attacking the Sova and KJ combo. What are they going to do with it, though? They're going to play it slow. They're going to maybe wait for this dart. They're going to take that down very swiftly. NC Virtual yet to take any map control here. But Research slowly but surely making their way up this B main. That turret's going to spot them. The execute, I can imagine, still comes through shortly here.
We'll see. Still having to worry about both that turret, that alarm bot. Dark cover reset. You got a lot of util out here. Just continue to extend. They're going to actually look to work this one. Ian will pick up the first out and another. NC Virtual just looking to throw them into the back line. And Zumi going to pick up 2 more. And Jack in a 1v4. This is such a difficult situation. Has a minute of time. Can slowly work 1v1s. Can't win the first. Listening to has it no trouble. It's match point for North Carolina Virtual.
Switching sides. Match
And listening
point.
to has been a player that's picked up some crisp shots here at the conclusion of this game here. Timeout for Research. Don't want this game to get away from them. They want to close this out here. They want to send this to another overtime. This is their first time being, on the opposite end of the match point here. They had their chance to close it out. They lose it here, and now NC Virtual with a chance to win another one of these best of ones in overtime fashion. I really like the way they've been playing it. NC Virtual, they kind of pulled the rabbit out of the hat with some of these duel fights at some points. Research, though, they've been playing fantastic as well. But what do you do here? If you're Research, you don't have the operator in hand, you actually do. They go for the glass cannon setup on the defensive end, and that might be the difference maker here. We saw what it did for them in the second half.
I love the call for another timeout. I love to see teams actually take their overtime timeouts. I think it's better served, unfortunately, on the attacking end of things, but better late than never nonetheless. For this, what could be the last round here, 45K, and 1 round could stand between it for
this research side. So they'll try to quell the nerves a bit here. They do stack up towards this A side. North Carolina Virtual on the full other side of the map here, and they're looking dart early. Great recognition. They take dart early. You never know what happens afterwards.
Oh, that's open darts it. They're going to play off that. They don't want any information going their way. Research has opted to stack up toward the A site, which is the opposite site that NC Virtual is going toward. The dart comes through. Not sure it'll get anything. Does the
This is
scan
even better.
happen?
It's so far down that they don't have to break it either. There's no info and there's no dart break. They're going to get to come out of this one with dual dart covers and almost no one really ready for it. Good near's not going to come through though. No lining up 4. It's perfectly placed. One piece of util is all it took to fully shut down the push. Everybody dead on lane.
Switching sides.
And you got to give it
Overtime.
up for Jack, though. When time matters most, he paranoias at the perfect time, lines it all up for no holding on that lane in the perfect spot. Like you said, the one piece of utility made all the difference there. I just like you, thought that dart going a little deep might, spell the demise of this research roster, but the paranoia on the push makes all the difference. NC Virtual, they weren't ready for it, and research punished. Now we send ourselves to another overtime. It looks like research, they want to go toward B as well. They're going to play off this dart. Similar to the way that NC Virtual did, they're going to shoot it quick. The rotates are going to come in. Well, let's see which direction the fights go.
Knife out. Just catch the one. So KJ util suppressed for a moment. When they work off of this, they will start to barrow down into lane. Bonsai gonna grab one star trade. There's some room here for research on the offensive side. Azumi gonna catch no on the back end in a second out of lane. Big 2-piece to sway momentum.
Player standing.
Oh, bank kill out of I'm Saturn, leaving Richar in the 1v3.
Bro.
And NC Virtual put another one on the board. They just will not go down
Switching
without
sides.
a fight.
Match point.
Research looked good there, but I mean, NC Virtual, you see the way that Azumi's shooting. It's just so hard to play against a player like that. When you got a controller player snapping, it can be so tough to go against it. And now we find ourselves NC Virtual, another match point. Do they close it out here, or do we go to another overtime yet again?
That is the question. If anything, there's certainly momentum here for Azumi, able to lock in on those 2 frags and then hit the step back fade ankle breaker down out of lane to grab that last frag as well for his teammate. He's certainly feeling himself. He's got to not overheat is the only thing. Early Nolt command going to come through. That's suppressing 3, so plenty of information here for the defensive end exactly where this attacking side currently resides. And they'll fully back out of this one. They know they've got plenty of time. No worry of the operator as well in overtime. Not wanting to glass cannon. Didn't before and certainly aren't now. So they'll start to...
And Jack does not have the information on this. Is going to see Saturn, so you get a little bit of an idea of what's going on. You see the ping there on the mini-map, but that's knife is going to slow them down just a little bit. It's going to be a fight through market. And research is going to be ready for it, but the question is, can they stop it? The dart gets shut down. The smoke is there. This is going to be a tough piece of utility to fight through for research, but NC Virtual, they're ready for it.
30
He's
seconds
stuck
left.
towards mid right now. It's going to be real difficult. North Carolina Virtual, they got to do a good job of shooting their way out of this one. Players burrow down to site. That gives them some room here. No dark cover, though, going to CT. So they have to deal with this crossfire on their way out. Noel going to be close box here. Do they check? Nothing. Dragon with everything on the line and just can't lock it in. Ice Bear will take him down. It's 15-13. North Carolina Virtual yet again will win an overtime on Ascent.
And NC Virtual just seem to be too icy out here. They do not slow down in those overtimes. They make the right calls. They get the shots on command, and they find those kills. They get those round wins, and it's just so hard to shut them down. Those guns are just too hot at times, and when nerves get high, they still do not miss. So some great commendations for them out of me, and it is such a tough team to shut down. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. I'm Saturn yet again at the top, 27-17 with 13 assists. Maybe not as dominant of a game as we saw the first time around, but still something to be said about that. I'm Saturn just being the MVP for the team, per usual. Such a great initiator for the squad.
Yeah, really, the initiator able to have so much success in kills is huge for the team. Assists are phenomenal as well, so not negating the teammates to be successful in the frag department either. It's beautiful to see. Definitely is the reason this team has been able to solidify their spot into the finals. Speaking of which, Jake, it's all on the line here. The top 8 teams entered today to play for the Northeastern Conference Championship. We've only got 2 remaining. When we come back, it's a best of 3 to decide who's the best in the VESL Northeast. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VESL. We have our regional final here tonight in the Northeast region. We've been watching some fantastic Valorant. I got a new co-caster to my left here. We got Seymour next to me. Seymour, how you feeling tonight?
Feeling great. Finally get to see some Valorant today. Stepping in for Catnator. Unfortunately, had to, go do some real life stuff. So we're jumping in for the last game of the night, it seems, Jake. And I'm just excited to see these two get underway and kind of kick things off. We're headed back to a set for a best of 3. Winner. I think this qualifies to post, regionals in towards what would be a LAN if I, would assume so correctly, but nonetheless, it's a big game for either of these to kind of top off the Northeast region in that #1 spot.
Yeah, we got a matchup between NC Virtual and NC Cyber here tonight, and this is NC Virtual team. We have seen a lot from them today. Specifically, we just watched them take home an Ascent. We watched them win an Ascent earlier today, both in overtime fashion. So what you can say about this NC Virtual team is they are incredibly icy. We close out the cast on the last map, pointing that out specifically, and they are privy to this meta composition on this map, Ascent. They always have been running this Jet, KO, Omen, KJ, and Sova combo that we have seen so much in not only this high school variant matchups, but in collegiate, challengers, VCT, you name it. This is the way to go on Ascent. On the other side, not necessarily exactly the same, but pretty darn close, as we have the Fade rounding that out instead of the Sova.
You swap the Fade for the Sova, it doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal to some, but for Ascent, Sova is a staple to this map when it comes down to info gathering, the Hunter's Fury for post plans, the Hunter's Fury to kick off rounds even. Sometimes teams like to use it just for that early info. Maybe you get a pick off of it, maybe you don't, but it's a big loss for a team that doesn't want to put Sova as an agent Fade. It's a big downgrade in consideration of the utility that Fade has not as much info for the team to kind of spread around. It's really reliant on you landing that close proximity utility, and I'm not a big fan of this Fade pick for NC Cyber. It's going to take a lot to kind of convince me otherwise.
Yeah, me personally, not only what you listed there with why Sova is better than Fade, but I feel like it's one of the only counters you have toward the KJ lockdown as well, once you get deeper into these halves as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of utilize this to their advantage. Icebear picks up that first blood. The trade comes in quickly, but looks like NC Cyber, this plant is going to go down pretty swiftly. Extent's going to shut that door down, and now the post plant going to come through. We got the tree and heaven split from NC Virtual. Let's see how these kills and utility get utilized to kind of shut this down.
Izumi going to destroy the first door. Pistol rounds not yet decided, still even in numbers. You look to NC Cyber, the post plant killjoy extremely low. Armbot going to give away that this is going to be a split into the site. Swarm Grenade's not going to be fully destroyed, and the time just continues to drain. Jumping on down, Virtual trying to get their eyes on, but the time is so low. The Killjoy clutch up. Lucent Lunar's going to get spotted. That should be an easy defuse. Plenty of time for NC Virtual to open up this Ascent.
Yeah, it seemed like plenty of time, but only 0.9 left on the clock, so it was a fair share of time left to go. They did make that happen in the right way, but NC Virtual start off on the right foot here again. I'm Saturn picking up 2 in the round, and that's one player we've kind of pointed out thus far as being one of the main factors in the NC Cyber victories here. Ben at the top of the leaderboard on that KO roll. Icebear not far behind on these second frags, doing some fantastic entries on this Jet, but I'm Saturn, definitely a player to watch out for in the future of this map to kind of be the X factor for this NC Virtual team. On the other side for NC Cyber, trying to make something happen on this eco, but this A main is going to be hard to sneak through.
Yeah, Spectre's up. It's a good 0 point. Doesn't look like Icebear are going to be able to cloud burst them. Lots of information on where this Jet is. Nobody though going to be taking that and looking to run with it. Icebear's going to be able to convert 2. Lots of Overwatch from Lanoob, and that's 3 down for NC Cyber without getting the spike there safely. It's going to be tough to claw this one back, but Kinduin looking to do it all. Unfortunately, too much to get done. And it's going to be Virtual taking their second round. Lots of damage done, though.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. I mean, not the worst eco round for NC Cyber. Absolutely. You get the Vandals on the board now. And now you're feeling a little bit more comfortable. You see NC Virtual Ice Bear are going to be forcing up for that Vandal, so they're putting a lot of utility here, along with I'm Saturn. Only 150 creds left on the board to kind of close out this buy phase. I mean, they might be biting off more than they can chew here on this bonus round, because if you lose, you're kind of putting yourself in a very tough position for that round. For NC Cyber, though, still an uphill battle to close out this round, but they're going back to A. Seems like that is the site that they prefer here off the break here, probably trying to avoid that Sova KJ combo on the other side of the map. We always see that KJ utility go down there at that B site. So they're going to try to sneak out here, and let's see if we see that Jet Dash Cloudburst combo coming here soon.
Have to be big. Ice Bear again, same spot. That's the last round. Hot, deep, over towards heaven. Nobody's going to be spotted for this one. Flash out, but Ice Bear in trouble. Bulldog in hand. Shots are good for one. Everybody looking towards Ice Bear. The trade's going to have to be inbound by JJO. It's going to be the spike down immediately.
And I like the way that NC Cyber, they take their time, they coordinate that push, fantastic, and it does not allow the rotates to come in quickly. You see the Jet from the side of NC Cyber picking up some solid kills here with that Vandal in hand. Now it's going to be listening to All Alone and Fade. JJ0 going to be able to pick up 3 in that round. A fantastic push, solid plan, and the post plant played to perfection for the side of NC Cyber. Kinduin going to be doing the heavy lifting for the squad so far. JJ0 not far behind. Already getting close to some of those ultimates for the side of NC Cyber as JJO, that Fade, going to be 7 out of 8. You see the Blade Storm on for Kinduin so far, and still 6 out of 9 for Lucent. So, you know, something to worry about if you are NC Virtual. You're going to want to start guarding those orbs, because we know how powerful those orbs can be for the attacker side here on this map.
There's a little couple seconds of shopping, Jake, and you're going to get into your ultimates, no worries if you're NC Cyber, and hopefully for Cyber that can help them climb back into an equal 2-2 when it comes down to these rounds. Dark cover from Ruby, looking to cover both Tree as well as Heaven. Ice Bear is going to be caught in a nightmare, and second up is Prowler, and here comes the rest of NC Cyber. They're going to hunt them down. Ice Bear gets caught, Spike goes down for the retake.
Spike planted.
For NC Virtual, it is going to be 4 separate angles. A flank coming out should be spotted by the Cyber Killjoy. And that's a good kill from Saturn. It's going to take JJO out. That's going to start this flank into a 4-on-4. Not going to be easy, though, with Ghost in the hand of I'm Saturn.
And it doesn't look like Lucent is going to be ready for this pinch. Zumi going to sneak on through and able to find one. But now it's going to be listening to All Alone now in the 1v2. After that 1v3 situation, but the shorty is going to be tough to fight through. NC Cyber put another round on the board. Jet finding 3 yet again. Jet being such a fantastic player for the squad thus far. 8 and 3 to open things up. Use that Blade Storm to their advantage, and now the full team can buy. So they've been looking good so far. This attacking side, NC Virtual going to have to start slowing them down sooner than later.
Yeah, it was JJO last round. It was Kinduin this round. You're still seeing that Ruby Phantom and Lucent Lunar struggling to get on the board in terms of kills, but when it comes down to the value of their utility, I think they're getting the job done. So for the early rounds, this isn't too bad from NC Cyber. It's just looking at these two players to get something going when it comes down to the values of these early engagements. Ice Bear gets shut down right away, trying to use that Blade Storm comboed with the Paranoia from Tree. That's NC Cyber now in a really good spot. 0 Point's going to get a lot of information on site. 2 players going to be suppressed. The TP over towards Jenny. Saturn goes down. Izumi in trouble. Walking in through the smoke. Ruby can be traded out, but listening to Steel going back and forth. Izumi's going to be caught, and it's all down to landnoob.com.
Quite the solid name. We've seen Landnoob having some fantastic performances for NC Virtual, some great rounds for the team as well, but this might be too much on their plate for the time being. NC Cyber, I mean, just off the break of this game alone, they are looking to be one of the more well-oiled teams that I have had the opportunity to witness here in the VESL Valorant Qualifiers. I mean, these execs are very tough to shut down. We're kind of seeing the upside to what they're bringing to the table here with the Fade in their team. Kinduin is a very tough jet to shut down. We see the dash in so much, which is, you know, something you don't necessarily see all the time from these teams. NC Virtual having a tough time kind of battling that back, but NC Virtual thus far, you know, kind of to put some context on the game, I mean, they have had some tough time with these execs, but they've been able to kind of talent their way out of this. Their shots are very solid, but with a team like NC Cyber, a team that seems to have not only the talent but the strategy behind it, it might be a tough team for them to handle. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. The plant is there. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake here, and NC Virtual going to take that time to pop the null command here.
Yeah, early null commands. That's going to continue to keep NC Cyber on edge. Lockdown now to Bear. Ice Bear, though, not expecting Kinduin to just run right out. Kinduin finds 3. Izumi offsite, going to be able to trade things up, but it's the damage too far done. It seems so Jake. All down to Izumi with a stinger, a hope, and a dream. But NC Cyber just look too good to be true right now on Ascent. 4 rounds in a row to counter out the 2 that NC Virtual started with, and it's really down to big plays from Kinduin, like you've mentioned, and then JJO just picking up the slack where he needs to.
Yeah, and they're getting fairly close to that Fade ultimate yet again. They do inevitably pick up that KJ lockdown as well, so something to worry about. I mean, as they pick up a lot of these kills, they're getting these rounds on the board. Not only are they, you know, going up in the round count, they are getting closer to cementing future rounds as well. They do a great job of avoiding that KO knife, but they have snuck Ice Bear into Wine, and I'm not sure they will be expecting it. The first blood goes their way, though. You got a tall task, Ice Bear.
Yeah, I mean, this all comes down to, can this Jet make the big plays? Nobody is looking. The trigger discipline. This should be an easy 4K, but he takes the shot too early. Lots of damage done, and it's listening to back up this Jet. Ruby Phantom looking to re-clear Wine. Ice Bear still unchecked. Plant goes down. 3 versus 3, so much damage onto these NC Cyber players. Kinduin, though, gonna get a freebie, listening to, not expecting the close proximity. Kinduin to isolate Ice Bear, and things have turned on a dime. 0 HP and a dream. Kinduin's making the impossible seem easy.
And Lanu forced to save in this situation, which don't blame NC Virtual. Going to be in a tough spot economically, no doubt about it. And I feel like to kind of break that round down, you know, obviously you would love to see Ice Bear maybe pick up 2, maybe pick up 3 at best, but you find 1, at least they play their life. But as soon as Ice Bear tucks themselves into that Wine area and opts to play their life, it's on the rest of the team to kind of make something happen on site. And once they're unable to do so, they're kind of left out to dry. Ice Bear is forced to peek, gets cut down, and now, you know, NC Virtual down to 5 on this defensive side, which we know, we've heard it so many times, how defensive heavy this map can be, specifically with this composition. So it's becoming worse and worse as time goes on for NC Virtual, but at some point you got to do something to stop the bleeding. Like maybe Ice Bear saves for off, but you know, you never know. You don't even have a full buy here in this round. You're gonna have to make something happen sooner than later.
And I think for NC Cyber, they've really answered my question on what is the Fade supposed to do. Well, the Fade is supposed to hold them still. Well, Kinduin makes all the work. The executes have been fantastic. It's quick, it's simple, and I don't think NC Virtual are really able to read that, especially when the Nightmare is going to take away your audio. Power's going to be shut down. Izumi on an angle finds 2. Looking to do it all right now. Izumi for 3. The Sheriff on an island. Slowly bringing back their HP. Has held Virtual in this round. It's a thrifty chance. 4v1 Extents. Now battling up against the recovered Vandals. Pop flash for Extend. Spots nothing. Now information gathered off the recon. Resupply the dark cover. Extents is going to have some room to work here, but Satter with the spray through. That's going to seal the deal. Virtual finally cut the bleeding.
And that's just one of those NC Virtual miracle rounds. I mean, Izumi finds 3 on that site, and if Izumi doesn't do that, I mean, that thrifty probably most certainly does not come through. But now turning the tide for NC Virtual, maybe a momentum shift that they needed. Maybe a timeout needs to come through at some point for one of these teams, because NC Virtual, I mean, they do find their 3rd round on the board, but all is not done just yet. You got to sneak your way back into this game, and Ice Bear has had a tough time kind of getting hot here. You maybe need to switch up one of these looks on the defensive end. And obviously Azumi does the heavy lifting there in that round. Throws that smoke down quickly because NC Cyber, they most certainly are favoring this A site. But there's still more to be done as that utility usage is darn near perfect for NC Cyber. So you're going to have to fight through a lot more once this is all said and done.
Well, here we go. NC Cyber, can they bounce back after a round loss, or is this where Virtual maybe steps up to the task and starts to climb their way back? Well, Noob.com says, hey, I'm going to open up this round with a quick 2. Ice Bear through mid, traded by Kinduin, and it's scary here for Ruby Phantom. It's a Windy City on B. Oh, no.
Yikes.
Although Kinduin is still alive, Jake, that means the round is still alive.
They got the information that that bomb is down toward the right side of their spawn. So you see KO and Omen going to be cementing themselves at this A site. The smoke goes down. You see Killjoy rotating as well. That KO knife gets all the information that they need. So now they set themselves up for the hold. 25 seconds left to go. They got a plan.
Kinduin's out. Izumi trades onto extends that spike down, and Izumi gets 2. 4 rounds for NC Virtual as they have brought this lead that Cyber garnered after 5 rounds in a row down to a round deficit. Timeout going to be called right away. I like this from NC Cyber, Jake, because it means they can talk things through. What's gone wrong in the past couple of rounds? Well, it seems like Virtual have woken up to these opening duels. They haven't allowed these executes from NC Cyber to be as polished as we've seen in the past. And that opening from Noob.com to get that double kill stops the momentum, forces Kinduin to kind of adjust with a little bit of an audible through mids. And once that happens, you can see that Virtual just set up, hold their ankles, and just wait for NC Cyber to make those mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, that is what can happen at times. When you have a team like NC Cyber, who is maybe potentially a little bit top-heavy with 2 players like Kinduin and JJ0, they're not going to be able to pop off every single round. Obviously, we saw a good fair share of that in the early stages of this game, but it's not going to be a 3K every single round for these players. And, you know, when that happens, you need those players at the bottom of the leaderboard to maybe step up a little bit. And, you know, maybe for NC Cyber, it comes down to a little bit more you know, execution play. How are we going to play this right? And
yeah,
you know, now, you know, back on the offensive end, they may be going toward this B site, which might be the right side to attack. Only 2 players over here, and that mid is completely open.
Can't feel for Ruby Phantom though in that last round. Yeah, Ruby Phantom finds that kill on B. That is probably a round 1 from NC Cyber. Nobody else was on that B site, but big moment for Virtual. Looking to now tie up this series. A double stack on towards B. Triple stack at A mid, completely left unchecked. That's okay. Cyber have no business here. The ray gun dart now. They spot out a couple players. Lockdown and the 0 point. Agent gets suppressed. Now the lockdown looking to weed out any of these members at the start of this round. It looks like Cyber just want to barrel their way through, though Kinduin gets dropped. Landoob in the back is going to be detained. The hunt is on to see if they can find the Silva. They will. Spike down. Now, look at the retake.
Listening to doing some great work on that hold extent, though. Can they even the odds there? No, they won't, as Ice Bear finds 2. Now it's going to be Ruby Phantom against the world. Can they make up for the mistake they had last round? They find 1, but the connection is there from I'm Saturn. So another round on the board for NC Virtual. They have very quickly snuck their way back into this game.
Yeah, hey, I mean, Ruby Phantom finally gets on the board in that round, but in a 1 versus 3, not much you can do there if you're Ruby Phantom just looking to buy time. Virtual all over that retake. And that's not the first time that we've seen NC Virtual really lay down the law early on those retakes to use their utility right away, not allow NC Cyber to set up in those post plants, use their utility to get comfortable. NC Virtual are doing a fantastic job at adapting to the situations over towards that B site and very fast to rotate. So maybe for NC Cyber, losing a couple rounds in a row, can have to look to see if they can slow down their pacing and see if they can kind of work something against NC Virtual, force them to make mistakes of their own.
NC Virtual as well. I mean, if you could end this half 7-5, I mean, that would be an absolute godsend. But not over yet. Still 5-5. It could go either way. Love the Sova ultimate, but Extents picking up Saturn. That's a big kill right there toward that middle side of the map. That gives NC Cyber the market control they were looking for. And ENoob.com, he's kind of in a tough spot here, back B, but it looks like NC Cyber, they're not sure which direction they want to go.
Oh, and you still have Noob.com. Back Boathouse. Nobody else here to help. Cyber have picked them apart, but listening to trade through mid. JJO goes down, so if Land Noob can find 2, maybe a 3 here, that'd be fantastic. Ruby gets traded, Spike going down, almost finding a second one, but it's going to be a 2-on-3 for the retake. All you have are the Blade Storms. NC Cyber, the null command does extend. Look to use it. It looks like NC Cyber want to get aggressive here. Extends just waiting for the call to swing this. Smokes out, swing down together. As the time is ticking away now. Virtual need to make the play. 0 points going to suppress both of these members slowly. Listening to, trying to find an angle. Opens things up onto Lunar. Looking for the second one. Kindu buying time, but it's all down to the Jet. 1v2. Time draining away. Kindu in the 1v1. Is their time?
I'm
It
not
seems
sure
like
that there
it's
is.
just barely going to be there. 0.95 seconds on the defuse. NC Virtual take the lead.
Last round
Another
before the
miracle
switch.
for NC Virtual. I mean, they
We
had
lose it anyway.
the upper hand there for a moment, then they lose it instantly, and great job out of landnoob.com to be able to pick up one at that back boat area. It kind of makes all the difference. Not only does it find one and even the odds just in the smallest of margins, but it takes down those smokes, takes away that paranoia that Ruby Phantom could have potentially had. So now NC Virtual, you turn the game on its head. You go from being down 5-2 to winning 4 straight, making it 6-5. You have some ultimates to your name as well. That null command can be so powerful on that retake. That Sova Hunter's Fury, so good at slowing down a plant and just slowing down the team in general. You see NC Cyber, they are being patient about this. They're slow to move. They are making their way toward mid, which is the open lane for this NC Virtual team, the lane that we've been worried about so far. But the rotations are quick and the fights are coming now.
Right through mid, they want to spearhead their way towards the market. Ice Bear just listening to all the footsteps, swings out. Everybody's there, but only gets one. Ruby trades it immediately. 3v4 lockdown now for the defending side. And Azumi, the paranoia, it is so good. 3 members get caught. Saturn tops it off. And NC Virtual, as you were talking about, they finished the half 7-5 on top of the world.
And it's a team effort for NC Virtual. You see the whole team popping off from top to bottom. I mean, when you got a team like that, it can be so hard to shut them down. Kinduin, with an insane start to the half, definitely slows down toward the second half. The confidence was not there from what we saw compared to the beginning. I mean, when they were rattling off 5 straight, it was bang, 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 hit sight and find the kills, but it was not the same team that we saw. And it's not like NC Virtual switched up too much. The rotations were fantastic for sure. They were adjusting to what they were seeing, but NC Cyber, I mean, they had the opportunity to keep attacking that A site, but they did not want to.
And it's so simple to say, too. But it
is.
comes down to some of these virtual players started hitting their shots, Jake. And for NC Cyber, some of them still are not. Ruby and Lucent both combined 4 kills at the end of that half. Gonna have to see a turnaround, but it's Ruby Phantom to get first blooded in the start of the second half.
Now you have no smokes for your team. This is probably one of the players you would not want to lose, especially on the defensive end. The trades are there, evens up back to a 3v3, but Azumi makes something happen in A main. This bomb should be able to go down swiftly. 2v3 scenario, JJO still alive with the Fade utility, potentially, but that plant's coming in shortly.
Last player standing.
Right away, actually, Azumi and Saturn not going to allow for the retake. NC Virtual kicked the second half off with a pistol win. That is going to be both pistols of ascent going the way of NC Virtual. And NC Cyber are going to have to figure themselves a way around this one because, I mean, just look at it. It was the Kinduin show. It still is the Kinduin show, but Kinduin needs help. JJO has started to slow down. Extends still, you know, doing stuff for the team for sure, but you need to take some of this load off of just the Jet player, and you look towards Ruby Phantom. You can't have the controller being first blooded in the first 15 seconds of a round.
You most certainly cannot. Ruby Phantom has backed up toward the spawns into a very safe spot, so this should not happen yet again. Kenduin going to do the due diligence of taking out that door before it's too late, and a big first blood onto Ice Bear right there, picking up the Bulldog. Not what you want to see, especially on the bonus. But listening to, able to even the odds here. 4v4 situation. You got Extense and Ruby Phantom on the generator side, and NC Virtual, they've seen enough. They said, we're wrapping out. KJ has that middle control. Maybe enough information to make something happen at the B site.
The rotation over towards B, it looks like. Lucent Lunar should be listening and hearing everything right now, but Azumi's going to catch the Killjoy, looking to catch a timing. That B zone is ripe for the taking. Nobody here to stop a plant, nobody here to find a kill on the cross. NC Cyber will be here, Jake, for the quick retake, but the number disadvantage. Ruby's going to get traded. Azumi keeping the numbers in the hands of NC Virtual, but quick on the retake now. It looks like they're trying to isolate. JJO with the Prowler clears out, listening to 2 versus 2. Land Noob, as well as I'm Saturn. Sitting in towards the back, Ruby Phantom with the paranoia. It's going to be good. Catches them both, but I'm Saturn swings out at just the right time. And a double kill brings him to 9.
And a perfect play, like you said. I mean, Saturn finds the perfect time to absolutely swing there. If that paranoia comes any sooner, like you said, it gets both of them, and they are in a very tough spot there. Instead, NC Virtual, they take home that round. They go up 9-5, which is a far cry from what we expected to see in this game. They've rattled off, make it 7 straight now, including the end of that last half, of course. And I love the play to... you know, KJ gets that information. Hey, there's nobody mid, there's nobody tree. Let's wrap out of this A main. Let's get toward B. As soon as they find that kill on the KJ, they strike. And now NC Cyber, they have to make something happen before it's too late. I mean, 10-5 is not a good score line, but that operator's in the hand of Kinduin, and that's where things might become dangerous.
It will. Kinduin. Almost a second one. Ice Bear trades a bold swing against the op. Nobody expects it. Extends gonna wait for Ice Bear to dash right in towards the point. Now the 0 point gets a lot, but Zumi with the Guardian in hand paves the way into the site to get the spike down.
We're playing post-plant situation. I'm Saturn, sitting at very low HP right now, so NC Cyber could very well have the upper hand. But Azumi watching over top. He, with 5 HP, picks up 2 from underneath heaven. And I mean, Ruby Phantom against the world now. This is a tall task, most certainly, and NC Virtual might put another one on the board.
Be the case. Ruby, excellent timing there. 1v3, now 1v2. Low HP onto I'm Saturn, but it doesn't matter. You have to hit the shot, and I'm Saturn gonna be hitting everything right. 3 kills from the KO yet again. Big plays coming out from the NC Virtual KO. I'm Saturn, 14 and 8. And that's gonna bring double digits to NC Virtual, Jake.
And now, I mean, if you're NC Virtual, not only do you have the gun advantage, but you're well on your way to having the combination of the KO null command, the KJ lockdown. You're a little bit far from that Blade Storm and Hunter's Fury, but for the other side, you're not close to anything. You haven't been able to find anything in this half. You do get that damage onto the Omen and make it the KJ as well, I'm pretty sure, but that kill comes through, and Kindua might be starting to bite off more than they can chew.
Careful.
Could be the case. Kinduin gets blooded. That spells trouble for NC Cyber. Lots of damage done, but it doesn't matter. You need the kills. You need some rounds. And that's the difficult part. Ruby Phantom going to be traded out by listening to 2093. That's going to call the null command in from NC Virtual, looking to pinch out this B site. Damage on Azumi. Swarm Grenade's going to get cleared out. TP fake from the site. Elsewhere, KJ versus KJ. It's going to be JJO on an island in the back, and I'm Saturn clears it out. Spike looking to go down. Dark cover is going to give them space to make it happen. Post-plant frenzy Virtual.
And Azumi taking quite the aggressive angle here on top of the triple box, on top of default. Each of NC Cyber picking one lane to go down, and that drone should be able to get some sort of information. It does not.
Last player standing.
Does assist the situation, but Azumi in the aggressive angle pays off. They're not expecting him there. Saturn finds 3 as well in the round. NC Virtual, I mean, we are seeing the absolute pinnacle of what they're able to do. Azumi being most certainly an X factor for the team. I was calling out Saturn before the game started, but right now that controller play from Azumi is making so much of a difference. I'm Saturn starting to pick it up here. They haven't even needed the duelist prowess from Ice Bear that we've grown to see in these matches. On the other side, NC Cyber, ever since the inception of this game, you know, we saw what they were capable of, but they've just not been able to show it here ever since, you know, halfway through that first half. So now, you know, they're switching things up a little bit.
The way that NC Virtual are handling themselves, even after losing 5 rounds in a row, they still battled back. And now they are on a warpath of their own. It's 9 rounds now. They haven't lost in a row, Jake. So you feel like the momentum has quickly shifted the way of NC Virtual here and into the potential last couple of rounds of Ascent. You have to see if NC Cyber start to pick things up. JJO, a lot of noise being heard. Swings out, gets 2
Spike
back
down
into the
mid.
smoke. Hiding in the corners, hiding in the shadows.
Get the information that the bomb is down as well. Ice Bear finds Kinduin to maybe even the odds a little bit here, but they're still focusing on JJO right here. They turn around, they pick up Lucent. Now, a 3v3 scenario for these teams, Extent and JJO. Gonna flash out of here, but there's gonna be nobody to be found as the rest of NC Virtual are flying toward this B site, and it's gonna be Omen against the world. That lockdown gets called in, and it's going to be up to Ruby Phantom to make something happen here.
Yeah. Attackers looking to get things done. JJO opens the round with 2. Ruby close it with an ace. Ruby detained and killed. So JJO looking for some timing here. Not expecting Ice Bear on the close angle. 1 versus 3 for Extents. And no information on where they are sitting. Has to assume that they're going to be on site, but even still for Extents, they could be anywhere. Right now, time continuing to dwindle. Less and less for Extents to make this magic happen. Spots the first one. Nice shots. 0 point down. Gonna find both of them. Suppress! Oh, Extents! A triple kill out of nowhere.
And that might be exactly what you needed for NC Cyber to switch the momentum in this game. An absolutely electric 3K 1v3 from Extents right there to make the round. NC Cyber's avenue back into the game. They're also going to use that time to take the time out. NC Cyber, not only do they want to gas up Extents, but they want to keep this going further in the game. 11-6, still quite the round differential, but you take this time to cook up some strategy. Maybe you could slow NC Virtual down 1 by 1.
Absolutely ridiculous shots there from Extent, who has significantly slowed down since that first half. And I mean, that is all aim, Jake. Nothing better than that when you're looking at it. Timeout called by Rainbow Factory again. NC Cyber going to look to see if they can mount a 6-round comeback. Take that lead back. Look to upset on Ascent. Because right now, NC Virtual, I mean, yeah, you've lost a round. But you're still up 11-6. I mean, it's no worry in the world. You have this timeout also to talk things over. You can't be too worried here for your NC Virtual. It's just kind of getting back on that horse and trying it again.
Yeah, and NC Cyber could have very well done NC Virtual a favor with taking that timeout. That almost seems like a timeout that NC Virtual would take after a round like that. But, you know, you take some time for Virtual to, you know, maybe you take a breath after that one. We scammed a little bit. No big deal. It happens. We're still up 11-6, like you said. You don't have some ultimates to your name. You use the Bladestorm right now. NC Cyber, Bladestorm versus Bladestorm currently. They do have the null command as well on Extents, but looks like that first blood's going to go the way to Kinduin, and he might start to get active here toward the middle of the map. As I say that, he backs up toward B main. Take that first blood and run with it.
Kinduin's looking to be back with a vengeance. Of course, getting it closed early for Ruby Phantom. No worries about that push through trees, but pops out of the paranoia. And here come the attackers. Doors open. Ruby spotted. Switch out. Ice Bear clears it with the classic. Up top extends now. Spotted out. I'm Saturn picking away with the Vandal. It's a trade yet again. And Kinduin's got to be careful not to go down. Ice Bear going to take some space. Hateful is back, but oh no, the Fragment's going to take down their jet.
Izumi, can you make up for the mistake, though? You're able to find one. Now it's a 1v1. Landoob with the situation of all the 1v1 to maybe put yourself a match point. And he is going to be able to hear drop if Lucent does do so.
Oh, no.
You get the information. Now it's a 1v1 for everything.
Yep, Landoob trapped. Lucent playing off the recon, swings it. Perfect crosshair placement. Lucent Lunar clutches up in the 1v1. And NC Cyber, little sweat wiped off their forehead there, Jake. 7 rounds acquired. That could have gone south real fast. Just didn't seem like Landoob could feel too comfortable on Jenny's.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand the situation. You pop dart, wait for it to maybe scan, but Lucent takes the time to peek right before that scan comes through. So now, 2 rounds in the favor of NC Cyber. They're slowly but surely sneaking their way back into this one. And now, with that kill onto Sova and the defuse, they find the Killjoy lockdown as well, which we know can be so powerful on either one of these sites for the retake. So now NC Virtual, you got to worry about that. You do have the Sova Hunter's Fury to maybe counter that, but easier said than done. They are leaning toward A yet again, but per usual, they're just looking for any information they can get. They don't want to throw away any lives this time.
No first bloods just yet. Zumi, Sheriff in hands. Kicked off the Thrifty all the way back in the first half. This time it's Kinduin playing with their food. Landoob trades it, but Kinduin a second one. Re-aggresses back through Garage. 4v3.
And I like the play out of Kinduin there. It's kind of the win condition for this NC Cyber collective. You know, if we can get Kinduin active, you know, we can win these rounds most certainly, and they are starting to one by one. The tumbleweed is rolling, the pendulum is swinging, and NC Cyber, you know, a little bit closer to back into this game than you would have expected just 3 rounds ago. I mean, it all happened so fast, it seemed. NC Virtual goes from winning 9 straight, like you said, to NC Cyber. They're only down 11-8. They have some solid utility to win some more rounds in the future, and NC Virtual, their economy, is not so amazing anymore.
No,
he's getting
it's
dangerous.
Not. Yeah, I mean, just look back at the history. First half, Cyber put 5 rounds in a row. And similar situation where Virtual just start off hot in the second half on their attacking side, but Virtual ended up figuring it out on defense. Cyber looking to do the same. Pressure through mid. Kinduin's got to make the play here and stay alive through tiles, but Azumi's going to isolate the jet. That is a very unfortunate first blood for NC Cyber.
They're adjusting to the aggression. They're expecting it from the B main area. This time it comes from mid, but they're still privy to the push as they get that information read from top mid. Now they attack Cat, attack mid as a whole. And JJ, he does not have enough utility to take care of this alone. There are too many NC Virtual players toward this mid side area, but Extends, he's going to take a pinch toward mid.
Zumi, unaware. Extends is sitting with the trades for listening to. Keeping the lives for NC Virtual in their favor. 46 seconds. It looks like it's going to be a pinch over towards this A site. Stents not able to stop this quick enough. The rotations from Cyber. Will they get here in time?
Smoke player is down for NC Virtual. They're not going to be able to shut down that top mid aggression, but that kill from Ice Bear is going to pay dividends. Now a 4v2 situation. You don't necessarily want to use that Killjoy lockdown anymore in a down man position.
Yeah,
kill comes in from Saturn, and
you have to think that this is going to be the lockdown for Luton Lunar. That point on the line for NC Virtual. Ice Bear's just going to jump right over. No lockdown needed for Lucent. And Virtual let them know match point is on their side, and they have 4 rounds to put it away.
Just taking a look at the economies from both of these teams real quick. NC Cyber, there's definitely more to be desired from it. They're able to buy up for the most part, but Kinduin forced to settle for a bulldog here. And now, I mean, for NC Cyber, you gotta wonder, maybe you just give up a site, just let them take their way toward B or A, and maybe use that lockdown null command combo in the post plant to just maybe secure a round for sure. But there's still more to be thought of here. You got 3 stacked up toward B, 2 toward A, and A is the site where NC Virtual is going toward. You got 4-1 split here, and the question becomes just when will they exec, because the rotates are coming in quickly.
F13. Well, sack. Null command early from Extents, expecting Virtual to just explode on the site through the smoke, but they're just going to call for the wrap. I love this. Kinduin and JJO through mid should have a crossfire that could find countless kills, but doesn't seem like it's going to come to that. The re-wrap back over towards A. Ruby sitting close to the wall, Extents on the generators, and Kinduin in tree. A trifecta, a triangle of guns looking to end this one. Extends playing contact. It looks like no. Ruby spots it out. TP up top, but he doesn't get there. Null command now. Fragment doesn't land in place. In fact, that's going to slow Virtual down.
They do get the paranoia on both of those players. Ice Bear finds Ruby Phantom. 2 kills go on the other side. Extents with 2 of his own. And now it's going to be all up to listening to the exec, which looked to be so promising at times, gets shut down by potentially a missed molly right there out of
10 seconds left.
out of Saturn. So now with 8 seconds left, you see listening to going to cut their losses. Just grab a orb, stay their gun. But now NC Cyber becoming a little bit more plausible. 12-9, definitely a hill you can climb, but still NC Virtual. I mean, the one upside for NC Cyber is they keep so many other guns there, and that's so big in a round where their economy was not very promising.
To win. 19 and 13 from Extents. Both looking to go absolute god mode right now, Jake. If you can bring this back to overtime, you look to these two to make those plays. The other side, Izumi 22 and 14. Put some respect on this Omen. As they're looking to break over towards B yet again. Kinduin in market. Lucent Lunar sitting over towards B main.
Onto site now, but those mollies are going to be tough to deal with in that lane side area. The dog comes out, the CT smoke goes down. The exec has not happened yet, though. They're taking their time.
Here.
Izumi gonna TP back site, but they're able to sneak on through after that equipment fades. It's gonna be a 5-on-5 retake here, but NC Cyber, they still have that lockdown.
I don't know what listening to was thinking. Kinduin's gonna shut down that killjoy with the shorty. And after the retake, lockdown for the defenders, Extends a second one, 5 versus 3, and they just continue to drop like flies. Izumi gonna bring things back, but it's too much to handle. Ice Bear now 80 HP, 1v3. Kinduin says no. Let's keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, and I see the X on the minimap. You do have to wonder what exactly was listening to trying to go for there. Maybe, you know, doing a little bit too much on the map. These nerves get high, decisions become tough to make, and you see a mistake like that, you got to wonder, like, what's going on in that sort of situation. Maybe playing for a kill so you can find the lockdown with the shorty. I'm not 100% sure, but now you have it. You have the lockdown. 16 and 16 for listening to. Not a bad game by any means on the other side. They do use that Killjoy utility. It's still 12-10. NC Cyber, though, they're in a comfortable spot. They have the operator yet again. But they're going to have to fight another B push because NC Virtual, that seems to be where they like to go. Fade and Killjoy trying to lock it down. But they've been done such a good job of dealing with it in the past. The question is, how long will they wait?
Yeah, how long? And you know, honestly, how long is there to wait? Because 4 members grouped up for NC Virtual, looking to hit B yet again. Kinduin, yup, misses the first shot. That's going to give it away. You wish you hit that, but it's only a tag onto Izumi. That's all the damage that NC Virtual need. They know the up is there, so they're going to head elsewhere. Smokes through mid. They want to hit A fast.
I like the call out of them. The paranoia goes through tree. I'm pretty sure it catches that omen as well. Extends forced to back up, gets the information. This is where they're going, but it's not 3, it's 5, and you got to find at least 1 off the board with it. The pop flash is going to find so much. How many can you get? You get 2 at least. I thought he was going to find 3 there, but now a 3v4 situation.
I'm Saturn though going to equalize. Kinduin trades it. Number is still there. JJ, oh, nice shots all the way into the back line, and Kinduin seals the deal. Lockdown destroyed. 11 rounds for NC Cyber. That really comes off the bat of a huge double kill from Extents, not to mention the 0 point that gives it all away.
Paranoia as well. I mean, just unbelievable utility usage out of NC Cyber right there to shut down that push. They get the information, they read into it perfectly, and they find the kills that they need to get that round done. Now, NC Virtual, you see them taking a timeout. They don't necessarily have the guns that they want. You know, you see a Spectre, you see a Classic with only 1,700 creds left on the board for one of those players. This game has, you know, devolved so quickly into being one that could go to overtime. NC Virtual, they don't want to go back. I mean, they've been there so much today. NC Cyber, though, they're trying to push them to the brink. I mean, we saw them at their worst, and now they're back to what we expect from the squad. And they have solid ultimates now. You got to think they're going to use those to their advantage.
This is the first timeout we've gotten from NC Virtual. So you can definitely tell that there's a little bit of pressure putting this away. I mean, you had 4 rounds to close out the map, Jake. And now NC Cyber are 1 away from forcing this overtime. They've completely flipped the script. And you look at the history, too, of the rounds. It's 3 in a row. Virtual stop it. 3 more in a row. And here we sit, 12-11. A chance for overtime. Virtual, can a repeat history of the past 7 rounds and stop this before it gets too far? If not, NC Cyber. You put all the momentum here. Kinduin's on a 30 bomb. We haven't even reached OT. Back with the op. Extents going to be spotted with the 0 point, but Zumi spotted as well. So both teams knows that there's presence towards A. The only thing is that NC Cyber is still at the disadvantage for the site.
The dart gets popped. Does not find any information. The Blade Storm gets called. As the smoke goes down, you might wonder when will NC Virtual execute onto this site, but they're taking their time. They're waiting for information. The drone comes out, should find something. Ruby Phantom dodges it. I think it only sees Fade toward heaven. As that smoke goes down, let's see how they go through with this.
Oh no. All command, Hunter's Fury. Ruby trying to dance away from the suppression, but going to be caught. Sitting back in here. I love the re-aggression call from NC Cyber. Ruby on the crossfire. Lots of info from the Haunt. Paranoia catches near everyone. I don't know how Zumi gets out as far as they do, but you lose your main Slayer. You may have just lost the round. 30 seconds. Is there even time to rotate? I don't think there is.
Left.
Is he listening to repinching? But opts to go toward mid anyway. Only 25 seconds left on the clock. You're asking the good question. Do they have time to do this?
Buddy.
Ruby Phantom not finding the kill that they need. The shock dart connects as well. They're moving as quick as they can, but I'm not sure they can make it, Seymour.
There's no time. They have to run. They have to go now, but Kinduin continuing to be a little bit of an issue. Drops back to the Vandal. I'm Saturn Trace at 5 seconds. No time to plant. We're going to overtime, Jake. There's no chance. They win it now. Defender's going to take the round. 12-12 we go. I cannot believe the breakdown we just witnessed.
Overtime.
4 rounds in a row, like you pointed out. NC Virtual had so many opportunities to close this one out with the stakes so high. The regional finals here. You blow a lead like that, that is such a tough pill to swallow. You take the timeout, you still can't make it happen. And they just don't look like the team that we saw in the beginning of this half. We saw a decisive team, a quick team, a team with good executes, and toward the end there, it just was not the same. Now you put NC Cyber back in the driver's seat here. On the offensive end, we saw how good they can be here. We saw how rough it could be for them as well. Let's see if we see more of the early or the latter. But no doubt about it, they're leaning toward B main here.
Early aggression for Kinduin out to B. After control, door drops. the back of sight, still. Noob.com going to be caught by the Prowler. Trouble brewing. Extent's going to clear this back of sight. And that's going to be spiked down immediately. Kinduin looking for more. Has to be careful not to be traded. High ground now. In the post plants. NC Virtual, how do you dismantle this? It's going to cut down to the guns. Really, the trading has to be big. But in fact, somebody's going to have to split. A quick two. Steal up top. Kinduin's going to drop, but extends a second in towards the round. Listening to finally finds his trades, but with the numbers, NC Cyber, all they have to do is go back and forth, and the round is theirs. Ruby's going to get the last one. 13. NC Cyber have climbed back into the lead.
Switching sides.
And that spike site just comes too easily for NC Cyber. I mean, they just fly their way on there, and there's just no defense at all. I mean, the KJ utility is there, but it doesn't find anything behind it. None of these players are low HP. They sneak their way onto site, and they just have all the control they could possibly want. The utility usage too good out of this team, especially from the likes of Extents and JJO, the two players who you would want to have the good utility usage on those initiator roles. Now, pushing NC Virtual to the brink, where NC Virtual had match point 4 times in this game thus far. NC Cyber flipped the script. They can close this one out here and go 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. Let's see what they can do on the defensive end. They're taking crazy A main control. They're playing for the pinch.
Caught out trades. Extends gets 2. The full pinch paying off. Out trouble for NC Virtual as they've lost all the element of surprise. Azumi's going to have to work some magic, but Extends is reading him like a book, all down to Ice Bear. And that's going to do it for Ascent. The full comeback for NC Cyber, 14-12. They take us to overtime. They take the map, Jake, and they make it look so good.
They absolutely do. I mean, I expected a lot out of this NC Cyber team, especially with the way they entered that map, looking like such a high firepower team. So fantastic execs, and then so quickly the tide just turns to being NC Virtual's game. So I'm so glad to see them turn it around right at the end there, and turn up when it matters most, as you would say. But the series isn't over yet, Seymour. We got more maps ahead of us.
Yeah, we got another map coming up soon after we look at the scoreboard here. 14-12. We got to talk about a few of these members. 32-19 from Kinduin. Ridiculous. Out of the Jet, we thought that maybe it was just, Kinduin or bust. And, for a lot of the time, it was, in fact, that. Ruby and Lucent Lunar, man, it took them a lot to kind of find their footing a few of these rounds. But even towards the later end, I mean, those 9 kills that Ruby Phantom found were so incredibly important. Same thing for Lucent Lunar, 7 and 19, but those 7 kills very detrimental to some of those round wins when it came down to clutch moments. They just do what they need to do to allow the rest to shine, Jake. So for that fact, I'm sure that's going to be a little bit rattling and jarring for NC Virtual. So as we throw it to a quick little break here, getting set up for game number 2, it is going to have to be NC Virtual to talk things out, work out how they're going to come back in the second map to send us all the way the distance here in this best of 3. You're watching Valorant here on VESL. We'll see you soon with another one. Welcome back, everybody. A banger Ascent map 1 here in the best of 3 between NC Virtual and NC Cyber. My name is Seymour. With me is Jake. We're heading into map 2 of this best of 3. Jake, and give me kind of a lowdown of what we just saw, because it was incredible.
Well, there's a lot to kind of unpack from that map 1. We saw an incredibly hot start from NC Cyber and against a very solid NC Virtual team who we expected a lot from. Me personally expecting a lot from after what I saw from them today. And then they come off to such a hot start. It makes you wonder, hey, what's going on here with NC Virtual? NC Virtual slowly but surely bring their way back into the game. They send it all the way to 12-8 match point, and then from that moment on, it seems like it started from that extense 1v3 on the B site. It was just the NC Cyber show from that point on. They don't drop around, and they win that one 14-12. They go up 1-0 in this best of 3, and now with a chance to close out the finals of this Northeast Regional.
Yeah, I mean, just time to hop in with Sunset, map number 2. NC Virtual looking to bounce back after that devastating loss. NC Cyber want to put it away now and top off the region. Jake, we look at the agent selection too. Nothing too out of the ordinary that I'm seeing. Okay, maybe JJO again going for something a little unorthodox. The Gecko being hovered, and you know that is not a stranger to Sunset for sure. As you can see, I'm Saturn going to be picking that one up as well. The kind of staple initiator that you're going to be seeing for a map like Sunset for the use of the Dizzy on top of the pop flashes that extends flash drive does allow with the KO. But NC Virtual going to be sticking with the Sova instead of wrapping over towards the KO. So ultimately, NC Virtual starting off on the attacking side, they're not going to have as much explosive pressure as NC Cyber will when they swap.
I know the Sova is very powerful on a map like Sunset to get the control of maybe that elbow alley area, but I mean, KO, I think that ultimate can just be so powerful, that null command. Those flash drive pop flashes through the smokes can be so vital on a map like this, but I think the Gecko with that wingman so powerful, especially for getting that spike down. We know how powerful those post plants can be. It's going to be interesting to see how this kind of pans out. But I mean, for now, it looks like we're gonna have NC Cyber on that defensive end to open things up. And for this map, it's a map we've seen to be a little bit more attacker friendly at times. It's gonna be interesting to see how these two teams duke it out, because it seems like the odds are even no matter what's going on between these two squads.
Back is the Pistols. Virtual won both pistols back on Ascent, still losing the map, Jake. We can see if they can keep that trend going. Cybercade, Izumi, caught in the middle. You have to wait for it to go down. The dark cover, tripwires, everything here to stop them at the go. Extends on the flank. If they're not careful, I mean, there's a full pinch going off right now. Wingman not going to be used on the plant. Into the back. Lunar, the right click's not going to hit. JJO going to go to find the kill before the spike can get planted. And here comes the flank now. Double swing will be made. And that should seal the deal. NC Cyber into a 1 versus 1. Stents versus Ice Bear. Spike getting planted. Can Ice Bear clutch up?
Ice Bear, a player who can make something happen here, but Extents, we saw how icy they can be at times as well. The Ghost versus the Classic, and Ice Bear is going to close it out. The 3K headshot with the Classic on the offensive end. Another pistol round for NC Virtual, more of what we have been privy to seeing. And a great start to this map 2 after a very tough map 1 for them.
Okay, so Virtual continuing the trend of being pistol demons, it looks like, Jake. But when it comes down to those high pressure situations of, you know, winning the map, you have to pick up the slack when it comes down to it in the long run. Ice Bear, big 3K. Looks like they want to go back in towards B. Only person here is going to be Lucent Lunar, and the way that the last gunfight went with Lucent Lunar, I'm a little bit afraid for this lonesome Cypher, and I'm glad that now Lucent Lunar gonna have a little bit help tagged up by the Cypher cam. You know, presence is here. Now they're gonna look to meet the flank. Double again extends alongside Kinduin. Ice Bear goes down, traded by I'm Saturn, and Kinduin is running to the hills.
The blast pack should get Kinduin out of there safely. It seemed like NC Virtual were a little bit more privy to the double pinch this time around. They use it to their advantage, and now that A site a little bit more open than you'd like it to be if you were NC Cyber. Ruby Phantom going to sneak on through that B site, but NC Virtual, they are a freight train moving toward that A spike site right now. They're taking that elbow control, and that Gecko flash, it doesn't find anything, but they need to move quicker.
Yes, they do. Kinduin, 15 health. Looking to be the front line. Right click hits, and the left click's going to find the kill. Pinch
Spike
again
down A.
from the
30 seconds
defenders.
left.
Spike's going to be down in a very unfortunate spot. Dizzy's not going to get any info around the corner, but NC Cyber have completely turned this around. Noob.com alongside their Omen. Izumi looking to be the heroes of this round. The ghost shot's good enough for Lucid Lunar to go down, but the Dizzy's going to make it tough for Izumi to find more. You need Noob.com to make the play. There's no time for the spike to get planted. Should not have. They're going to tie us up with a Thrifty.
It just comes down to NC Virtual just moving so slow on that rotate. I mean, I know it's hard to read sometimes whether or not a site is going to be empty or not, but as soon as you pick up that kill on KO and you see the Raze running back toward the A site, I feel like you just have to fly. Obviously, you don't have the information of like how they're setting up on this site, but you know that the Cypher and the Omen have been, you know, kind of that rock toward B for these first two rounds. You got to fly at it, especially with the gun advantages. They don't end up doing that, and now they're forced to force up in this round 3. You see Ice Bear and Ianoob with the Phantoms in hand, but kind of forced to make something happen here in a tough situation with those Omen smokes and those pesky Cypher trips. Oop.
That is not the camera that you're looking for. Crossfire again, Lucent actually be blocked off. Gonna have to play an aggressive angle. Poor Wingman, not gonna be able to get that spike to its destination. And here comes the relentless pressure of utility that NC Virtual are just looking to burst onto site with. Ruby Phantom goes down first. Extents looking to stop this plant like he's done in the past, and listening to, not expecting the close angle from the KO. Fragment's gonna weed out on Saturn. JJO gets the kill. 2v4. It looks like Virtual have been stopped yet again.
NC Cyber, I mean, at times they're just too fast on the team pushes. It is a fantastic collective of players they have when it comes to teamwork. You know, of course, at times we kind of talked about it a little bit, how there's some very solid players at the top, and then at times you see Ruby Phantom and Lucent kind of, you know, rounding out the bottom a little bit toughly. But what you can say about them is that when they move as a team, they most certainly move. The util usage is there. The team shots are very tough to fight through, and now NC Virtual finding themselves in a very awkward economic spot. Ice Bear and Saturn, you know, opting to force up, and the rest of the team just cannot do so. So, you know, you're going to want to save here, and they do end up doing so. But on a map like Sunset, I feel like you're going to want to win a few rounds here, and you're going to be off to a slow start being down 3-1 unless you make this Thrifty happen now.
Cyber have found their way into the driver's seat a lot earlier than they did last game. Spells trouble in my eyes, because NC Cyber, albeit, I mean, 7-5 half on that starting defense. I mean, it was a fantastic win for NC Virtual, but it came down to a lot of hero moments like that. Saturn, I'm not sure if Kinduin was really ready for that one. Standing still, something may be wrong with Kinduin, but it looks like the rest of the team is here. JJO is second one through the middle of the map, and the numbers have swung back into the favor of Cyber. Extends continuing to look for some aggression. JJO is going to get traded now into a 3 versus 3. A couple guns should be recovered. At least the one through mid. Noob.com going to peek on out, but goes down, and that's going to put some trouble down with these last remaining members of Virtual who are trying to hit B
30
fast.
seconds left.
Lucen's going to be ready. The rotate is there, but Lucent able to pick up one, leaving Izumi all alone with 30 HP to their name.
Oh, buddy.
That's the dink. Just a second as well. Now a 1v2 with 20 seconds left to go. You got to get this bomb down swiftly because you're giving NC Cyber a little bit too much time to work with. 12 seconds left, though, and it's a 1v1.
Extends,
planted.
playing it quietly, waiting. Oh, Izumi! I don't know how the Bulldog wins that. But Extends, you gotta shoot a little bit straighter than that with a Vandal in your hand. Izumi gets highway robbery in the round, Jake. 5-2. The heavy hitter from map 1 starting to show some face here in map 2.
And that's just exactly what you expect to see out of Izumi at times, making something happen, making miracles happen for NC Virtual right when they need it most. I mean, now they got the guns in their favor. Their eco is fantastic for the most part. And on the other side, for NC Cyber, they don't necessarily have too much to you know, complain about. Obviously, you lose that round, but you still got the guns you want. You're making your way toward these ultimates very swiftly. You have the null command on potentially in the future. This rotates good for him. It's just a question of if NC Virtual decides to exec here, because we know how difficult it can be to exec on the site.
Oh yeah. Thrash. In the tripwire, nobody gets detained, and that is an ultimate in no man's land. So I don't think there's going to be a chance to use it a second time if you're on Saturn. Unless they re-wrap it to be late. It doesn't seem like that's going to be any opportunity. Cyber, they have the stack now through mid. It is the re-wrap. Oh no, Jake, they're going back into it. They're going back to B.
They're not picking up on it at all. At least you still have KO and Cypher to lock this down. The trips are still there, but Iceberg's going to jump right over those things. The rest of the team not necessarily ready to deal with it. 2 big kills out of Lucent, and the Raze Rocket gets utilized.
Spike planted.
Showstopper finds nothing.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman's going to get the play, but Saturn goes down. 1v4 for Ice Bear on the cards. Kinduin takes the side. Somehow Ice Bear takes the shot. JJO trades it. And everything falls apart. Lucent Lunar and Extends. Oh my word. What a lockdown they had at B. The crossfire was impeccable. 3 kills to stop not only the plant, but to kind of force NC Virtual to decide. Do they want to go for the plant? Do they want to go for the angles? Well, luckily with Wingman, they go for both. But as soon as you lose, I'm Saturn. 1v4 for Ice Bear just doesn't seem plausible in that situation. That's going to be back into the lead for NC Cyber, Jake. 3-2.
3-2 indeed. A lot of ultimates on the board for him. KO and Geckos being obviously the most impactful for NC Virtual, far away from the solid ones. Landoob going to be the one who, maybe should fight for it sooner than later. It looks like NC Cyber looking for this mid control, and I'm Saturn looking for any kills they can get. Gecko Molly, or the Gecko Flash. Going to be in hand, and another big kill for the squad. 5v3, and this is just the way that NC Virtual can operate at times. They find the kills mid, they're flying toward A, though.
Oh, buddy, look at this confidence. What? Hello? Kinduin getting too fancy with it. 1v4 for Ruby Phantom now. I don't know how you're going to dig yourself out of this hole. Kinduin had a chance for possibly a 3K, but for some reason decided to go elsewhere. Ruby, as soon as you destroy this tripwire, it is game time. And Izumi says, let's party. 3-3 we go. Virtual trade immediately. So they bounce back off of that round lost. And a really big moment there from Noob.com to open up that round. And Noob.com, a player who was sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, the worst performance in that ascent for this NC Virtual team. And to see some big plays coming out like that from Noob.com gives me a lot of hope right now for NC Virtual. I'm now waiting for listening to kind of heat up here, Jake, because last game on Ascent, listening to playing as that Killjoy was relentless.
Yeah, a very solid Sentinel. I mean, all you could really ask for from a Killjoy on a map like Ascent, going, at least near even. I know I saw listening to it 16 and 16 at one point, but having some fantastic pop-off moments, which is something I've kind of become privy to at this point, or accustomed to.
Yeah.
But for the side of NC Cyber, I mean, they have most certainly some high-octane firepower players on this team. They have 5 ults to their name, and you got to think sooner than later, regardless of if you're on a light buy or not, you're going to want to utilize some of those to maybe make this a thrifty.
It's like it's going to be a stack on this A side from the attackers. Dark cover going out for Elbow. Kinduin playing a little bit ahead of it. Ruby Phantom going to drop one of their own. It looks like the mosh pit's going to push Kinduin again forward, but the minimal damage onto the Rays. Kinduin's looking to stack this site, and see Virtual have no opportunities to rotate. Only 45 seconds. You have them from the shadows, but now the showstopper. NC Cyber, Kinduin going to take down Noob.com to open this round up. Dizzy finds nothing. Wingman now onto site, stalked by Ruby Phantom. Extends, hiding away with the Stinger. Another one drops from Virtual, and it's down 2-3. Ice Bear trades out 1-for-1 again. It's Ice Bear continuing to pay forward. 2 versus 2, spike down.
And this is going to get the Thresh for Saturn. You got to wonder if they pop it now. That does not detain the Rays in Ice Bear. But you got to get out with your life because you have the information. You might want to pop it very shortly. You don't have much time to work with them. Ollie's going to come through, but Ice Bear with the blast pack peak. And now leaving Lucent at 5 HP. The 4K for Ice Bear with style. NC Virtual put another one on the board.
That's incredibly frustrating if you're JJO. As soon as you go to throw that mosh pit, Ice Bear just with the perfect timing on the swing. Wins out that first duel, puts 1 versus 2 on the line for NC Cyber. And the trades for NC Virtual just out of this world after that showstopper opens up for a first blood. You just continue to see Ice Bear making the plays that you hope to see from the Rays on a map like Sunset. And Kinduin, I'll say, you know, Kinduin's had their moments, but it seems like Kinduin just isn't able to find the same impact as they had back on the Jet, and that is kind of bringing NC Virtual back down to earth, Jake.
I was going to say the exact same thing, Seymour. I mean, we see this at times where, you know, Jet players can't necessarily find the exact same impact you can on an agent like Jet. But I mean, that seems to be exactly what's occurring here, and Ice Bear seems to be thriving on this role with some style with it as well, as I pointed out earlier. All these players leaning toward top mid. And still, NC Virtual, regardless of if they won the round or not, they don't necessarily have the buy that they would like. This bomb will go down on B, but this is definitely an interesting situation for all these players.
All right, let's see how these Sheriffs can fare. Nice one from JJO. Oh, 2 for JJO. As the Sheriffs are hot right now, and there's no law like JJO law. At this point, JJO now with a recovered Phantom. Going to complete the unthinkable here. Phantom still somehow walks away with that kill. Traded by him. Saturn Izumi brings it into a 2 versus 1. They know where Extense is. The crossfire prevails. This time it's Virtual on the front line there. 5 rounds, a 2-round gap. First time in a while we have seen an advantage like this.
That is true indeed. NC Cyber having a tough time on this defensive end, and we pointed out how this can be an attack-sided map at times, but with the way that NC Cyber kind of started off hot here. I mean, I say started off hot, it was only 2-1 and 3-2, but they seem to be in the driver's seat. But now NC Virtual, ever since then, they've found these rounds very comfortably. And now you're putting NC Cyber in a position where if they lose this round, their eco is not exactly fantastic. Zumi finds the first blood. Now you can strike right onto the site. That Cypher utility is gone.
There we go. Cypher utility taken care of. Spike getting planted in the dirt. Stopped, however, so still have to wait a little bit for the post plant. Oh, Ruby Phantom reconnects back into the round.
Spike down B.
So it seems like NC Virtual, or sorry, NC Cyber still could have a fighting chance. Kinduin takes down Ice Bear. 3v3, Spike down. Post plant now looking to cement itself, although with Ruby Phantom dropping, it's just numbers for Virtual to look to put this one away, take their lead to 3. Kinduin against the odds into a 1 versus 1. Would be a 4K, would be incredible, but 42 health and versus Izumi, who has been absolutely fantastic. Paint shells bounce back to you. Kinduin just hasn't had the chance. 2 HP. Izumi wins it. 6 rounds for NC Virtual. And nothing goes right for Kinduin in the last moments for the 1v1.
I mean, if that nade bounces off the wall the way that Kinduin expects it, the way that everybody expects it to, that is a very different situation. Instead, it becomes a very awkward situation for Kindle, and you're forced to back up off of your own nade instead of, you know, nading Azumi like you expected to. NC Virtual, everything's going right for them. NC Cyber, things just are not going their way, like you said. 3 players popping off for NC Virtual. Azumi, Ice Bear, and Saturn both having some fantastic games, already surpassing double digits, and it continues here as Azumi finds the first blood onto Ruby Phantom. This Thrash is bold, though.
Oh, it is. It's going to have a lot of distance to cover to catch that detain. It won't. Instead, it forces Kinduin back. Extends, going to trade 4v4. Showstopper. Kinduin again. Azumi in the receiving end of it. 4v3.
Scanning ahead.
And still, NC Virtual want to try their hands at this A site. They're so deep. The Thrash is there. Why not have at it? Hot flash for Extends. Kinduin going to swing. Lines and the angles listening to. Trades it, but Kinduin standing tall. 3 kills from the Rays. Brings this into a 1 versus 3 for Noob.com. No chance with the way that Kinduin's playing. Jake, I feel like Kinduin has just been listening to the way I've been talking and says, hey, you think I'm starting to slow down on Sunset? Well, have at it. 4K after 4K, Kinduin trying to do everything.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, regardless of if they're uncomfortable on a role like Raze or not, it's only a matter of time before a player like Kinduin pops off, and you see just at a moment's notice, they go from 4-6 to 11-7, which is absolutely insane to do in just, you know, a few rounds. Now a 6-4 stat line. Or score line, sorry, for both of these teams, and NC Virtual may be starting to second guess themselves just a little bit. Only 1 round doesn't go their way, but these last 2 rounds have surely been a lot closer than they would like it to be. Stacked up on B is NC Cyber, but Extends doesn't pan out.
I mean, you just don't hit those every day of the week. That's a special one from Azumi. And now the Neural Theft going to steal away the information of where NC Cyber are located. It's going to provide safe passage for this wingman to hopefully go for the spike plan. Ruby, can you stop it? You can. Gets away as well. Dark cover going to block off the outskirts of A. And it seems like Ruby still a chance to deal some heavy damage. Ruby takes Ice Prayer down. That's the showstopper nullified. Still numbers though for Virtual. It's Azumi.
Here.
Tucked away. Nobody knows Azumi is here. Got unchecked. Azumi, the difference maker in the round. How does Azumi stay alive?
Azumi has just been such an insane controller player from start to finish of the series, regardless of whether or not they won the map 1. I mean, 15-6 after the performance they put up in the map 1 is just something to be said about that. This is not the same Azumi that we were seeing in these first 2 matches. Azumi was, you know, just a solid controller player for this NC Virtual squad, but this is a completely different beast in this finals matchup. Sometimes pressure makes diamonds see more, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with a player like Azumi. Ice Bear and Saturn still doing some fantastic things for the squad, along with the rest, of course. But you can see Azumi starting to heat check themselves. They're feeling it.
7-5 is the end of the half for NC Virtual back on ascent. Chance to do it again. Chance to go a step further. You have the Hunter's Fury, which we didn't see too much of back on ascent. You also have the From the Shadows, so it doesn't seem like you're really in a space to use it. So battling up against the Null Command, who is all the way back over towards A. No chance this ultimate has impact. The wingman actually puts the spike in such a bad spot. Bold to just throw the wingman on site the way you do.
Another insane shot out of Azumi, opting to teleport to the market side area, and it looks like Kinduin's going to be ready for it. Azumi not so much. Now a 3v2 situation extends here on the rotate. Now it's Land Noob against the world. 2v1. And Hunter's Fury gonna get popped, but that no.
They line up.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh. Hold me tight. And I know it was just too close. 7-5's the end of the half. I thought for a second the stars aligned for Noob.com, but oh man. Kinduin in the trouble that still haunts NC Virtual to this map. 7-5, we swap. And NC Cyber, I mean, you think back over towards the thing that has really been the issue. The pistol rounds have really given NC Virtual so much comfort in the early portions. Last half, they stop it with a thrifty in round number 2. But this time, you have to be thinking that if NC Cyber want to make this comfortable, move on from these regional finals, it means you have to stop these pistol rounds sooner or later.
Couldn't have said it better myself there, Seymour. Great call, because as you said, NC Virtual, these pistol rounds have most certainly been theirs from start to finish of this series. NC Cyber, while they're up 1-0 in this series thus far, pistol rounds have not gone their way. Some great shots out of JJO, but take some damage themselves. Kinduin with the fantastic nade that should find 2, and it does.
Oh, buddy.
Now this might be the opening for them to win one of these pistol rounds here.
An explosive start. Trades JJO. Nice shots from noob.com, but oh my god, it's just paint shell after paint shell.
Not ready yet.
Throwing them like dodgeball. Saturn. Gonna have to break the tripwires. They know that there's still presence over towards A. This B site is wide open for a plan.
Spike planted.
Well, certainly is. NC Virtual does not have the HP they would like in this situation, and Kinduin is going to strike on it. Now Sova and Gecko against the world, it seems, of NC Cyber. This post plan is going to be so hard to fight through. Ianoob is able to find one. The Gecko flash pops through the smoke. No. Kinduin on for an ace. It's Landoob. Can he make it happen?
It is 11 HP, 1v3. I mean, this would be incredible.
There they are.
We've seen a lot of clutch moments in this game, but this time it's not going to happen. Ace for Kinduin. NC Cyber, for the first time in this best of 3, win a pistol round, and it comes down to the defense, or sorry, the attacking side of Sunset. Something that I did mention about, NC Cyber when they do swap sides is I'm excited to see how this composition in comparison to the Sova with the KO, they should have a whole lot of offensive explosive pressure at the start of these rounds. And you look to Extents to kind of really add that element of surprise to a lot of these hits, especially over towards this B site. Lots of chances for NC Cyber to switch this lead in their favor.
NC Virtual, they get the information, they hear those footsteps, but do NC Cyber want to fly through? I'm not sure they do. The trips aren't there, but Izumi gets caught by the boom bot and the flash. Now, as the wingman sneaks through to get that bomb down, things become a little bit more difficult. Kinduin still trying, but falls. Now, a 3v3 situation on this anti-eco. Things aren't looking amazing for NC Cyber right now.
No, they're not. Shock tire from Landoob. 2 versus 2. Landoob now with the Spectre brings things back into his favor. Ruby Phantom, can you clutch up? The paranoia doesn't come in time. 4 kills from Landoob.com. And NC Virtual continue to hold their lead by 2.
One off of that Hunter's Fury, by the way, and that can be so dangerous, especially on a map like this. The corridors can be so tight. These players can be stacked up at a moment's notice. We've seen it on this map before. And NC Virtual winning a round, I mean, that really turns the tide of the game. Not only does it put your eco in an amazing spot, but it puts the eco of NC Cyber in one of the worst spots it could be, especially after a round like that. The Vandals are in their favor. They don't have everything they need, as Landoob and Listening To gonna save their money for now, but this A hit's going to be tough, especially with the guns that NC Virtual has.
Sense splat on the face. As he hits its mark. That is going to ward off this attack from the A site. It looks like going to take control of mid, look to see if they can fish for first blood and work off of that. However, look how quick NC Virtual are to rotate off of this one. They've fully fallen off the A site, reclaimed the presence that they were missing through mid, and now they're just gonna stack B. I mean, this is one of the reads of all time. And you still have Extents flanking.
They're sneaking right into this, but Extent, he might have the timing. Like you pointed out, he hears the footsteps, I think, and he's able to find the first blood. That opens up that A site. They know that it's fully open, but how quick will the rotate be? You see the NC Cyber players flying through spawn and through top mid, but NC Cyber players, they're still everywhere on the map. NC Virtual, they don't know which direction to go right now.
I just look how
30
many
seconds
layers
left.
there are to this attack. It's just all about finding timings here. And now Extend's looking to find some guns. Vandal for JJO on the flank continues to wreak havoc into this round. 1v4 for Izumi. It's been a fantastic game so far from this Omen. But this would be second to none here. Ruby Phantom puts it away. Izumi not able to make anything out of that 1v4. This back and forth rounds to start off the second half after the pistol. NC Cyber, you were a little bit worried they get thriftied on, but I mean, they have no problem in bouncing back again with a thrifty of their own. It just comes down to Extent lurking over towards A, finding that timing, taking down I'm Saturn on rotation, and opening up so much space for that spike to rotate back over towards A. It just, everything unfolds so early. There's plenty of time to make it happen.
Yeah, and an unbelievable gap to be found by Extent. To not only find one with the Sheriff, but gets a second toward the middle of that round as well. Then, of course, picks up the Vandal as well. The blast pack coming through with the showstopper, and this site is going to be free for the taking. NC Virtual do not want to fall to this, and it still does some damage. I'm Saturn so low right now, and Kinduin still alive, of course.
Kinduin doing their best, takes two. Location revealed for Ruby. No worries, gonna reapply the dark cover. Boombot. Kinduin taking space through their spawn. 3 kills for Kinduin, looking for yet another ace. Sumi says not this time. But can they make this retake happen? Not a lot of time to find the kills as well as the defuse. So seems like the call is just gonna be grab these guns and hit the road. Jake, I don't mind this call for NC Virtual, but Cyber, they have finally evened us back up.
These two teams, I mean, they are so back and forth now, haven't they been? I mean, we know how powerful they can both be at both of their peaks. And NC Cyber, they just might be a little bit more powerful when they get up and going. NC Virtual, they do what they can. They have their miracle rounds. I've been talking about it from start to finish. But, I mean, Kinduin is just such a tough player to shut down, especially when they get going. I mean, let's not forget, they were 4-6 at one point. Now they're 24-11. 20-5 is definitely a fantastic run for your main duelist to be having. NC Virtual looking for an answer for it. You can see it in this timeout right now. You want to stop the bleeding. You want to slow things down. This series can go your way. I mean, dang, they could be up 1-0 right now, but that is just not the reality. Now it's 8-8, and the game is slipping from your hands. I mean, with 30 seconds left to go in this timeout, you're going to have to cook up something serious to slow down this NC Cyber squad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 25 it's pretty good. Rookie numbers, though. I'm sure Kinduin could do better. Gingerbread on the timeout here for NC Virtual is, you know, they're back into that spot where, you know, I kind of mentioned at the start of Sunset, it's like, yes, you can find those hero rounds, you can win thrifties, you can, you know, take down pistols as well. It's just, how do you win the important moments now, the rifle rounds, when the attackers are able to take space, separate themselves, and hit from multiple directions? It just doesn't seem like NC Virtual have the brain capacity at the moment to think at the same time as Cyber are kind of working themselves around this map. And you need to start to see something from Virtual where they hold space through mid while continuing to defend these sites. They're giving so much to Cyber to just unleash everything onto these sites and get the spike down immediately. This time over towards A, they're going to have the numbers in a 5v2 here. Ice Bear gonna have to go big, but Dizzy's going to catch them. They know Brightman gets rid of Ice Bear in the corner. Even still, Ice Bear Saturn, at least they find one each.
Yeah, 2 players on the flank for NC Virtual, but that is going to be spotted very quickly. You don't know there's 2 there, but there is at least 1. You have that information. Now you take that back alley area. Kinduin taking the aggressive angle, exactly what you want. You can get out with your life, and the Hunter's Fury attempted to be punished, but it's too little too late. Now a 3v2 push from Virtual. This could make their way back into this.
And Cyber back into a corner. Lucent. Nice shots. Zumi goes down 2v2. Time still in favor of Cyber, as really Virtual are the ones that have to make a play. Listening to, gonna get the first one traded again. Extends up the flash deep into the site. Noob.com not able to get the gun up in time. And even still, it didn't seem like there was enough time to get that spike defused in the round 1. And that's NC Cyber for the first time since all the way back in round 3, reclaiming their lead on the map.
NC Cyber, I mean, they've turned up when it mattered most in all of these games. Obviously, they didn't have... they weren't at the deficit that they were in Ascent, of course, but, I mean, you can see in the scoreline, they were most certainly at a deficit at one point. It was not such an easy push for them, but here they are now, and they are moving differently. They pop the null command, they fly on in. The Cypher utility is not there for the taking. This bomb should go down for free. Virtual playing the full post plant yet again.
Zumi?
Let's see what they can maybe change here, but Azumi doesn't find anything.
Like, what are we waiting for, Azumi? Christmas is not till the end of the year. And that present is just not arriving in time. Kid doing a second one. JJO a third. Players for NC Virtual just continue to drop like flies, as the shots are not hitting right now, and NC Cyber in full control of this site. Thrash gonna detain one, but it's all down to Ice Bear with a Bucky. Swaps the Spectre, but not in time. Ruby Phantom there for the trade. 10 rounds for NC Cyber.
We can't say NC Virtual, they were on a half buy right there, but I'm gonna have to see some sort of vision from the squad over at NC Virtual if they want to turn this game back into their hands, because I mean, it's only 10-8, but it feels like this game is just not in any control of them right now. It seems like NC Cyber are in full control right now, and that is just not what you want. I mean, attack side Sunset, if you're playing it right, it can be so hard for the defenders to react, and that's exactly what's going on right now. The Cypher you took it set up at A, that's not where NC Cyber's going. They're moving quick one last time, and Sova and Raze are going to have to do a lot of work, and they got to fight the Showstopper as well.
Yeah, Showstopper, Ice Bear, Benkin doing both a trade. And it's time Saturn and Noob.com to really trade things into the favor of Virtual. Double kill for I'm Saturn, who gets all 3 on site. NC Virtual not done just yet. Defuse has plenty of time to get back onto this Thrash, and I mean, at least for Sunset, this seems to be going the distance. Jake, no chance for NC Cyber to run away with it just yet.
NC Virtual would never let that happen, now wouldn't they? I mean, they are just a team who, even when they're at the darkest of times, they can just pull the rabbit out of a hat. That's what I've seen from them thus far today, and I'm sure their journey to the finals here has been more of the same. It just seems like this team, like, I was talking so badly about them just a moment ago, but I feel like at some point I should just never doubt them. Their teamwork is very solid from start to finish. But NC Cyber taking this mid control, and that's kind of the opening that NC Virtual has been giving them in the past here. The mid market is fully open for the taking, and this seems to be where they're opting to go.
Yeah, they could kind of push through mid, splitting towards B. Nobody has closed the door. It's Azumi and Noob.com just presenting themselves through mid. Dark cover is going to stop sights for this one, and with that 0 point, they've cleared out market already, so slowly working their way in. Noob.com is going to spot that cross. Has to be careful not to lose their life. Ruby drops them down to 10 with a dink, but still not finding the kills. Azumi traded, extends, goes down. Brings us into a 4-on-4. Lots of reveals from that sonar, but it's really down to listening to now as Lanoob.com not able to find anything out of this one. Ice Bear gets cleared into the backup site. 2 versus 3. The post plant locked in for NC Cyber.
Cage triggered.
Phantom most certainly in an awkward position, repositions toward that corner that can be a little bit more powerful. The wingman goes out, not catches anything. It does catch JJO, but Ruby Phantom still in that corner, finds 2 and closes out the round for NC Cyber with Lucent still alive, inching closer and closer toward that match point. some ultimates to their name. They have the Thrash. We know how powerful that can be. Obviously, the Cypher, Neural Threat, and the Omen Teleport. Not as powerful. The Cypher ultimate definitely a little bit more to grab from that ultimate-wise. On the other side, you don't have much. I mean, you're close to the Thrash, which is so powerful, especially on these retakes. But you still have to acquire it. This orb is for the taking, but looks like NC Cyber, this is the direction they're trying to head. But you just shoot down that Gecko wall, and they're ready for the push.
Yeah. Mosh pit hoping to slow down this Thrash, but it's going to just bully its way on through. Nobody to be detained, listening to on an island. Players from NC Virtual looking to get here in time to help out. Dizzy catches nothing, but it allows for the Cypher to rotate back in. Wingman now clearing out the halls. I'm Sadder just breaks on through. Ruby thought they had a timing of the ultimate, but Ice Bear shredded. JJO gets 2. That's numbers for NC Cyber now. I'm Sadder. They know exactly where this last member is, and now if they didn't before, they do now. Still, Sadder gets 1. Puts this into a 2v3.
Spike planted.
Zumi and Landoob gonna have to make a miracle happen one more time, but it's such a tough hill to climb. You got Kindu and Lucent playing the high-low on-site. Extent so ready for the push. A perfectly timed flash, but there's still more to be done.
Second flash out. Extent's gonna have to back up on site. Azumi, can you keep the team alive? Can you keep the team in it? 2v2. Noob.com has to make a play. Azumi, a second one on the flank. Lucent trying to drain the clock here. And 1 versus 2. Azumi holding down the defuse. No shots in the barrel. 10-11 we go. And Noob.com gets the knife. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
I mean, that's just not how I expected that round to end by any means. I mean, that is just not the outcome I thought we were heading toward. But, I mean, this series sure does deliver. I mean, that is what you can say about it most certainly. NC Virtual making miracles happen, per usual. 2v3, not an unbelievable miracle by any means, but one I did not think they could pull off. I'm Saturn as well. Getting that Thresh in hand as well, that Thrash. So powerful, especially in this sort of situation when the stakes are highest. That is when that ultimate can find the most value. They're rotating quickly. They're privy to the cyber push. But NC Virtual might be overdoing it.
Yeah. It seems like NC Virtual knows something that we do not. Azumi has fully cleared the spawn, but has no idea that 2 have walked through mid. Now for the pinch, JJO takes down Landoob.com. Lucent gets traded, so it's in a 4 versus 4, but continue the back and forth. It's going to be either Azumi or the flank from NC Cyber. Somebody's going to have to go big at some point. And it seems like the jig is up. Ruby going to trade things into a numbers advantage for NC Cyber. Looking for more. Ruby continuing to pressure things out. Izumi's going to throw the paranoia, give away his position. All eyes forward for NC Virtual. Can Izumi clutch up? 32 health. 1 versus 1 extends versus Izumi. It looks like he's just going to run it into Extent on the corner. Neither one no. Tap on the spike. Extent's repositioning. Back is turned.
No.
Oh, it's going to be Executioner style. He has no idea. Extents takes him to match point. 12-10 we go.
NC Cyber, match point of the Northeast Regional Finals of the Valorant Esports and STEM League, or Varsity Esports and STEM League, apologies. And, I mean, he's still going for the knife. I mean, I got to tip the passion. That is absolutely insane. Out of Extents right there. But match point nonetheless for NC Cyber. They have the Thrash online, and NC Virtual, I'm not sure they have much to respond with. It's a half-buy form. Their eco's not fantastic, but by darn if we haven't seen some crazier things from NC Virtual. What you can say is no matter what, this should be a fantastic round.
Yeah. Pistols out. Guns out, guns out for Landoob.com. Kinduin says no. The sun is getting real low. Ice Bear trades it 4-on-4. And at 19, still plenty of time to unravel this defensive setup. Izumi just tucked in through mid. Kinduin not able to trade things out, so it's just continuing to be NC Virtual with the numbers here, there's a detain from the player over towards A, and now it looks like Cyber, they want to collapse on this.
But NC Virtual, they're quick on the rotates. They got 3 players here already, and all of NC Cyber are gonna have to flood through this back alley area. Not exactly what you would want, especially when Ice Bear is getting a little bit aggressive here toward the back alley. There's gonna be fights here most certainly, but it's just a matter of when they happen. 4v3 in the favor of NC Virtual.
Lots of time to hit the rotate back over towards B, and nobody is home. You have the from the shadows, but do you invest it if you're Zumi? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case at all. Dark cover. JJO going to throw a mosh pit down, and with 26 seconds, this spike has to go down ASAP.
And Kinduin taking quite the aggressive angle. Wants to end this right here. You got 3 players flooding towards you. And Ice Bear maybe none the wiser, but he's ready for the shot. 4v2 situation. That bomb's going to go down. This is for all the marbles. If you're NC Virtual, you got to close this out if you want to stay alive.
Takes a couple more seconds. The spike doesn't get planted right away, so everybody is here, and everybody wants to win this out. And keep the game going. Izumi making the plays, uses the from the shadows to cause a little bit of distraction. It comes down to Kinduin on the front line. Do you hit your shots or no? And Ice Bear keeps the team in it. Big kill on the corner to start that retake back onto the B site. It's not done just yet. NC Virtual, they still got some gas in the tank. Just look at the numbers. 23 and 14 from Izumi against 30 and 17 from Kinduin. Oh my god. I mean, the slaying right now for both teams is very even. You just look at the difference has really been Lanoob.com in a lot of these moments stepping up where the team needs to for NC Virtual. Let's see if they can do it again.
You got the Hunter's Fury in hand, so it's most certainly a possibility. Another B main push from the side of NC Cyber. How much does Lanoob find? It doesn't find anything. He gets suppressed. He doesn't get to take out that last shot. The null command gets popped, so the showstopper's not going to come through for Ice Bear. But NC Cyber, they have one of their own. Do they find anything off the back of it? You check the corner, and you do. Kinduin finds the first blood. The bomb goes down. 4v5 retake, and this is where NC Cyber takes it home.
Struggling to get the spike down off the first try, but second time, always. Lucky one for this one. Ice Bear looking to go above. Shoots down the Dizzy, looking for an angle. JJO not giving away for free, but it's on Saturn to trade out. And this one even. Zumi swings things back in their favor. Sprays down for both sides. Can we have another overtime? Extends to 1v2. Low health for the KO. Suppress hits both members. Flash out, 5 health. Extends looking to clutch up with nothing. Extends, brings it into a 1v1. Time continuing to go down. Could this be it? Playing with his food, looking to be the regional champions, but no, I'm Saturn delivers.
Clutch.
But it's not to be. No time for the defuse. 0.02 seconds. And NC Cyber denied the overtime.
Oh my god.
What just happened?
I mean, an unbelievable series from start to finish. That is what happened indeed. I mean, I could not imagine a closer one between these two rosters. Both of them most certainly deserved to be in this spot. We saw flashes of greatness from every single player on this team in these lobbies. And there you go, NC Cyber, your Northeast regional champions, and they most certainly deserve it. They had some firepower on their squad. Take a look at that scoreboard. 377 combat score from Kinduin, the MVP of map 1 as well. JJO and Extents doing some fantastic initiator play, and Lucent and Ruby not to be scoffed at as well. Some fantastic showings from all of those players, and shout out to them. They are your champions, like I said.
I mean, Kinduin 32 and 18. Somebody get this guy the college supermax right now. Looking to do everything right now for NC Cyber to bring them to be regional champions. And not to say that, you know, it was just the Kinduin show. I mean, Kinduin did a lot of the heavy lifting. A lot of very niche moments coming out from Ruby Phantom and Lucent Lunar, both having in map number 1, stepping up in a lot of those small moments. Extents and JGO continue to kind of patch those holes that Kinduin just cannot, you know, find for the team. And, you know, all together, it may be scrappy, it may go the distance, but they get the job done. A win's a win at the end of the day. And you have to say, I mean, Jake, an incredible performance for NC Cyber. They definitely deserve to be our regional champions right now in the Northeastern section. And I mean, what's next for them is to see if they can kind of get a championship in VESL altogether.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fantastic to see them continue here in VESL, and I mean, it's definitely a team to watch. Hopefully we get to see some more of NC Virtual as well, because there was some absolutely unbelievable performances from them as well all day long. NC Cyber, though, they come out on top, and no other way to end our day than like that. Obviously the third map will not be seen, but I mean, that's about as crazy as you can get from a two-map series. So shout out to them, shout out to NC Cyber, NC Virtual, NC Cyber, of course, your winners today, and hopefully we get to see them on LAN very soon.
Yeah, and we got another shout out for you, Jake, for bringing through all the action today. On top of that, Catinator, he had to step away, but it was glorious seeing the end of this best of three, folks. So we got Smash coming up tomorrow, so you don't want to miss out on the Thursday action here for VESL. You know where to find us if you can subscribe to the channel and follow along. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Smash is on the menu. We'll see you there for some more VESL. Take care. Have a great night.